Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted. Predator missile away. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted.
What's so bright? It's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush.
there. Keep it up. Hunter-killer drone deployed. Keep it up. We've taken the lead.
I got shot! I got shot!
Standing by. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted. Predator missile await. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted.
My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush.
Hunter killer drone deployed. Keep it up. We've taken the lead.
I got shot! I got shot!
Standing by. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted. Predator missile await. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted.
My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush.
Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted.
What's so bright? It's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is Garena Masters Season 5. And we know you guys were expecting a slow day, but surprise, surprise, we are starting off with a blockbuster and we are ending things with a Goliath versus Goliath matchup today. My name is AJ, I'm the Mustachio. Joined with me at the desk as your casters for the day is going to be me, of course, Cali Gaming as well. Cali, how you feeling about the changes in matches here?
After finding out what's gonna happen, I had to chug some huge amount of coffee, man, because I'm ready for some high-octane actions. I mean, at the start of our day, we're going to be seeing the two-time champions each of in Smart Omega and Easy or Bookie. So this is not just any ordinary match that we're gonna have here on their day, or on our game number one. It's a battle for elimination down there at the lower bracket.
Absolutely, yes. One of these two can get kicked out of the competition as we open up the day. We're talking about Easy or Bookie going up against Smart Omega. Both the teams, like Cali has said, have picked up 2 GARENA Masters Championship thus far. The first and the fourth going to Easy or Bookie, or as they used to be known as Black. Smart Omega sneaking away the second and the third. The third one in the most spectacular fashion when we had our LAN event down in Manila. But now, in GARENA Masters Season 5, I guess fate has finally caught up with them. We are definitely going to see a matchup that no one would have been able to imagine, because this is not just grand finals worthy. This is like the match of them all, right? Of course, West Point Mamba LOWKINGS look like the hottest one in the competition, but between Smart Omega as well as Easy or Bookie, the rivalry runs deep, Cali.
Yeah, and the fact that one has to go here today, claiming a 5th and 6th placement in the total GARENA Masters 5 season, it just boggles my mind knowing that these teams are at least always top 1, top 2, top 3, or top 4 in my opinion.
I mean, no doubt whatsoever, right? Once again, both these teams have managed to win not just 1, but 2 GARENA Masters. And that is a testament to how good they have been, how dominant they have been in the past couple of years. Because no matter how much of spotlight we throw on teams like Powerhouse as well as West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, they cannot flex the same. They can't even flex a single championship here at GARENA Masters. That's how insane this is. Let's move on with the conversation of the day as well, Cali. But before we get to the hot stuff, just the usual generic stuff, this is what the fights are for. 25,000 USD, yada, yada, yada. Let's get to Series 1 already.
I want some goodness already. And shout out to the early birds who's ready to get, the early action here on today's broadcast. But we're going to start paying out at the start of the 4th place, where we get $1,500 US in here. But again, match number 1 is gonna be very crazy, knowing that it's gonna be the 2 GARENA Titans that's gonna be up and in playing here in today's first game. And what's gonna be scary here is, although they do have that spot already at the stage 4, you would need to get that first place just to show that you're still gonna be that same exact juggernaut that you were back in GARENA Masters 4.
And of course, that's going to be a little bit tough to ask from the team of Smart Omega. They have shown lots of signs of weakness. Even back in GARENA Masters Season 4, we saw them struggle a little bit. They were eliminated by the West Point Mamba LOWKINGS sorry, that was Easy or Bookie. In terms of Smart Omega, they got eliminated from GARENA Masters 4 by LOWKINGS 3-0. So that one was painful. I was looking forward to a little bit of revenge matchup, but they need to get through Easy or Bookie first. But these are the maps that they will be choosing from. As usual, we've got 5 in rotation for both that Search and Destroy as well as Hardpoint, and we've narrowed down Control to just 3 maps, which are the most balanced.
I mean, Hacienda and Summit Hardpoint are the go-to picks here for like most of the teams, but Takeoff has been proven to be part of the top 3 as well for the pick rate in terms of playing at this best of 3s and this best of 5s. But at this Search and Destroy is where we already know that Smart Omega would thrive in those scenarios, right? Knowing that they have a sniper and a playmaker like Whoopi on their roster, they can just play through those first bloods, find those early picks, and just play and win those rounds 1 by 1, right? But again, they're looking at Easy or Bookie as well, who obviously knows how to play their respawns.
Let's take a look at the bracketing here, Cali, to see exactly how things are going to be breaking down. Obviously, you guys saw the lineup of series awaiting us already at the start of the matchup, but sorry, at the start of the day. But let's get into it. Easy or Bookie opens the day up in a crazy game against Smart Omega. Winner moves on to play in a best of 5 for 4th place, and the loser goes home. The exact same sort of matchup later on for Sacred SKADI versus Four Suits eSports. And to close the day off, it's going to be the battle of potentially the new kings. Both Powerhouse and West Point Mamba Low Kings eyeing for that #1 spot in the upper bracket. And this is yet again another upper bracket run for West Point Mamba Low Kings. Perhaps unlike Season 4, in Season 5, they might just end it in that #1 spot as grand champions.
I mean, Olea wanted this team to win it now so that they could carry on that momentum over towards the stage 4, where they have an opportunity to try and play and be the best team in Garena and be part of the top 2 that will be sent to Los Angeles when we play that stage 5, right? But it's going to be another step that they have to win it here now, here at GARENA Masters 5, knowing that they played it once already back in GARENA Masters 4 up against EZR BOOKY, but they couldn't get the job done. They had an opportunity to go for that reset, but they couldn't do it because they got really tired. But now them having to be part of that upper bracket, they have a very great chance being part of that finals where they can earn a big advantage, AJ.
And these are the matches that you can anticipate for the day. Once again, opening things up, EZR BOOKY versus Smart Omega, Goliath versus Goliath. There ain't no David in here. If David comes out, he's going to be squished between the two.
This is not good, right? If you're a David. But EZR BOOKY and Smart Omega, we know them. They got so much history in their books. 2021 Eastern Finals champs in EZR BOOKY, and one of our stage 5 finalists in Smart Omega last year. And not to mention, we got Sacred SKADI versus eSports in this game number 2. And to end the day, we got Powerhouse and WPM LOWKINGS up there at the upper bracket to try to get a spot on the finals and get that one map advantage on that best of 7.
Can West Point Mamba Low Kings pull a repeat of what they did in Season 4 and show up really, really strong, or will they have to get dropped into that lower bracket and swim their way back up to the top? We'll have to wait and see, but for the time being, it's going to be the lineup in front of you. For the side of EZR BOOKY, Jabin, Rage, AG, Yato, Yobabs, what better lineup can we ask for? These boys have stuck together for a long, long time. Everybody's old enough, good enough, well prepared to go on to stage 5 to dominate the world. But prior to that, can they dominate GARENA Masters first? Can they get through one of the greatest rivals that they've had for a long, long time? Smart Omega will be looking to put a good stop to their run, perhaps even pick up their own 3rd Masters.
Yeah, we got Candy, Whoopi, either risky Kevs, and then they may be at the lower bracket, but we know how well their lower bracket runs goes through. It always them that managed to get the best out of their opponents. We saw it on stage 4 last year, but could they replicate the same exact thing, knowing that they've been pretty shaky at the hard points, especially Kevs, who has been really struggling in terms of playing those respawns.
Let's take a look at their player cams here. All the players clearly focus, getting ready for this next matchup. It is going to be the biggest one of the year for them. Getting through this is not just going to give them that cash prize. It's not just going to give them a good fight for that GARENA Masters #1 spot, but also, like you said, what Olea wanted for West Point Mamba Low Kings, a good boost in confidence, some well-pumped adrenaline through their veins to get them prepped for stage 4 as well as 5 later on. It is not the short game that these players are looking for, Cali.
Yeah, and Smart Omega, they've been here before, and we know what they could do. And it all has to start with their core players playing great. Risky, Whoopi, and Hydra. These are the 3 core players that you need to step up here today, since they have the most time and repetition here under the banner of Smart Omega. But again, Tin as well as Kevs, who recently just got back, they really have to step up their response game so that they provide that initial value and kills for Smart Omega to defeat a team that heavily goes for slays in EZR BOOKY.
And EZR BOOKY taking on a team like Smart Omega will need to really watch out for those S&Ds, because we know for a fact Smart Omega truly wakes up in that game mode, and EZR BOOKY has been looking really sharp on those hard points. The exact opposite for Smart Omega within this season. Let's take a quick look at the head-to-head as well. These numbers might just be a little telling as to how some of those gunfights are going to be going on out there on the battlefield. 1.44 KD rating between AG as well as Risky, who brings in the 110. It's not a huge big difference there, Cali.
Yeah, not a lot. I mean, both of these players playing actually a different role. AG playing more of the objective when it comes to playing for ESDR, Bookie, Risky. You got them playing the support, always there to back up either every time they play those respawns. But one thing for sure that these two can do is bring those high impact kills, and they can provide you that initial substance in trying to open up a momentum and spark a run to actually shift the momentum over to your favor. And sadly, though, here at this game, at the end, there's only going to be one team that will make it out alive. And to go and see one of the two-time GARENA Masters champions go out early, it's going to be a big story.
Oh, it's definitely going to be a huge story by the end of the day. There are going to be teams that are going to be watching this matchup just so that they can take some notes to see how they can overcome not just these two teams in the future, but Titans as well, right? Because these players have not been preparing once again to dominate just season 5 or stage 3. They are looking for further stages than this. They are looking to dominate the whole world. And we're going to be starting things off at Summit, as it is Hardpoint's not looking great for a team like Smart Omega, and they have already dropped this map one time. And guess what? That was against EZR Bookie. Things are not starting off great for Smart Omega today.
I mean, they had to rely on heroics coming from one of their players up against Broke Boys Club on a map like Summit yesterday, and it was just like crazy fights that we just saw them. They had to like win it. I think it was like 41 points to actually go up against Broke Boys Club and win it. So they really had to rely on those clutches just to get this win. And up against Easier Bookie, who we know have a solid rotation, especially when you got Neobabs and Yato in there playing those kind of playing game in terms of playing at this hard point. They are gonna have to step things up here better than what they did up against Broke Boys.
There's a high potential that EZR Bookie will walk away from that first matchup the victors, as Cali has broken down already. Not a great showing Smart Omega had against Powerhouse yesterday, 250 to 249. They managed to get that victory, but they scraped through with skin on their teeth. That one single point could have made the world of difference for them. But in firing range S&D, this is where Smart Omega will stand a strong chance for jumping right back into the game with a 80% win rate thus far. We are looking forward to them perhaps walking away the bigger team.
And now we're taking a look at the operator skills here. EZR Bookie, obviously Smart Omega having the same exact operators here for the day. But one thing more than likely that's going to be important here on a map like Summit is going to be those equalizers, especially on this close range engagement. So Yato and Tin are going to be initial players here for EZR on those P3 to P4 rotations that will help them stop the push by only playing it single-handedly on those kind of hard points, right? So this is going to be it. Hard point number 1 at Summit, close range combat are going to be a de facto here. So obviously, this team's really have to step it up.
I am so nervous for this upcoming game. Not nervous for EZR Bookie because they've shown us what they can do out there in a hardpoint game. Thus far, they haven't really faltered a lot, only losing against West Point Mamba Lokings. They have been the only team that EZR has faltered to in a game of hardpoint. Apart from that, EZR looked truly dominant all throughout all of their past showings in here. Smart Omega, on the other hand, cannot say the same for themselves. That being said, Smart Omega did win the series against EZR Bookie in their best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, for this one to actually work here for EZR Bookie, they have to be playing scrappy, just like what we saw from Broke Boys Club and DVK Oblivion when they go up against Smart Omega. Because if they can ruin the pacing of Smart Omega in terms of those rotations, they can just control the momentum in this game. But not the exact same thing that you can replicate on those S&D those, where we know Smart Omega can play super smartly and can just think 100 steps ahead of you in terms of playing those first bloods and those initial strategy and positioning inside of the map. So right now, I believe this could go down to a game 4, game number 5, AJ.
There's a high probability it does go down into game number 4. Whether it gets dragged into 5, it will be all up to Smart Omega, because once again, hardpoint not looking strong for them. So by the time we get into game number 4, that's going to be a hardpoint matchup as well, where they really have to step it up to keep themselves alive, or else it's going to be EZR Bookie walking away with a reverse sweep. And we know they are no strangers to reverse sweeps, right? We have seen the team of EZR do that one too many times in the past.
Yeah, but the same thing could be said here for Smart Omega, right? We know in stage 4, they were at the lower bracket finals where they had to go down to a game number 5 at S&D Raid
Yes.
to be the second team to represent Green at stage 5
Yeah.
last year. And obviously, we can't really say that, you know, Smart Omega has the edge here, Easier has the edge here. It depends on the map that we are playing. And so far, map number 1 is looking like it's going to end up to Easier Bookie, and that firing range is going to belong at Smart Omega. That control, though, is going to be a different thing.
Yeah.
Eventually, we were going to find out what's going to happen in that map number 3, but I believe starting the game with the win here at this summit is going to be a big boost to get that momentum going for any of the squads that we're playing to see today.
Weirdly enough, both teams are standing on a 67% win rate. Both teams are the exact same percent win rate when it comes to control. That's going to be the time, and that's going to be the place where perhaps the momentum switches, and Smart Omega needs to be ready for that. Once again, that reverse sweep that I talked about didn't happen to anybody else, but it happened to them in Garena Masters Season 4. It was EZR that lost the first 2 maps, and then Smart Omega got taken down by EZR in the craziest reverse sweep that nobody was expecting. Everybody was shocked with how Smart Omega started things off, and even more shocked with what EZR did to them by the end of that match. But as we open things up at Summit here, we expected it to be one-sided, and surprisingly, this is Smart Omega hasn't really been pushing very hard for this P1 just yet.
Yeah, I mean, they had to play too risky there to just try to stop the KRM plays coming from EZR, right? But it hasn't been neutralized to a point where they're going to get a good solid hold inside of the point. EZR has been controlling this close range engagements very well. AG already on a 6, and I believe Yato had 4 here as well. Just controlling this P1, playing through this close range quarters, just gives them a 30-point lead off the start.
4 spree already for AG, makes it 5 as well. One more gives him the pretty. Is he gonna continue to slay? A 43-3 scoreline, made 44 now by EZR. Smart Omega showing up pretty much for 3 seconds and then disappearing from P1. On the setup for P2 here, it's once again going to be EZR, anchored down by player 5. It's going to be Yobabs holding on to the spawn, and Smart Omega grabbing the kill. They don't have the numbers here to sustain. They lose the kill, but the numbers from the side of EZR hopping right back in, losing their gunfights, unfortunately.
I mean, lifeline here for Omega that they have been inside of the point, but now they're going to get contested there by Jabin, who tried to took off risky and win this SMG gunfights. And Omega now, despite not having the rotations early for P2, they now have the green spawns. They're ready to pounce. They just have to flood the point, but there's a good solid hold that we're seeing right now for EZR, only to be broken by Kevs, who finds the double.
Single-handedly holding down to the point, Kevs. CBR Force not going to give him the remaining 15 seconds. And Smart Omega already on that far rotation to anchor down P3. Not in a position to absorb the damage from the 3 players. But one still tries. Risky, big fight. But salvaged by Rage, who continues to soak up whatever remaining points P2 can give EZR. But Smart Omega, early rotation. Perhaps a little bit too early. 2 players hopping on in to break the spawn. Yato, does he get the shot? He doesn't just yet. But Rage and Yobab strike. One more spawns out. Risky holding it down for Smart Omega. Freddy comes out to help them out as well. But EZR, beautiful break on the hill, and they take the spawns as well.
Yeah, they just flooded that accurate spawn really well here. And not to mention, they got some players holding the hard point as well. So it's kind of like a 2-dimensional attack that EZR use just to try to stop Omega from getting sort of momentum to carry over. And now you're seeing 2 investments here by EZR and those operators. Jabin finding a good 5 kills with that Annihilator. And AG, he's waiting for some players to pounce. And he's going to be able to get one more with that operator. And it's just dominance from EZR that we're seeing right now.
Yobabs from the back lines being able to beam down the players from the side of Smart Omega instantly hurts Omega, forces them to yet another early rotation, this time into P4. EZR is going to soak up all the remainder points. 100-point lead EZR has over Smart Omega. It's hard point. A comeback's definitely possible here, but it needs to be well fought. Smart Omega needs every single point. They cannot afford to lose neither the spawn nor the hill here at P4.
Yeah, I mean, looking at what the kills that have been output so far by Smart Omega, it's Whoopi that only having 5 here so far, and you can't let that happen knowing that he's one of the key players for Smart Omega when it comes to winning this game plays. EZR once again trying to break the hill, and the spawns all at the same time. Yato has control of the garage, and they just break away that P4 spawn, but Omega really surprising their chain. They're still spawning easier on the catwalks.
Oh, very smart counter by Smart Omega. Instead of focusing on the hill, they double back down, slaying Jabin off of the spawn there, and therefore the advantage not to the side of EZR. Smart Omega holds onto the hill by sacrificing a couple of seconds on the hill to protect their spawn. They are going to be able to absorb the majority of the points here at P4. A couple of more of these gunfights to win out, but Yato makes that difficult. They still do have the spawn, but with 12 more seconds, Smart Omega, they are on the way. The players are there. They stack their numbers, and 5 more seconds gets ripped away. Smart Omega on the way to make a good comeback, but back in P1 earlier, they only walked away with 3 points. A difference needs to be made this time. WPM needs to wake up.
I mean, WPM really has to. I mean, maybe even switch to a KRM and challenge Yato or AG here when it comes to those close range, right? Because we know that it's that very versatile player that Omega has on the roster. And so far, this P1 has been controlled by the shotguns. Yato on a 3 spree before he gets taken down. EZR continuously putting a lot of pressure inside of this hard point, and Omega not really able to find those skills. And speaking of the devil, WPM already brings out the KRM. Let's see what he has fight in him left to try to erase the deficit that Smart Omega has up against EZR here at the second rotation.
Angles held on to protect this P1 has been phenomenal from the side of EZR. Smart Omega can't find no ingress in there just yet. They win out a couple of gunfights, but those consoles used really smartly, and EZR, although they do not lose their hill, a little bit of that bleeding stopped by Smart Omega, but not for long at all. EZR has just had such masterful control of P1, not once but twice now. Final few seconds, Smart Omega trying to take that away. Once again, only bleeding stopped, but nothing absorbed by Smart Omega.
Right now, they need the money hill here. One good hard point could give that momentum to carry over to their side. They start P2 off with his spawns. Number 5 in Idra holding that green spawns. But Yato, once again, he has just been a menace in terms of playing this hard point open objective. 20 kills to his name already. And not to mention, he's been disrupting, cutting off rotations from Smart Omega from their spawns, which just directly gives EZR a lot of time inside the hill.
Oh, smart plays coming through from Yato, but unfortunately, Idra sorts him out with the War Machine. And now, operators on the slate for Smart Omega gives them a slight big opening. EZR, they've not lost the spawns yet. On top of everything else, Yobabs holds it down. EZR with the split spawns, attack from the back. Smart Omega falters once again. 20 more seconds to go. EZR, scrappy second point, but early rotation once again with 20 seconds on the clock. Smart Omega has abandoned all hope on P2, and they want to anchor down P3. They haven't learned the lesson they learned in that previous round of rotations.
Well, this is just going to be very hard for Omega to come right back up right now, because they only have one operator that could help them just in case EZR decides to go for the contest. Now, they do have that Sparrow ready up for those entrances. Din has to cut the rotations on the mid alley, but he's going to get taken down. That opens the floodgate for EZR to flip the spawns, and Omega, they have lost that rotation, and EZR on their way to try to create the break.
10 seconds is all Smart Omega managed to absorb from the hill, and that was all that early rotation paid off for. The math is not mathing at this point. Smart Omega needs to smarten up. It's gonna be EZR still with the anchor down on the spawn with the numbers to provide for Smart Omega, winning out their gunfight. Skev providing the triple. Can he take the quadra? Almost does, as AG wakes up yet again. Equalizer shut down in the hands of Tin. Idra finding his way in, still scrappy. Smart Omega has it, but no anchor spawns obtained just yet. They want to guard this purely with the gunfights. Claw's going to help them out as well as Risky pops off. One small lifeline here for Smart Omega. Final 10 seconds, but early rotation for EZR onto P4. They're winning out a tiny battle, Smart Omega, but the war is still on the side of EZR.
But down Tin, routing his way around the catwalks, will get taken down, Kebs. It's gonna be the second front man there, just to try to break away the spawns from EZR. And now we can see that WPM is trying to create those plays, but he gets taken down, and EZR opens up the hard point with them inside. Yato on the outskirts of the P4, and he has just been lighting it up with the KRM. Finally dealt with here. Omega has a chance to break, but they all go down, and EZR continues to get some time.
Fantastic kills from AG on the hill. He protects it and he makes sure the players from the side of Smart Omega do not stop the bleeding. So close now to wrapping up this hardpoint matchup. EZR on the verge of victory, and Smart Omega nowhere close to the hill just yet. They rotate around, but Yobab's wall machine time, baby, pops them instantly the moment he spots them. They can barely get to AG. AG's been waiting for ages with that KRM. Kevs goes down, but it is all over. 250 to 117. Smart Omega got crushed in the first hardpoint match.
Yeah, Summit Masterclass, right? Everything was just in for EZR. They got the tempo control at the start. Since the start of the game, we saw Yato and AG holding those KRMs and just cutting off the rotations by the side of Smart Omega every time they tried to step inside of that hill. And we know so far that EZR has gotten the numbers in terms of breaking those hard points as well, especially this spawns. They always love to triple stack this spawns from P3 to P4 so that they could flip it, and that's where they try to go and contest the hard point. As soon as they get that, this was just EZR getting all of the kills flooded to their name.
Lack of map control cost Smart Omega such a huge one here at this hardpoint matchup, but we are not surprised at all because this is what we've been seeing all throughout the group stages. When they do take on a couple of teams that cannot match up to their gunfights, yes, of course, they do walk away with a victory on hardpoint. The moment you can match up to their firepower, mechanically, if a team is good, well suited to take on Smart Omega, hardpoint automatically just goes out the window. I'm not too sure what the plan there was, but there was no spawn management on P2. Rotations for P3 and P4 were way too early, giving away EZR too many of those scrap points. And EZR just took the first 10 seconds of that hard point opening up to sneak that spawn away, sneak the hill away, and then gunfights ensued for the side of EZR that Smart Omega once again could not keep up with.
I mean, they were focusing so much on the frontal assault from EZR, especially at that P3. They were thinking that they're going to be coming on from the front entrance of the warehouse. But little did they know that the players came in from the green spawns. They came in over towards the snows. And that's where those multi-angle push created a way for EZR Bookie to step in the anchor position and flip those spawns and forces Smart Omega to spawn at that P1, and that's where the difference was like. Spawn manipulation was the name of the game here for EZR as they take map number 1.
I don't even think EZR had a tough time manipulating the spawns because it seemed like Smart Omega just wasn't trying to go for the spawns. Yes, early rotations were there, very weak early rotations, and once they lose that spawn control, they don't go back and engage for that spawn control right back. They just hop right into the hill and they try to play with their lives. Doesn't make any sense whatsoever. This is not the... I know for a fact this is not what Image or Mori wants for the squad. There has to be something wrong here with the team fundamentally that Smart Omega needs to figure out before stage 4 starts, or it's gonna be a tough journey over there. But speaking of a tough journey, let's reach a conversation where it's now gonna be tough for EZR Bookie, who has been struggling a little bit on these SNDs.
Yeah, and now they're going to be trying to meet Smart Omega on their best game mode yet. And we're going to have to talk about Whoopi here. He struggled at that hard point. 18 kills, 31 deaths. Unacceptable if you take a look at those kills and deaths department where his kills was able to be outweighed by those deaths. Now, he has to step things up here at this firing range, especially that he is the main guy that the team needs, especially when it comes to opening those bomb sites.
Firing range thus far, EZR Bookie has not hopped on into any matches just yet, but a single one has been lost for the side of Smart Omega, and that was the matchup that they took against Powerhouse. Powerhouse were very dominant in that game, and it was a fantastic showing from players like FDX as well as Incendio. Smart Omega, on the other hand, have, apart from that one firing range weakness, really showed up, right? Once again, a 78% win rate is nothing short of perfect at the moment for Smart Omega, who has been struggling to keep their clean sheet for their side. Control as well as Hardpoint have been weaker modes. This is their best case scenario. So nothing less than a win is acceptable here for Smart Omega fans.
And they're going to start on the attack side here this time, trying to open up the B side. There's going to be 3 players there already on rotation for EZR. Yobats will be the first one to get eliminated. Kev's doing so well in this close range so far, but you have to dare to take him out.
The numbers not on the side of Omega at the start of this SND. Rage and Yato doing quick ones on them. Kendi, final player, Fennec in hand in a 1v3. Doesn't get spotted out by the utility just yet, but Rage and Yato set up the double push from the back. They knew exactly where to strike, and EZR gets a free 1 round.
As soon as Kevs lost that rotation at the Secret, it automatically was an opportunity for Yato to have that pinch play covered up. He was able to get the flank. It took just 2 players easily there for Smart Omega. So now you're going to have to try to find a way to enter this A site, but you're the one that will have the first step once again. Yato takes on Kendi.
Bomb straight towards A. This is a retake setup from EZR, pushing down mid a little aggressively, but they quickly retreat as they lose that 1 man. The numbers all equal. Open bomb site here for Smart Omega, and Whoopi takes advantage of a free running Yato. Jabin knows exactly where to focus on. He gets tagged up. Information gets sent back. Whoopi takes advantage, and Yobabs with 1 trade right back. Kevs is not going to survive that as AG stops. Yobabs drops 1v2. Yobabs with the strike, but Smart Omega with the plant and 2 men against him. They have the advantage, which they turn into a victory.
And not much you can do there for EZR when you got Smart Omega's players is really locked in and anticipating you to come over towards those Americans. And a nice pickup from Whoopi, stopping the push there, finds those last 2 kills on that round number 2 to give this team their first round win. Now they gotta have to replicate and be more consistent on those kind of rotations where they're down those 4v5s. As you can see right now, counter being made by EZR. They put Rage on the trailers. They find the first blood once again.
The bomb's already at A with 1 player going down on the side of Smart Omega. Make that 2 and 3. Jabin, he's just cracked in this 1 round. In a 5v2 now, bomb on the ground. It's all up to Whoopi and Idra for a clutch. Playing this long range, the team of Smart Omega are in a little bit of a pickle.
A bit of a little pickle is understatement here, knowing that that bomb is over towards the A site where EZR is trying to gatekeep that at the moment. As you can see, you have to trust Whoopi to create this opening for you on this 2v5 scenario to just try to have an opening at the trailer, but Jabin picks him, his head off, and he finds the double onto Edra. That's 4 kills from the captain as they take the lead here once again.
Quadra kill from Captain Jabin. What more can we ask for out of EZR, who walk into this matchup with the lower numbers? They only have a 55% win rate here. This is Smart Omega, and this is looking pretty unconvincing if you're a Smart Omega fan. Kendi, Risky both stepping up though. This is a round that looks very much different. Risky takes the 2nd kill off the round as Kevs finds the plan as well. It's all up to Yobabs and AG to take the team of Smart Omega out. It's a full squad they have to face.
Yeah, Omega has the better control here if we're talking about positioning. Number 4 Risky is holding down that jeepneys. He can go towards the tin and just get this kill just immediately. AG goes down. A 1v1 on the tin. It's going to be Risky that should be able to get that information to his teammates. And this is going to be a very solid round we're seeing from Smart Omega. They immediately use the utilities from the smokes on towards the middle. They got Kendi holding that trailer right away. And they got to put the bomb down as well and get the first blood to put themselves in a strong start at round number 4.
First blood conversions are a absolute thing that Smart Omega needs to focus on, and that's going to be dependable on whether or not Whoopi can continuously stay on the top of his game. As the sniper for the side of Smart Omega needs to back them up, and he holds the grounds down here towards B. Push led by Whoopi. Bomb right behind him in the hands of Kev. CBR4, but B bomb site has got 3 defenders from the side of EZR stacked up here. Things might just turn south for Smart Omega.
Whoopi, he has to sniff 1 player here early. Jabin gets his head pick off, and it's going to be a 4v5. This should be an opening at the B site, but Omega waiting for some players to bait out once again, but it's going to be traded out.
That's a 6 shot. Jabin, unfortunately, snuffed out. Whoopi spotting it at the very edge of his screen. Took an unreal flick there. In a 4v4, bomb picked up. Long rotation towards A instead. Anchored down by Kendi and the CBR4. If at all the player from within the white warehouse steps on out, it would be an instant shutdown. AG positioning, but doesn't have that response time on his side. Yato, on the other hand, slowly circling around from the command center, pushing us on out, but versus 3 players on the side of Smart Omega will be quite that heavy retake. He needs to wait for this backup.
Oh, there has to be a guy that should put out the flank play here for EZR. but you're gonna have to try to work your way in towards the trailer here. But you might be able to open up the players at the barrels here, but Kebs is just lighting them up, finds those 2 kills, and Kendi finds Yobabs, and finally we see Smart Omega get the lead.
Kev's playing the heady. 3 players try to shoot him down at once. Couldn't hit him. He was tagging up everybody. Gets the double. Easy finishes. Smart Omega waking up in a game mode. They should be dominating. A rough start, but as long as they find the comeback, they can rest easy. But not just yet, though, as Yato puts a heavy pressure on them. Gets tagged up. Backs away. Yobab's finding Kevs as Yato and AG go down. Smart Omega with the lead in numbers.
They're just rushing their way in towards the middle, and that's not going to work. They're trying to play aggressive against a team that knows how to play aggressive, and they are very renowned for it in a way. And you can see that the bomb is going to be down at the barrels here. Smart Omega has to pick that one up and put that bomb down. Whoopi finds Jabin, though, making this a 2v3.
Whoopi needed to wake up in this match, and he's doing exactly that. SND snipes belong to Whoopi at this point of time. Jabin can change that storyline for sure. Alongside him, Yobabs on this double snipe setup, trying to push down mid first, clearing out the angles. This white warehouse will have nobody to invite him in first, and therefore just a single angle to work from on the side of EZR.
And Yobabs is going to be that guy that you want to create a play for. Rage, though, finds that kill onto Kendi.
Let's see if he can pull this one off. Idra from the back. It's all about the timing. Idra does not spot him, and the diffusal's there. EZR pulls 1 round back. Very smart play.
The communication wasn't there for Omega. They know that they were being approached at the long A. But Idra, who had an opportunity to go for the pinch and play the flank, did not fully commit, thinking that there was no guy holding and defusing that bomb. Such a loss there. A big loss for Smart Omega. They could have turned that sides over, but now we're going to be switching sides here. EZR, they love to put that bomb down, and they go very early at the A side while also dropping one of their players.
Whoopi delivers early, but EZR already with the plant. With the bomb in hand, EZR can manage the situation a little bit better. The pace is on the other side. 1 man down, though. The defense is going to be a little rough. It's all up to Smart Omega as to how they use this man advantage. Pushing from down mid straight towards A. This just looks like a 1-spot funnel. Smart Omega about to get crushed if they don't pull this off, but Rage hits the double and the advantage still with Omega.
Oh my god, they just got flanked here. Just like that, Whoopi, the last guy standing on a 1v2 with 15 seconds left. He's got the pistol to bring along with his close range, but he just exposed himself out in the open, and the pinch play from Jabin gonna work. Smart Omega kind of took too long, and they only push on 1 angle. They held on about like 3 seconds on that barrels, and that gave so much time for EZR to rotate the player from the trailer all the way towards the barrel side to play the flank, and that's just like easy guaranteed kills for them as soon as that play just opened things up for them.
Yeah, flanks should have guaranteed kills, just attacking all from one side, although they had good control of the mid part of the map. Makes 0 sense to me at this point of time, but we're gonna leave the playing to Smart Omega. Let's see if or not they can smarten up against EZR here. A couple of shots you gotta call out there. Some things do go your way. Clearly that one did not go theirs. Whoopi on the snipes yet again. Jabin not in a position to punish him just yet. Player number 1, by the time he circles around, it's just a tad bit too late. Whoopi finds 1, not traded out just yet. The numbers not looking great on the side of Omega. Only risky to back him up.
Oh, nice kill there for Whoopi, but that's the only kill he gets. Able to only, get 1 kill. And there's still like 3 players that he has to deal with. Not much he can do there. And EZR, Bookie stretching that lead to 2 rounds. And it's starting to look like they're going to run away with it.
I mean, I asked Whoopi to wake up, but do I need to start naming the players one by one and shaking them as well so that they open their eyes? This is just a little bit unfortunate here for a couple of the players. Risky finding Rage. That's a good start. Idra, on the other hand, needs to step it up a couple of notch alongside Kevs. A good defending round from Smart Omega this time. And down mid, you've got Idra anchoring the position down. And if he does catch Yobabs, this is going to be a plus for Smart Omega.
4v5 situation here. Bomb is going to be down. This is going to be your winning way. Just wait for EZR to find their rotation here. Maybe get some overextend. Get those initial picks. Whoopi had an opportunity to try to take down Jabin there, but that guy will escape with his life, and slowly and surely EZR is crawling through rain to get that bomb.
Rare opportunity missed by Whoopi there. Risky with a double. Yato doesn't spot Candy behind him. Omega gets a free one there. It's all up to Captain Jabin. He's shown us that he can pull the Quadra, but can he pull a Penta Slay on the steam of Smart Omega and bring us into match point? A lot to ask, but you never know when Jabin's feeling it.
Let's see if he can turn into a Jagoat here for a moment. As he's going to make his rotation over towards the tunnels. If he goes over here at the middle, he's going to get picked off by Whoopi there. So right now, he's currently on a deadlock. He has to trust his long range to help him here. Kebs and Candy locking it down. Trade should go here. And there we go. Kebs gets that final kill. Smart Omega gets a counter on the very fast play that we saw for EZR Bookie in the past 2 rounds that we saw them. They just really love to put that bomb down. It hasn't even reached like 30 seconds on those last 2 rounds before they get it in and pressure Smart Omega to play for that retake.
AG struggling to find some frags in this matchup as well. Just clocking in 1 at this point of time. The Fennec in hand. Attacking team of EZR. They've got the time to play here. 1 minute 44 seconds on the clock. Not rushing into either side. But Jabin in a lot of trouble in a 1v2. Spots one, but Whoopi nails Yato, who's behind him. And Jabin escapes with his life.
Yeah. And here, this is what you want. You get those first 2 picks. And now you have an opportunity to funnel down EZR to 1 spot here at the A site. But you can't just really, be complacent here. You have to go for the kill. Risky finds the double. It's a 1v5.
Risky just waking up big time in the matchup. Hits the triple, and it's all equal. No match point for EZR. Omega eyeing it for themselves.
Yeah, Risky has been like a big factor here, knowing that he's got 14 kills, along with Whoopi, he has 11. So both of the superstar duo right now on this S&D has been the bane for EZR in those past 2 rounds, right? So Risky, he's been in charge of holding down this trailer, but it's not gonna be staying alive though as he gets double chow.
3 players left on the side of Omega. Whoopi trading one out. Jabin down for the count, but AG on the other hand manages to find the recovery. KRM backs away. It wall bang! And AG worms away from that one.
1 health away from getting eliminated here, but the flood for Omega here at this barrels is going to be important for them to get that lead over to their side once again. Kendi is going to be the front man. He has to find some information here.
It's all about the flank, but Omega is pushing down one side. Rage finds Idra. Kendi trades him out. AG shutting down Kendi. Am I missing something fundamental here, or does Omega just not like flanking?
I think they're allergic to it.
That's what, 2-3 rounds now where it should have been a straightforward flank around, getting your advantage in terms of the positioning, and they should be able to deliver. They've got the skills to do exactly that, but position-wise, Smart Omega has been giving this away. Match point for EZR, but they pull it right back to the other side.
Yeah, should they get this last 2 kills? We're looking at an overtime here. Omega, Kendi, having a really good hold at the back of this trailer. And EZR has to rely on Yokabs and Rage to try to clutch this one up. This 2v5 is going to be tricky to do it. You have to be very patient and get the kill and relocate immediately to not get your information and be spotted down immediately. And you can see Risky here at the hideout.
He missed him! The bomb just walked past him! Let's see if or not. It's gonna be Rage who gets caught out. Risky will be able to pull the clutch away, and Omega gets a team ace, holds them to a tie. So, unfortunately, it's not an end just yet, and an equalizer after unfortunate mistakes in those rounds. Smart Omega still keeping themselves alive.
This is where we saw Smart Omega struggle a bit. When they're playing those offenses, they really have trouble dictating the pace of the game. And they're going to take care more of their lives here now, as we can see them looking to try to create a play here at the B site. Like, seems like they are very keen on to doing that, and EZR is just going to leave this point very open.
2 players doubling back down for the defense. Utilities used by Smart Omega here can make a good open entrance in towards B. If they've got a smoke, that plant will be a thing as well. AG finding Whoopi, and Jabin out of nowhere from afar drops Idra as well, and now a 5v3 retake, but long flank around. Kendi trying to keep this alive, but the timing might be against him.
Oh, number one in Jabin is holding down that Jeepney. He is watching the flank. Yato gets risky. It's a 2v1, and you got Candy getting taken now. The flank did not work, and Kebs will be left here to play a 1v5. He's gonna try to put the bomb down here, playing heroic for Omega. 1v5, 45 seconds. You have to hold your ground, and this is gonna be very tough.
This is where you sit in a corner and pray. Maybe sing Ave Maria and ask for some blessings. Kevs rotates around. No winner just yet. They hear him. Finds one, but traded out. Elcar9 gets the job done. Jay, but no body shots, but some practice range time.
I love that. I mean, you have to warm up your shots, right? You're the sniper of EZR, so be accurate with it, right? And he hits it very well. Now EZR Bookie at match point once again should be able to, should they get this win, they're gonna win this S&D and go up 2-0 on the rounds. But if you're a smart Omega fan, you would need Omega to win this defensive side, and you can see that they will be having a very default defense right now, but one player holding the B fort. This is gonna be quite a mix.
Oh, it's a rush. Risky holding down the fort. Is he gonna be able to do it? Risky finds the first 180, trades him out, but the information sent right back. Player number 3 and 5 rotating around. Whoopi alongside Idra. Idra struggling a little bit, so it's all gonna be up to Whoopi. Unless Idra chooses this one moment to wake up. Holding down a tight angle here. Nobody stepping up in front of him just yet. Yo, Bobs. Does he go in for the slide challenge? That will be his saving grace. Walk straight in it, and Whoopi messes that one up. Tries the reposition.
I'm thinking Smart Omega should allocate a player hold down that wood fort so that they could get that pinch once again. But EZR is going to be able to escape, and there's no player for Smart Omega to cut off the rotation of EZR to go here at the A site. So now you're going to give them an opportunity to rotate that bomb towards A, while also not having, lives being lost here at the same time. 45 seconds to put that bomb right now, and these are taking their time.
Great discipline here by Smart Omega. Choosing to stay with 2 defenders. Kevs and Kendi inside of that warehouse. Wall banks do not tickle them. And they still do have a positional advantage here to pull things back to the R side. Numbers are all equal. The bomb arriving at spot. AG finds Idra in the meantime. Numbers lost here for the side of Omega. And Whoopi, the final survivor in a 1v3, but that runs out 8-6. EZR get S&D as well.
It all started because of the flank that happened at the firing range at the B site, right? With Idra getting taken down, it flustered Smart Omega, and the floodgates just open for EZR. They had the trailer control, and they find those 2 picks, made it easy a 1v4, and EZR gets this win 8-6 in a game mode where Omega thrives best. EZR was able to shut them down, and now they are at match point. This is gonna be big trouble if you are Smart Omega right now.
And on top of that, it is a mode that Omega thrives best and EZR struggles the most, and yet EZR still managed to come out victorious. And I have to say, those few rounds where Omega could have just played it a little bit slowly, overextending, finding those flanking positions, just taking a positional advantage against EZR Bookie, and gaining control of the map instead of just looking for a straight pointed attack towards the defense or the attacking Bob side, could have made the world of difference for the team. But I will not know exactly why those decisions were made, and Idra struggled all throughout. AG did manage to work his way up in terms of those frags, but Idra couldn't find more than one all throughout these crazy 14 rounds.
One kill in 14 rounds is disgusting, man. You really have to change it up, right? Especially if you're Idra, where you're part of the core players of Smart Omega that's expected to carry that frags here at this match, especially on a very heavy game where you're down at the lower bracket. You only have a life left here. One more lose at this series, it's going to be an automatic bye-bye. See you at stage 4.
Now, don't panic just yet, because this was the exact same type of conversation we were having when this was the upper bracket semi, or I think it was the quarterfinal fight between EZR as well as Omega in Season 4, where EZR reverse swept Omega after Omega won the first 2 matches. So maybe the hope is still here. Maybe Omega just wants to go for the jugular here. Maybe they want to take the reverse sweep. But if this was intentional, it would be one of the silliest moves because EZR knows how to end it swiftly in matches like this, especially Control, where it's going to be 50-50 between the two. I don't think Smart Omega were pushing the boundaries and trying to set up a reverse sweep situation, but they don't have a choice. They have to turn it into that.
And it's going to be starting off rough here, especially at this, if they want to play this game, right? You have to win the next 3 maps. And the first one would be Crossroads Strike Control, where you give EZR Bookie an opportunity to start on the defensive side, from where we know, obviously, here at Crossroads Strike, that the defense have managed to have a better win rate in winning this overall map. So Smart Omega has to rely on winning one offensive side here and convert their defenses if they're looking to try to force to that round number 5 here. And it's going to be very hard to see them actually go down because they will always try to go with a swing here, especially that this game is going to be them back against the wall.
EZR Bookie has lost the Crossroads Strike against West Point Mamba Lowkings. It was a very one-sided show there, not a single round that they could rip away. And Omega showed up pretty weak against Team Powerhouse as well. But even though they were weak, they did manage to pull away 2 rounds, right? So a lot of potential here for Smart Omega to walk away the victors based on how they handled that matchup against Powerhouse. I think the rotations were tight. What could have been done a little bit better is the prioritization of the attack from the side of Smart Omega. We noticed that they pretty much did the exact same thing. They weren't going in for the splits. They weren't dragging their opponents around the map. Instead, they funneled in towards just that one objective, just like what we saw on S&D. And they were getting slain left, right, center. That was the biggest issue with Smart Omega overall in their Control matchup, and we saw it to be a very interesting issue in this S&D as well. If that is worked on after this, Cali, a reverse sweep is still possible.
Yeah, I mean, if they're able to stop the momentum by EZR as one like the last 2 maps here already, you basically give yourself a lifeline and a chance to reset. Although that hard point is going to be very tough for you. You get to pick the map, which is automatically a great start for you. And now we're going to be hopping into our game number 3 here. Will we see EZR Bookie go and end up with the 3-0 to sweep Smart Omega and wave them some goodbyes? Or is this the start of the reverse that we were talking about? Omega starting on the attack side, already off the get-go, they got that mid-map control.
Let's get a little realistic, right? A reverse sweep is not as easy as it sounds because Smart Omega still needs to battle through that hardpoint match, which is their weakest game mode. And on top of everything else, Takeoff is their weakest hardpoint map in the current season. 3 times they've shown up at Takeoff hardpoint. 3 times they have lost. Smart Omega, I have no idea what they're going to do right now, but they need to dig deep to pull this victory away. Thus far, the attack has been so weak, but they do have the 2-life advantage. They're working around their gunfights pretty decently here, trying to pull away this A point.
Yeah, Crossroads Strike Control round number 1 is basically a snowball effect, right? Once you win that map number 1, or this round number 1, it automatically gives you and sets you into a bit of a snowball effect. And Smart Omega, if they could get this attack side, that's going to be very huge for them. Now they're going to be getting some time off of the B side. They do have Din holding in the top fire, but he gets taken down. But Smart Omega is still doing a great job pausing that time and increasing that clock to another minute should they get this B side.
EZR not focusing on the defense on B, but great overextension by Rage to take the window on the compound of Smart Omega itself. And that's an angle Smart Omega just wasn't expecting. So great defense overall, but B still hasn't been cleared off yet. Jabin has an opportunity, and he believes this one in the open. Trying to conserve his life, he might just pay a big price.
Oh, well, it is up to him to like really hold his ground here. You cannot give that control. And you can see that the lives of Smart Omega is down to last 2. Yobabs finds a triple, and this should, because this is going to be looking like an EZR win unless we see some heroic plays from Kendi and Indra, just trying to slow it down. But now Idra is going to be taken care of. A 1v5 with 5 seconds left. Kendi has no choice but to go and contest the point. It's going to be a 1v4. And EZR takes the defensive side.
Well-calculated defense by EZR, not overextending, not putting themselves in a position where they're going to get slain out there on the battlefield. They were expecting the most out of Smart Mega and trying to manage that control and the defense on A more than B. But of course, you did see the prioritization of the clearance of markers on B as well when they had a decent enough opening when two of their players had already pushed deep into the compounds of Smart Mega. EZR is playing this tactically. Smart Mega, they're just playing for lives. Something fundamental needs to change here, Cali. Tell me, how do you think Smart Mega can make their way back here?
I mean, we're going to have to see them win this defensive side first, which they are doing well right now. You can see that their map manipulation is going to be great. They got number 2 and Candy holding down the fort earlier at the trailers. And this is just going to be giving them an opportunity to get that momentum to their side. Spawn traps are doing a lot better here. 16 lives to 22. But they're going to have to work on their attack side there later on, AJ.
Defense being a very, very weak thing for Smart Mega. Therefore, they take a offensive approach, meeting EZR at their own spawns, overextending, playing the lives of EZR between their fingers, and they walk away the greater victors. A 7 life advantage, make that 9 as Tin and Idra continue to wake up in this matchup. And look at the number of operators on standby here for EZR. They can fight back. They're just choosing not to bring those investments in this round.
Yeah, they're waiting for round number 3 to open up, where we obviously know Smart Omega would like to try to get that round number 3 win to go up 2-1 on the series here at this at this control crossroads, right? But you can see them actually do a little bit better now. They're kind of playing it slow, having one segment at the A side here already, but here comes Omega with the flood. Once again, they're gonna be able to work their way in. The 4v10, Omega should be able to get this one already.
Smart Mega, they only need to delete 4 more players out there. One operator can make the difference, but I know what Team EZR is trying to do. They're trying their best to play their engagements and then bet on the operator. But Candy shows up, and Candy shows up huge. AG, final player. Can he get the punch? Yes, he can. Tin shows up, and Risky is the one to end that. And Smart Mega pulls a decent round back. Fantastic. But the operators galore later for EZR might not be a thing anymore, because look at what Smart Mega has managed to build up off of round 2.
Yeah, and this is where the keys to victory now will be important for Smart Omega. They have to win this attack side to go up 2-1. So that by the time we open round number 4, they're going to be on the defensive side, and they can go for their spawn traps once again. And you can see that they're going for a more objective approach here this time, stacking 2 players at that A side, and they win a couple of their key gunfights as well. And with Whoopi holding down that mid fort, they should be able to have more map control as soon as the reset ends here for Smart Omega.
One segment taken away. Smart Mega very decent on the attack this time round, and Risky pushing up far. AG with the trade onto Candy is not going to be making much of a difference, but overextension here. Rage, can he find one? An opportunity will provide itself for Idra to get shut down. A is cleared out. Beautiful defense by EZR.
Yeah, 4 operators were used there by EZR, right? And it came off perfectly, but we saw Smart Omega really able to cancel it down, knowing that they had some players stacking here at this mid streets, and it's just an all-out chaos here. Smart Omega now pulling in that Sparrow to create more space for them to capture this A site. They win key gunfights, and it seems like EZR is trying to give away this A point and worry about the B site later on.
Poor investments of operators on both sides. The operators were just used to prevent the slay from the other side. So overall, 9 operators invested in a single round, but still so many lives left means both sides dropped the ball on this one. Let's see if the defense here is going to be decent. EZR working with 3 lives less. Idra beaming from afar. Just a single pointed attack. What Smart Mega is clearly decent at.
Yeah, Tin has to be that guy to play for that flank. He should be able to cut down the rotations that the players are holding on the top fire right now. And they're going to be sending out Idra to play that objective right now, while Risky will be here to hold down the power position way across the spawns of EZR. It's going to be a 12v4, and this is what you want from the Comeback Kings. Get their acts together on the attack side and just win it through capture or elimination.
Single player left on the defense. AG hitting the double. Should not give anyone much hope, but the triple might just do exactly that. A minute 20 more to go. A single segment. And the final finish here is courtesy of Whoopi Sticky from nowhere.
Oh well, that's it. That's what you need now, Smart Omega. We did have either have one kill in that S&D, but right now he has been the top fragger here, along with Whoopi. So, well, you see, having this two more experienced duo, really able to lock it in, this gives it a bigger chance for Smart Omega to win, right? But now they're going to be on the defensive side where they're able to dominate EZR. They should be able to hold it down here once again, knowing that they already have access towards the spawn within extending so far out.
Whoopi ending the previous round with a sticky and opening up this round with a God nade as well. The guy is a master grenadier, but of course those operators are going to be whipped out as well. But Rage only takes 2 before Kendi puts an end to him. 3 life differential, make that 4 as EZR has a slight advantage attacking both sides at the same time. They've got the numbers to do exactly that and prioritizing B a little bit more, but A is in danger as well. And Smart Omega chooses to pull the defense off at A, which means they can say bye to B.
Oh well, they did do so have some manage to have some players to rotate towards the B side, but then all of them were gunned down, and Neobam's here with this war machine gets to have 2 kills on his own, and EZR is doing a multiple area capture here so far, but Omega is able to stop that from happening. They stop the push at the B side, but they got to worry about the players at the A side, and Whoopi is here to single-handedly hold it himself. Whoopi, you're not allowed to miss all of those. But now you see them having this spawn trap activated, AJ.
Ah, that's crazy, man. Whoopi missing those 2 shots. A is lost as well. B, just a single segment more for them to go in for the push. Smart Omega have got 1 more life to play with, and after that, no more respawn. So the next player might just be the most luckiest and the unluckiest, because he is the only one who gets to have an extra life out there on the battlefield. Slow wraparound, but not towards the objective at all. EZR wants to take lives away.
Yeah, and here, it's a 7v4. Idra is holding this long range at this B site. Well, we also have number 4 in Risky holding down that mid streets. They are expecting for a slow attack, and they might as well play this like a TDM here. 6v4, slowing it down, 1:25 left.
5 lives. EZR with the 6, and AG brings the Sparrow now. It gets the connection onto Tin, but that's just a little bit of a clip. Tin's still alive and kicking. The rest of the players on the side of Smart Omega backing away. Gonna allow this B to get taken away at, and the timing of that operator and the attack on the objective just wasn't synced enough. AG's gonna get punished for exactly that. The lives are dwindling down. EZR, they messed it up. Tin, but he still finds the capture. What a play.
Oh my god, Tin! He was 2 bullets away from getting that kill on the objective player, but he had to go for a reload. And that millisecond propelled EZR to getting that round number 4 to force this overtime. Omega now starting on the attack side here once again. This is going to be very rough for them, but they opened it up, finding these early 3 kills.
After Omega makes a mistake, after EZR made that mistake, I expected them to pay a big price for it. Instead, they still managed to find the capture through Tin. So big plays coming through right there. One final round. Into round 5 we go, and Smart Omega is on a speed run to cap this A.
Oh, they really love to play objective here this time. Really showing off the pacing of EZR. They were expecting to have a more of a play per kill type here for Smart Omega, but you can see them now extending outward, especially on the left side lane, where you have number 3 and Whoopi holding down the spawns for next, while also having Idra to play that objective and stopping that time. A segment being captured here right now by Tin, but will be eliminated, but they have done so much objective work here at the start, AJ, and giving them a 13v20 live count department advantage.
This is just the start. Even if Smart Omega wins out this battle, which already was a 50-50 between them, they still need to win out their weakest game mode. That's going to be hardpoint on their weakest map of performance. That's takeoff. So it's going to be an uphill battle here for Smart Omega. A lot of momentum needs to be built off of this matchup, so they need to crush EZR right here, right now. 16 lives left to go. They have a huge potential to do that. Down to 5. No more respawns for the boys of EZR.
Whoopi just doing the dirty here. Gets 4 kills with an annihilator. And with just one more player to worry about, and that's going to be AG here. Nothing left to do in a 1v13. Smart Omega finally takes their first victory on this best of 5 series up against EZR Bookie. But they gotta have to win the next 2 to win this reverse sweep. And we did touch up on the coming hard point that we're going to have, which is the hardest game for Smart Omega to win, right? So again, another uphill battle that they have to do. Let's see if they can prove themselves out there up against EZR Bookie later on.
This next one is going to be at Takeoff. Hardpoint, once again, the weakest game mode for Smart Omega. They have lost 3 Takeoff map thus far in the current season, making it their worst performing map up against EZR Bookie, who have had 3 victories on their side, a 75% win rate. Things are not looking great for Smart Omega, but starting Control off with a victory is surely going to put them in a good shape as well as mindset for that hardpoint matchup. 33 kills from the one and only Whoopi, picking up the MVP title. All the players woke up, and Idra too, after that single frag in that SND matchup, he stepped up his gameplay.
Idra has to really step it up here from here on out. They can't afford to have him score 1 kill again on an SND, or in fact, on any game mode that they have to play here up against EZR Bookie. But what you also need to expect is more of a very consistent approach from Whoopi, especially now that we're entering this hardpoint takeoff, where we saw him last time they played against EZR Bookie at that hardpoint summit. He scored only 18 kills. Now you have to rely on him and trust him that he can score at least 25 plus kills to be able to provide this team some gunfight firepower later on as we approach this hardpoint takeoff. But again, Jabin on the other side though, AJ. 10 kills and 32 deaths. Unlikely of him, he became a J-bot on that game.
Thankfully, we've got Idra as a good benchmark to see. You can falter in one game and you can bounce right back up in the next.
Yeah.
So we can anticipate a lot of heavy action courtesy of J-bot, as he currently is, maybe into a greatest J Slayer later on. But Takeoff hardpoint once again. What can Smart Omega do to overcome this? It has to be all of the things that were not done right in that hardpoint matchup. Early rotations is always a focus to manage the spawn, but too early of rotation can give your opponents too many points, and we saw that being the case over at Summit earlier on. It was a small map. This one's a tad bit bigger. You make that mistake and the punishment will be severe.
And it's very similar characteristics that Takeoff and Summit has, although it's going to be more of a long-range engagements, right? Again, P3, P4 is still going to be those money hills, and you need those spawns in your favor, but also you do need to be supplied with amount of gunfights. And here are our operator skills here once again. Still pretty much the same exact lineup. So let's just expect these teams to really go all out once again. Smart Omega have managed to win that last game in Control. Now they need to get 2 more wins here to go for the reverse sweep. And as again, we touched up earlier, EZR Bookie, they will be looking for the victory to finally close it out in this game number 4.
No gravity vortex to mess around with. Smart Omega will have to deal with the equalizer, but overall I think they need to deal with something bigger, which is decision making on that hardpoint matchup. Because we were talking about a potential reverse sweep, just like what EZR did to Smart Omega over in Garena Masters Season 4. But now here in Season 5, it seems like Smart Omega is just a very different team. The gunfights look so much more weaker than what they started off with. You know, kind of kicking away all of the mad theories about hiding strats. You don't have an opportunity to do that anymore. You need to bring out your best effort to take one more trophy back home for the side of Garena Masters. And Smart Omega are now being thrown into not just a tough fight. They are being thrown into a map that they don't like. They're being thrown into a game mode that they just can't seem to find great dominance on against a team that is very put together, Cali.
And unfortunately for Smart Omega right now, all of the cards are up against them. They just have to pick and choose your battles correctly. And I have to really agree with you that decision making is going to be the more important factor here for them, especially at those money hills that we're going to have here at Takeoff Hardpoint. So right now, if you're Smart Omega, you need to have, you know, like a very collective effort from the group. No one has to bottom frag and, you know, be outweighed by their deaths, right?
Yeah. We saw what EZR Bookie was doing earlier on, and since Smart Omega was going in for these ridiculously early rotations to anchor down the spawn, they instead chose to pick up all of the scraps, and on top of that, use the first 15 odd seconds. And of course, that includes the time where the hard point moves from one point to the other. They use that point, including an extra 10, just to set themselves up to break that spawn, take control of that first before striking at the objective. And that was a move executed over and over again that Smart Omega just could not keep up with. They have to bring in those adjustments as we open up this hardpoint matchup at takeoff. Look at how quickly EZR just swoops on in to play that objective, overextending into the area of Smart Omega as well.
I mean, there we go. Rage gets those first 6 points for EZR, but we'll be fighting that elimination. We'll have them getting some time here inside of this P1. So already off the bat, this is a better showcase and performance compared to their hardpoint summit here earlier. Now, looking at the setup right now for the side of Smart Omega, they have the spawns for next, while also having this power positions. So second floors here right now at this P1 scaffoldings, and that launch second floor as well to give them a lot of good positioning inside. They are killing it right now.
Omega picking off 3 of the power positions to play the objective, but that leaves you with lesser numbers to play the objective itself. Therefore, Kebs hops on in, takes that opportunity, pulls away a couple of points, keeps Smart Omega in front, and in the meantime, the rest of his buddies just keeping the team of EZR far away from the hard point. On rotation, and a well-timed attack onto that anchor to spawn out of cranes, and they now have the advantage for P2 as well. EZR on the back foot, and it's an easy enough rotation to take the spawn away for this P2.
Yeah, spawn reads for Omega Kevs here. Once again, he's going to be able to spot down Yobabs. It's just quick, easy kills for him. They know that they're going to be spawning on the P3 side. And Kebs has just been lighting up. He's on a 9 spree right now, only to be taken care of by Jibin, who's going to try to open things up on the front of this P2. More of their players coming in from the scaffoldings as well. They're going to be able to try to play with their life and not give Omega some time on this P2 easily.
Yeah, so early, fully streaked out. Kevs very dominant with the gunfights, and he was truly untouchable in those initial moments. But now with a 55-15 EZR, they just need to find a good solution for this. They didn't attack that spawn. They didn't take control of this P2, and now it is going to be the setup for P3. Being forced to spawn all the way back from P2, that puts 2 of their players in a disadvantageous position, which Whoopi quickly sorts out. They take the advantage for generators, but 2 players still on the side of EZR here. If they win out these gunfights, it's still a workable kill for EZR.
Yeah, but you can see that Whoopi is waiting for these players to be taken down at the P4 so far. But EZR once again having the top floor control is to be coming off from the staircase. Jabin here will be backed up by Rage, and they're gonna keep that hard point uncontested. But now they get back inside the hill. Whoopi gonna be here at the generators, and his squad is gonna be able to flood the hill, but they all go down, but not without fight. Intra here making some sort of miracle, and they get to break the hill.
A very different team of Smart Omega this time around. Concise traveling around the map to make sure they anchor down those spawns, and it's all about that map management for Smart Omega that's giving them the one-up over EZR. EZR now spawning off of the weaker side of the map for this P3, and the money kill, all of it being cashed in by Smart Omega. The operators not on activation available for them. Yato can bring his in though, but 6 more seconds would render it absolutely wasteful. But the setup for P4, that's what EZR needs to focus on.
Yeah, well, that's not going to be a thing for him. Luckily, though, that AG is going to be able to spawn on the left side of the map just to give this team a sort of a pinch, but he gets dealt with. But still, his team, having the gods of RNG spawned him on the better side. Yobabs, all he has left to do here is to secure the flank, and there we go. They open up the hill with them inside. But one thing we know so far for Omega, they've been winning most of the gunfights. Kev's already having 25 kills to his name. This guy has woken up, and he chose violence.
A dominating lead now by Smart Omega, and it's just really difficult to not play onto that narrative that they are hiding some of those strats, because this is a very different team. What we saw at Summit versus what we are seeing at Takeoff. And mind you, this is their worst map in terms of performance, and this is what we are getting out of Smart Omega. This cannot be an accident.
They are just doing this on purpose, right? Hiding away this game for the bigger moments. Maybe, I guess, Smart Omega still looking to lock it down. Kebs with 31 kills already. This guy, I tell you, has managed to help Smart Omega a lot, especially when it comes to cutting up the rotation on that P3 to P4. And we even saw him earlier with the 9 spree at that P1 to give Smart Omega so much time and so much lead.
Yeah, Omega's cracked right now. Easy are really struggling, both in the gunfights as well as the map management. All of the spawns absorbed and dominated by Smart Omega. The power positions dominated by Smart Omega. The players of Easy are dominated by Smart Omega. This is one comeback if I've ever seen one. Easy are needs to step it up right now. There's a lot of time left here in this hardpoint matchup to turn their fate around and to end the series, sending Smart Omega back home.
I mean, you know, right now, what Easier needs is Jibin to step up, right? 10 kills in that control, crossroad striker. Right now, he's got 7 on the first 2 sets of rotation. That should be adjusted in here right now, knowing that his team needs him to be able to get some frags and force up some rotations here and cut off the plays coming in from Smart Omega right now. 42-171 as we opened up our P2. You can see either holding down the spawns for next, while EZR is trying to start on the back foot here and looking to try to get away with an operator investment from Rage, but he gets caught out. And look at the spawns. The team is spawning so far out.
And Omega once again controlling the masterful spawns and the one that's going to give them the advantage for this P2, but AG winning it out with the Sparrow. Has got a little bit of backup as well. It is all out operator fight this time on P2. Yobabs, Jabin with the Annihilator as well. Everybody's popping, but the bleeding has been stopped. Omega on the hill. AG can't do much about it. Backs up. Yato backing him up as well. Both of them contesting the hill, making sure Omega doesn't run away with the matchup all that too early.
Easier is winning more gunfights now. They're really playing with their life, but the flag watch was disregarded, and Inter was able to find those 3 kills, and they're looking to reach a 200-point mark in here once again. And take a look at the spawns at the moment. EZR having that P2 spawn really baited out by Smart Omega here, who's got the early setup towards next at the doorways. This is gonna be a bloody gunfight coming in from EZR.
But nobody's anchoring down the spawn. Smart Omega, they need to push one player out, and who better than Kevs himself, who's been dominating the gunfights thus far. 41 on the kills, and he meets Rage. Rage goes down. Kevs still on fire. Has got the absolute Sparrow to play here on for the couple of pops. Smart Omega on 200 points. EZR barely showing up. AG steps out of his hiding as Kevs continues to slay those players. 2 on the combo, but the Sparrow's giving him much more.
Oh my god, Kevs, what happened to him? He has been lighting EZR Bookie since hardpoint round number 1 of this hardpoint takeoff, right? And EZR, even whatever they showed, they have always been disregarded, especially by Kevs on those gunfight department. 220 points about to be reached here by Smart Omega, and they still keep winning this gunfights. 5 go down for EZR once again, and at this point, you're gonna have to think that you have to settle for that next hardpoint rotation, and Rage is gonna try to do exactly that as he goes over towards P4 to be the flank man.
This is the kind of Smart Omega that we all know. Scrappy plays, hop onto that hill, dominate the map, pull those spawns away, position yourselves in positions where you can take that flank and absolutely dominate the hills. We're seeing those plays. Kevs once again, he tried to overextend, but this time got slain, pushed far back towards Aurora, but the rest of the players on the side of Smart already on the hill. 47 seconds to play here, and EZR spawning all the way from the back of generators. All Smart Omega needs to do is turn around and manage to shut down a couple of those players. Perhaps at Freddy, but the War Machine as well as Equalizer gets whipped out. Tin goes down. Idra loses that War Machine fight, but the points, the bleeding does stop. EZR with the fight of their lives, but I don't think this is a savable match anymore.
Yeah, and AG, he's been doing great here, cutting off the rotation by Omega at the Aurora Ranch here at the moment, but that's not gonna be enough, right? You're gonna have to try to play more from your rotations coming in at the next few hardpoints that we're gonna have, but they have been able to do some more damage control at the moment since they've been able to stop Smart Omega from claiming some time, but you're gonna have to play perfectly at the coming hard points you're gonna be playing, because Omega only needs 6 more points here.
6 more points to go, and Smart Omega has dominated P1 thus far. EZR finally waking up in the game and winning out all of their gunfights. Raging on. Smart Omega spawning off of one side. This can just be a great blessing. All of the players now pushing up together, but 3 in a row, and the slays come on through. Preddy's gonna get dropped as well. Whoopi will not get taken out. Kev's really low on that HP already in the meantime. EZR continues to trailblaze and catch up with Smart Omega, but Omega only needs 6. It can be on this hill, it can be on the next, but EZR has got a long way to travel.
Yeah, Whoopi now brings out the Annihilator, looking to end this one up, finds the double.
Oh.
EZR tried to stop the flooding here, and they're gonna be successful, but risky. They tried to flood the hill. Yobabs brings out the War Machine, but that ain't it. Kebs starts it with a bang, ends it as well for Smart Omega, finally ending the game on a dominant manner, and they force a map number 5 here at this lower bracket.
Map 5 between the two Goliaths. No David's gonna get caught between because they have all run far away. And what a showing from Smart Omega, with Takeoff Hardpoint being their worst showing thus far within the competition. 3 times they've played that map on Hardpoint. 3 times they've taken that L. And today, the way they showed up against EZR clearly proves there's something fishy with Smart Omega, and they have got a lot more to offer. Fantastic match, and this time they just couldn't hide behind a wall. They couldn't hide their tricks in any one of their pockets, because losing means they go home. And I guess the boys from Omega just don't want to go home.
Yeah, especially Kebs. This guy had like a 9 spree off the start, and he ends up with 53 kills here in 1 minute and 25 seconds inside of the hard point. Man, Smart Omega really hiding this gem, and he was been the de facto of the game here. That's why he's the MVP. And at this post-game breakdown, we all know that Omega did not lose a lot of time inside the hill. They were able to keep EZR under 150 points. And I believe this was the first time that they were held with that much points, AJ.
Kebs on the double KD, dude, this guy was insane. I mean, every single time he stepped on out there, he was just on a slaying mission. And he's got so low assists. That's mainly because every time he spotted a player, that player did not survive. That player would go down. Kevs was the perfect person to anchor down those spots. Kevs was the perfect person to push out of the hills to play those risky engagements. And he walked back into the hill with his life in hand, and also an operator that he got activated after slaying those players. The guy was insane. And remember what we said. Remember how the series was set up. EZR reverse swept Smart Omega in Garena Masters Season 4. They didn't kick out Omega, but they reverse swept them, and EZR went on to become the champions of Garena Masters Season 4. That might just happen in reverse this time round. It's all going to go down to Express. And if Smart Omega is capable of turning around what was their worst map, their worst performance, their worst mode, I think EZR needs to play this next one very carefully.
Yeah, they do. And I think here the biggest brain for Smart Omega was that they may not have chosen the map pick here for this map number 5, but they get to pick the side, which will be very important when you're up against EZR BOOKY. You taking away the attacker side off the get-go gives you an opportunity to dictate the face right off the bat and stop EZR BOOKY from getting those early plants, right? So Smart Omega, they're going to be taking the risk here by being the attackers. And once again, from what we saw from Whoopi, we need to see him play consistent here, but Idra has to, really double down that effort. At that S&D earlier, 1 kill at that firing range, and maybe we need to see him, get involved more, especially on those mid games, and get adjusted right away so that Smart Omega gets to complete this reverse sweep.
And if Idra does not wake up, as long as Kevs continues to run the way he was running around at takeoff, I don't think Smart Omega is going to have a lot of problems whatsoever. EZR BOOKY, on the other hand, don't have to do many things different. They had a perfect approach to that S&D earlier on. Attacking rounds were absolutely perfect. They needed to sort out WPM, who was the biggest threat of the team on the opposite side, and they did manage to do that, right? Jabin was really stepping up, but WPM did manage to get the better of them in terms of those numbers. So that has to be a priority for EZR this time around as they move on into Express. But the biggest question here is going to be, how comfortable are they on this map?
Yeah, well, it seems like this is going to be the first time that they're going to be playing on this map. But we all know that they've been preparing for this moment. Like, they've been playing through scrims. The amount of repetitions that they're trying to do obviously will be a lot compared to the other teams that have not made it to the playoffs, right? And then the team like Smart Omega, who takes pride on their search and destroys, they will really look to do very well in this map, even starting on the attack side here.
Smart Omega does not ban out Express as much as EZR BOOKY does. And in the matchup that EZR BOOKY took against Smart Omega, they did not ban Express, although that was one of their constant bans for S&D. That really goes to show that they are confident on how they approach the map as opposed to what Smart Omega does. But clearly, the teams have got no idea what the prep is like from the side of Smart Omega, because you can step into a matchup, you can expect the Dominators version of Smart Omega, you can expect the two-time Garena Masters champ version of Smart Omega, and face off against a team that just chooses one angle to attack on S&Ds, chooses to not overextend, chooses to not flank, versus a team of Smart Omega that we just saw on the takeoff matchup, which is so different, full map control, winning out massive gunfights, everything going their way. So EZR BOOKY needs to play this as carefully as possible. Now they're on the defense, they're on the back foot. Omega gets to dictate the pace. So EZR BOOKY, they just need to find a way to play those tacticals real well, to slow down those initial pushes, Cali.
Yeah, utilities are going to be a big factor here, especially when you're trying to play a retake. And we all know that EZR BOOKY loves their retakes when they're on the defensive side. So we're mostly going to end up looking into a position where Smart Omega will have that early plant because EZR will choose to give them that way. But now here, frontal assaults off the get-go. It's Omega winning the trade fights off the bat. A 2v1 there, making this a 4v3.
Advantage with the numbers. Players on the slow rotation around. Let's see if or not Express is going to be kind to the players of EZR in a 3v4. It's all about the positioning, and Jabin's just way too far away from making an impact. And Kendi's going to meet him halfway with a CBR4. Jabin in a lot of trouble. I believe Kendi has spotted him out, but Trigger Discipline will not do him much benefit at all, as Jabin still does get taken down. Rage as the final hope for EZR. Low on HP. Kevs finishes it off.
Yeah, wow. I mean, Smart Omega just came in towards the ticketing booth and just played for the numbers. They had like the initial flood there at that area on the map, and EZR wasn't really expecting for a beep plant and a push quite fast. They were expecting more of an A attack there coming from Smart Omega, right? So now they're looking to try to triple stack that way through at the staircase. They're gonna have to send up players here, but the trade's still being won now by EZR, so adjustments being made. And in the first 15 seconds, it's already down to Kendi here as the last man alive for Smart Omega.
Great bet. And EZR is a team that's capable of just 5-man stacking one side of the map and then later playing for retakes, because like you've pointed out, EZR is really efficient on those retakes. So I don't think EZR needs to put themselves in a tough position by splitting up on these defenses here. That second round was the perfect example of how that can work towards their advantage.
Now we're going to be starting it here once again on a different approach by Smart Omega. They will still do send out so much players on the ticketing booth right now. Idra is going to be the point of attacker, but Yasuo able to find one. Wow.
I mean, this is just crazy, man. Idra managing to trade the numbers right back out, but 2v3. The numbers not in the side of Smart Omega. The bomb, though, right in front of them. But look at the lineup by EZR here. No flanks around, but they've got this B bomb side all covered.
Yeah, they're waiting for that bomb to get planted and play for that retake, right? But you're going to have to thrust jump in here to trade that takedown. Ivder's going to be on the elevators at the moment. He's going to try to step him out. He spots that information and he will try to back away and wait that clock to run down and force Omega to plant.
Slower pace this time round. Risky. Just waiting for the opportunity, but nothing much is going to go their way unless Smart Omega takes the initiative to find the frags, and Jabin dropping Risky. And the momentum no longer working on the side of Smart Omega. They were down in numbers, but they still wanted to force a plant. Something I'm not going to be able to fully comprehend. But EZR is not going to mind those plays. 2-1, they are in front.
Yeah, first 3 rounds, 5 kills already for Jabin. And he's the guy that you want to really pop off the most. If he can shut down one of the snipers here, never mind. As soon as I say that, Whoopi takes down Jabin. It's going to be an early 4v5 here for them now, but they're looking to try to set up a play here at the A site, which is currently being guarded by EZR, AG, as well as Rage. So the best thing right now for Omega is to swing that bomb over towards the B site and just worry about Yobabs who's holding down the elevators.
Kevs hears you loud and clear. He's trying to swing that bomb right back already, but as that's happening, Yobab slowly circling around as well. Locust in hand. Yobabs, and the timing on his side. Whoopi will be punished. So Jabin and his life has been redeemed in a 4v4 battle now. Bomb still hanging around A.
They're really taking their time here this time at this round number 4. Not really wanting to give Azor an inch of getting a chance to get that 2-round lead advantage. Omega looking to try to sniff out some players at the mid-map so far. They have not gotten so much information, but at this point, right, you're trying to barge your head into a crossfire against EZR at that A site. Now it's going to be time to bring that bomb over towards the B site, knowing that they're looking to try to shift that attention over to the opposite bomb. And this is the biggest big brain play for them at the moment. They just escape the inevitable gunfight that they would be put into a disadvantage. So should they get this bomb down towards this B site, this is going to be a retake for EZR.
2-1. Kept slowing things down just nicely so that they can circle around towards the open bomb site now. But retakes for EZR. They are no strangers to that. Kev's and team slowly sorting out all of those trophies as they set up this bomb site. EZR on the long wrap around. 2 players sticking together. Rage and AG both playing the Fennec. And Jabin pushing down towards ticketing as well. But it is going to be a very tough spot for him unless he flanks long way around towards that walkway.
Oh, this is going to be rough here for Rage right now. If he swings on by towards the left, he's going to have to wait for Yato to open up the rifles. And he's going to try to swing at the wrong corner, and he gets taken down.
This is just insane as Risky does take one traded out. Yobab's AG in a 2v1. Yobabs does not do much but interrupt. He does get shut down. Fantastic opportunity for Smart Omega to play that perfect defense, but EZR, they played it slow enough to get to position in just the nick of time, just before the timer ran out.
I feel like there for Edler, he could have played more time if he stick to the walls, right? But he was really eager on trying to take down that bomb diffuser, and he got really baited out very nicely there. So that gives EZR the 2-round lead. Now this time, an all-out push by Omega at the A side.
3-1 Risky finding Rage. The bomb still in the hands of Kevs. They circle around, but look at who's waiting here. AG is just about to say his name, but Kendi sorts him out. Jabin takes Kendi out. Good trade with the grenade. But it's all about Yato's play and his timing now. Risky right in front of him. Yato can pull a surprise pop off. And as Kevs brings the bomb around, it's all about the timing. Jabin shows up. Risky shuts down Yato in the meantime, and the timing just not on the side of EZR.
Yeah, 2v4 now in the hands of Smart Omega. They also put that bomb down. 40 seconds for them to defend that bomb from the retake position that EZR is likely gonna throw at them. So far, you're dealing with 2 snipers, so you're just gonna have to stick to your walls. These guys won't be that effective on those close range combat, right? But if they get to pick out a CBR, that's where you're gonna have to start worrying a bit. But now Jabin starting to miss his shots. Info now in the hands of Omega. Now they're just waiting for the strike.
Jabin and Yobabs, the duo still alive and kicking, and Jabin finding Whoopi, but Yobabs gets founded. Jabin, the play of his lives, would not be able to save him in a situation like that. The angle's just not on his side. Can't play for those trades. 2-3, Smart Omega clawing their way back.
You like it there for Smart Omega, right? Now, it's the first time they tried to push towards the A side, and we're very much successful. It ended up with Risky taking those first blood, but here at this round number 6, seems like it's going to be all-out trades happening at the ticketing, and Omega has the last lap off of that. They now have the numbers in their favor at 2v3 situation.
Still in the hands of Kevs, and he's pushing straight towards Yobabs. Got the grenade in hand, and Yobabs, what a flick. We'll be able to find that bomb on the ground now. Long rotation around. Trying to catch up alongside AG as well. Idra will spot him out, and Yobabs pulls the 180 scope. Idra down for the count, leaving Kendi with the bomb all alone. He can still play this down to the T. Needs to find the plant though.
good news for him is that he's got a minute and 13 left here. He could put that bomb towards his B side and play an off angle and just, really get EZR off guard of that rotation. But that's not going to be happening here so far. EZR will look to try to play for that retake. They're going to force Kenny to put that bomb down eventually, and they're going to try to funnel him down to that B side push. Now, if we have Kendi having a sniper here, should be able to get some damage, especially when he tries to position himself all the way back to the elevators, which he will do here right now. Can he do this 1v2? I think he's got the veins for it. Let's see how prepared he is.
He's got the veins. He's got a grenade to work around with as well. Needs to play this timing really, really well. For Babs and AG, both overextending. AG spotted out. No trigger discipline. Grenade still not used perfectly yet. Players on the side of Smart and Mega decently hiding themselves behind Kendi, but AG will not be able to play around with Kendi all that too long as the timer runs out. 1v2. Like you said, man, that sniper could have made a world of difference.
And that gives EZR like a 4-2 to 2-round lead here. Now they're going to be on their best side yet. On the attack side is where they're very efficient. They love to put that bomb down immediately and force it to play this retakes. EZR looking to try to put that attack right off the bat at the B side.
Speed run this time round towards B, and Ahmet halfway is going to be Whoopi, and the R9-0 doesn't find much for himself. Rage shuts him down. Numbers to the side of EZR. The bomb as well as Rage finds Risky. Idra all alone tosses in a grenade towards the bomb side.
Ooh.
What a beautiful decision made by Idra. Concuss in as well, just to prevent any attacks pushing on through in a 1v2. Yato and Yobabs on the other side. Idra's got his work cut out for him.
Just have to swing on the right corner here if you're Idra. You don't have to settle for a long rotation. Swing on the right, you find Yado. Swing on the right side, you're going to be able to find Yobabs, and you clutch at 1v2 to stop the bleeding. And that's a nice clutch there, a lifeline for Smart Omega to tie up the game here at this round number 8.
Earlier, AG made the difference. I wasn't alive this time round. Idra sorted it out real quick. 3-4. Smart Omega fighting their way back in here. This is the elimination match, by the way, for some of you guys who are just joining us. The team that loses this game goes home in a best of 5 thus far. 2 has been taken from the side of EZR. That was on the first 2 maps. And Smart Omega just pulled off the other 2, which means they are in position to reverse sweep the team of EZR at this point.
EZR currently has that lead, but how long could they be able to keep it here, since we've seen so much progress happening in Smart Omega's side? Yobabs failing to hit those shots. That's gonna punish them very hard later on. Not having those eliminations openly gives Omega the chance to get their kills open here. Whoopi gets his 4th kill.
Great snipe. Rage timing not on the side of Whoopi, and he can't quick scope that. Rage takes advantage. Did get tagged in the meantime, but finds that recovery. Jabin, on the other hand, slowly circling around. Bomb in the hands of Rage. Kevs and Kendi stacking up ticketing, expecting the boys there. Rotation towards A might not be a bad idea here, but it looks like Rage is just going to stick it.
Kendi is very close by. He's trying to bait out some players. Kendi on the flank. He gets one, but Kevs will decide to go and back away. So that leaves an open plant here for Jabin. Kevs, we know he can light it up. We saw him at that hard point earlier, but he's going to try to wait for a plant to happen before he tries to play the retake.
That's a super long rotation around. You see Smart Omega can flank. See how they play this one. Grenade still in the hands of Kevs. Hasn't tossed it out just yet. No defusal. Timing. Jabin does get the connection. Hit mark, and the finisher from AG from across as EZR pushes it to 5.
Yeah, you can see the pressure that EZR could build when they put that bomb down. They really try to force you to second guess the rotations that you're going to try to do on those retakes, and Smart Omega has to stop that from happening, right? You got to predict where bomb site where we will see easier put that bomb down. And right now they guess it right. They're prepared for an onslaught here at the A side.
Yes, they have prepared, but the attacking side of EZR does not want to face that out as well.
Whoa!
They detect the pressure and they back away as AG finds a departure frag, taking Whoopi out of the equation. Advantage to the attackers as they retreat. Fantastic opportunity for EZR now to lead themselves to match point.
Yeah, 5v4 retake here. As soon as that bomb gets planted, Omega We need to see a multi-angle push here, not just on one side. Someone has to distract Jabin, who's holding down one of the elevators here. This is going to be a very top spot that we're going to be having for the side of Smart Omega, as we do see that bomb plant happening. Now, what kind of position are you going to try to set up right now? Seems like they're going to try to put two players all the way back to the departures. One player holding the arrivals. This is going to be a very long plank for them, and Risky has to make this one work.
What an apt angle to take this from, departures or arrivals, because one team is definitely going to depart as the other one arrives at a position where they can dominate this Masters as well. Jabin Yobab's both stepping up, but Candy finding one out of nowhere.
What?
Yato with the double finishes it off. It is going to be match point for EZR.
I feel like that rotation could have been played a lot better there for Smart Omega, right?
Yeah.
They could have went in at the two departures. They had like 3 lanes that they could enter. They only chose one, which is on the mid map, and that's gonna be an easy read for EZR every day. Now you can see them on the match point. An opportunity for EZR to advance to the next stage and eliminate Smart Omega is on the line.
At this point, single-pointed attacks, courtesy of Smart Omega, is becoming a thing of norm. EZR can expect that. Jabin finding Whoopi.
No.
That is going to be a deadly shot, as the best striker for the side of Smart Omega on the snipes is down and out for the count. Kevs with the KRM needs to rotate around, but he's holding on to ticketing alongside Risky. This is an opportunity for both of them to step it up. 3 players moving in. But if EZR pulls this timing off, the 2 players from the side of Omega are going to be in a lot of trouble. One finds one, but the trade is there. Yobab shuts down Risky. Idra taking AG out of the equation and then gets traded out by Yobabs. Kendi, final player. Smart Omega. Is this the eliminating engagement? As Yobabs finds the bomb, plants it as well. Kendi, slow rotation around. And actually, no, they changed their mind. They're like, let's go with A instead.
Let's make this thing harder for Kendi, right? Let him second guess a bit more. And this is gonna be looking like the way of EZR, as they have like their 2 best players alive on this last round of potentially an opportunity for them to end it here, right? 12 kills for Jabin, 10 for Yobabs, and you think that Kendi's only got 5 and he has to play a 1v2 with 30 seconds left. Is this it? Smart Omega has to clutch his 1v2 to stay alive.
Match securing fight. Jabin does have the scopes on hand. Yobabs with the Fennec. If Kendi gets a little bit too close with the CBR4, that Fennec can sort the job out. Elcar9 pulled out as well. Jabin knows he needs the rate of fire. Goes in for the quick one, and the fake is successful, but the double on the push for EZR secures not just the match, but the series. EZR Bookie get it. And Jabin was coughing all throughout the series. I don't even know how he was still performing well.
He's coming.
No, yeah, he was all throughout the series.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, I saw him like on the screen, right? And then really have to admire, even though he's playing sick, right? He still ends up with a big boost to help his team here, especially at this S&D. Although he did underperform, going 10 and 32 on the last round, on the last map here this time, was a big key in shutting down and getting those first bloods for EZR on those long-range engagements and now the start. And now you have it. There we go. This is going to be EZR advancing to the next stage, and Smart Omega placing 5th and 6th for the first time since CGI 2022, AJ.
Oh, this is just... I mean, first of all, with the bracketing, that's the first heartbreak. Second heartbreak is Smart Omega did put on a horrible stand at that summit match. Multiple decisions made wildly bad. SND, we saw a couple of instances where we were just left scratching our heads wondering why would they do exactly that. And then we saw them jump right back up into play at control as well as hardpoint at takeoff. And hardpoint at takeoff, Smart Omega showed us a version that we have not seen in a very, very long time. The lethal form of Smart Omega, only to be nerfed in this S&D, where Express was just not fully mastered. And the weaknesses that we detected at first in that firing range S&D, the single-pointed attack from Smart Omega, just turned out to be the most biggest mistake that EZR easily capitalized on.
Yeah, and I love that for them, right? If it ain't broke, you don't have to fix it. You just have to stand your ground. And you already know, after all of the group stage gameplays that Smart Omega has done, you already know that they will be doing those single funneling gameplays, right? And that's a big attention to detail that EZR was able to manage up. And that right there would put to an end into the games here for this match number one that we have. Two-time Garena Masters champions is eliminated and will place 5th and 6th. They still do have their spot on stage 4 though,
Yeah.
but to see the caliber of teams like this go down early, kind of surprising.
Kind of surprising as well, but in the overall grand scheme of things, at the very least, we know that if even Omega can go down in such fashion, the talent that SMP has to offer later on for stage 4 as well as stage 5 is going to be capable of at least giving us fantastic series to indulge in. And of course, this was the highlights from the replay. 43-3. The first hard point at Summit earlier on was just truly one-sided.
Yeah, and it's very unlikely of Smart Omega as well, especially when you had like Whoopi scoring only 18 kills on like over the span of this map number 1, right? And he eventually used that KRM, but to no avail. EZR spacing, their tempo was just really fast. Omega couldn't really like caught up in terms of like playing the pace, and they couldn't even dictate it on their own. And we saw them having multiple chances of settling down early, but only to give it away to the hands of EZR as they failed to really guard that anchor very well. And especially here at this S&D, AJ, this was like more of the mind-boggling. When we had EZR on the attack side, Smart Omega consistently came in only on one angle, which was like very easy for EZR to counter.
I mean, I don't even know what was up with that, right? And at this point of time, I'm allergic to the word early because the number of times we saw Smart Omega rotate early and leave the scraps, and I'm talking about 20 seconds worth of points to the side of EZR in that summit was very heartbreaking, was very painful to watch because if it was a close match, if it was one that they had been putting up great strategies and fights, we would have, of course, loved it, right? Would have gone screaming all the way down to the end. But there were just mind-boggling moments where Smart Omega were just making these decisions that just didn't make sense. But in Control, we expected it to be 50-50. It was 50-50. Went down all the way into round number 5, where Smart Omega finally woke up in that round to clinch it. You know, massive number of lives. And this was a version of Smart Omega that we detected later on at Takeoff as well.
Yeah, Kevs was like the main focal point here for Smart Omega. He had like a 9 spree off the start of the hardpoint number 1, and then ended up with 53 kills to end this hardpoint takeoff to force a game number 5, where we obviously expected that EZR would put up a great fight, but the lineup of attacks coming for Kevs single-handedly was able to stop the rotations, and it was able to really cut off most of the players here at this hardpoint takeoff, which was more surprising knowing that he's been struggling with those gunfights, and he was able to fully activate himself here at this game.
We wanted a back and forth series. We got one that went all the way down into a game number 5. In fact, this has been the first one that has gone into a game number 5 here at the knockout stages. And it was one that was worthy of a 5-match cracker, mainly because it's an elimination matchup between the two teams who each have 2 Garena Masters titles to their own names. It's, of course, heartbreaking to watch Smart Omega make the exit in this way, but like you said, Cali, they already have their spot at stage 4. Maybe this is a battle that they are willing to lose, but the war later at stage 4, and of course, the world stage is something that Smart Omega is looking for. But I really hope we don't see those plays ever again.
Yeah, I mean, this should be a wake-up call for them. This loss should give them like an opportunity to think, right? When you're at your lowest, that's where you're open to most changes, right? So right now, that is going to be a focal point for Smart Omega moving on. And now we're going to be having an interview with EZR Yato, one of the main players of EZR at this victory. Hey!
Hey, hi, Yato!
Hello, Yato.
Hello.
Jabin, first of all, we saw you coughing all throughout your series, man. Are you okay? How are you feeling?
I just have a cough and cold, but
You have
it's
a cough
getting
and cold.
better.
Did that affect your performance at all?
Sometimes when we're gunfighting, then I suddenly cough. The aim moves.
Oh!
That's the unfortunate combination of a cough, a sneeze, and gyro, man. But congratulations on the victory. I mean, you guys, first of all, reverse swept Omega back in Masters Season 4, and it was almost looking like you were almost going to get that exact same fate and kicked out of the competition this time in Stage 5. Was there a moment where all of the players felt that pressure, and how was the conversation like leading into the final game?
The team felt pressured, but we wanted to practice our composure, and especially in those crucial moments in the game, since we lost yesterday from Low Kings, and we lost those important moments, crucial moments, due to the pressure. So we need to keep our composure and try to end the game in our way.
Cali, I know I'm supposed to kick this question off to you, but I'm so just curious, man. So does that mean you guys lost the 2 maps on purpose just so that you can have extra pressure on the game number 5?
No.
okay.
Okay. That you took the questions out of my mind, AJ. But yeah, back to my backup, right? So since you guys are the Garena Masters 1 and the Garena Masters 4 champions, you guys are the defending right now at Garena Masters 5, right? How confident are you to get that throne in your hands once again?
80%.
Okay. That's all I could ask for, AJ.
That's a fair percentage, man. 80% is very fair. If I get that on my test and my teacher says I got an A, but I think we are all looking for an A++ out of team EZR Bookie this time round. But of course, Jabin, one final question before you go. Knockout stages. We might not get a lot of these opportunities. Thus far, you faced off against Low Kings not once but twice, and you guys have gotten eaten up by Low Kings not once but twice. What went wrong, and what do you think can be done a little bit differently? Like, what seems to be the biggest challenge against this team?
Against Low Kings, we need to keep up with their aggressive gameplay, and I think we need to adjust more and try to counter how they play.
I will agree. I most definitely will agree with that. Well, we look forward to seeing all of your counterplays. Eventually, that matchup is up the line for you guys. Once again, congratulations on your victory over Smart Omega and staying alive in the competition. Good luck for the rest of your series.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Jabin. Cali, I tell you, this was an unexpected showdown and a truly unexpected way to end the series as well. All throughout, we've just been shocked back to back. Everybody's waiting to see more out of Smart Omega, but unfortunately, they'll have to wait for Stage 4.
Yeah, you got still got a month, right, to prepare for that Stage 4, but you guys would have to look for the new champions of Garena Masters 5. And coming right up next is going to be Sacred SKADI and Forces eSports. Don't go anywhere as we come back ready for match number 2.
UAV recon is deployed. Predator missile on stand there. Keep it up. Hunter killer drone deployed. Keep it up. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted.
What's so bright? It's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush.
Cover me!
UAV recon standing by. Repeat, UAV recon is deployed. Predator missile on stand there. Keep it up. Hunter killer drone deployed. Keep it up. We've taken the lead.
I got shot! I got shot!
Standing by. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted. Predator missile away. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted.
What's so bright? It's hard to breathe, but that's alright.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here once again to GARENA Masters V ever triumph. We just saw Smart Omega get kicked out of the playoffs as EZR advances to the next stage of competition. The enemy or the opponent that they're going to be taking on will be the winner of this coming game. SKADI versus Forsuits eSports, where we know so far was one-sided on the group stage.
Sacred SKADI is in the exact same place, in the exact same bracket that they got eliminated in the hands of Almighty in, and right now they stand a chance to make good work of it and move one step even further as opposed to what they could do in GARENA Masters Season 4. Like you said, just before we started off this broadcast, Cali, Forsuits eSports has tried to take SKADI down before, and unfortunately, they have failed. So this might just be a one-sided matchup in Series number 2. But once again, EZR Bookie versus Smart Omega. That was what we started off with, and it was a phenomenal 5-match series where EZR Bookie managed to take that victory and send Smart Omega back home packing.
I mean, yeah, the thing with the WPM LOWKINGS is that they were able to 3-0 like the big three on the Group B, and the only team that they haven't really faced is Powerhouse. So that's going to be a main point of topic that we're going to have to talk about later on. But
Yeah.
Sacred SKADI will be here for the day, taking on the side of Forsuits eSports. They got Freezy, Tokyo, Chroma, Mids, Mark, and Cisco. And the last time this team played, Freezy was able to score 65 kills on take of Hardpoint, which was super impressive. This guy can really frag if he wants to.
Yeah, no doubt, man. Hardpoint has been one of the strongest points for Sacred SKADI. In the defeat against Almighty at Garena Masters 4, SKADI walked away with 2 maps in hand and their heads held high. Those 2 maps just happen to be at Hardpoint, which is a mode that SKADI is currently the most proficient at. They currently hold a 91% win rate as opposed to Forsuits eSports, who only have a 56% on their side. They love playing Hacienda and know it like the back of their hands, but we have seen when they take on other teams who are slightly better with the mechanical skills on Hacienda, they get tortured as well. That's going to be the main factor that decides who walks away from the series victorious.
I mean, we got Forsuits eSports up next here in Chari, Aski, Josh, Amo, Baki, and Bins, and Aski picking up the MVP the last time as they were able to win up against the Huntsman. More surprisingly, they ended it with the 4-map series. Kind of expecting it for a 5 maps to end up that way, but these guys had to sign, still, and deliver the gameplay in 4 maps, and Aski was really playing a big factor off of that.
And of course, we cannot believe that he's going to be stepping up on this game as well. All of the players most definitely need to ace key, more importantly, in that SND matchup alongside Josh. They have been pretty fundamental for Forsuits eSports in any one of their victories on that SND, and they will be betting on them once again. Let's take a look at the quick head-to-head here. A 1.37 KD average versus a 1.6. Ace key winning out the initial numbers, but the lower you go on this board with the average kills, you can see Freezy is the one who does a little bit better there. What affects him a tad bit more is the aggressive position that he holds onto and the inability to sustain his life as well as Aski.
Yeah, but the thing here is the difference in the playstyle, right? Aski plays more of passive. Freezy always loves to play those off-front battles. And now we take a look at our maps and modes, and we're heading to Apocalypse. Hardpoint off the bat here. This is going to be a pick by Forsuits eSports, and Sacred SKADI gets to pick their side, starting on the better position, and that's going to be on the wells on the temple, as the blue side will be picked there. And I really love the picks that we have here so far, but it's still looking like a SKADI-esque position and advantage on this first 3 maps, especially.
I mean, no doubt at all. I think it, once again, regardless of where we go, it has to be a map where Forsuits eSports has got, like, you know, a bunch of cheese strats on, because the main failing has not been the management of spawns at the hard points, nor has it been the rotations on SNDs. Forsuits eSports is a team that has got a lot of promise. They know how to play the game of Call of Duty Mobile, but they fail mainly at the mechanical gameplay segments where they have to take those gunfights, and SKADI has proven themselves capable in all of those modes. And SKADI has just been so convincing, you know, compared to what they did in Season 4 versus what they are right now in Season 5. It's most definitely leaning their way. Forsuits eSports, yes, the maps look like they're going to be challenging. Hardpoint, they can't take it to, too personally if they don't manage to take that away from SKADI. But the SNDs are going to be crucial, of course, that control as well.
Yeah, Aski, again, another important player, very much like Whoopi. For Smart Omega, he has been a de facto for Forsuits eSports when they play those S&D gameplays, right? But we're going to be hopping into our match number 1 here first, and we're going to be heading to Hardpoint Apocalypse, where Sacred SKADI will be the ones picking their sides, and obviously having the Gravity Vortex on to the lineup actually accentuates the fact that this can be used effectively, especially in that hard point number 2.
Yeah.
And it's a matter of getting these operators to work, right? Since we have a map that is technically a snowball map, except at hard point number 1, if you just get your rotations right, you're basically pretty much set up for a money hill.
Apocalypse has not been played by Forsuits thus far in the competition. We've seen SKADI play this map twice, walking away with 1 victory and 1 loss. But once again, it's going to be the speed of rotations and the gunfights that make SKADI the favorite on this hardpoint matchup. Later on at SND, things get a little bit more difficult for Team Forsuits eSports, because we're going to be jumping on into firing range, and this is a map that Forsuits has lost 3 times now in the competition, and you know, things are just not looking very bright for them here. I've just got my fingers crossed, Cali, that it's not going to be a one-sided 3-0.
Yeah, I hope so as well. Hopefully that they did some assignments here, because that's going to be the second time that they're going to be playing firing range up against SKADI, since they lost that one like back in group stage, right? But now here we go. Sacred SKADI going to be starting on the better side of this Apocalypse hardpoint. Now they're gonna be able to stand their ground inside of the hill, get some early bit of contest, and they win their gunfights immediately. 3 gold down off the start for FSE.
Yeah, great start here for Sacred SKADI. They're winning out all of their gunfights. They've got the time on the hill as well. But a lot of time for Forsuits eSports to wrap around that left-hand side of the map. The favorable spawn still in the hands of SKADI, though. They just have to hop on right back in, winning a couple of those gunfights. But Chari alongside BOOKY putting on a show. Forsuits eSports, they take the lead with points.
Yeah, they don't have the spawns for now, but they're doing a great job sticking to walls and corners to sustain their lives out there and providing some sort of a sanctuary to get more points here. Forces eSports doing a great job taking down the players of Sacred SKADI, who dares to contest inside of the point here right now. Chari ends up with 3 before he gets shot down there. And you can see the setup already being chained by Forces eSports. That's going to be Aski on the wells already. If he can team up with Josh to take down Cisco, they're going to be able to flip those spawns and they'll be ready for the next hard point.
And Forsuits taking over the control here at the temple spawn. This is a very advantageous position to play this P2 on Forsuits. Once again, they know their rotations, but biggest factor here that's winning out the game thus far are those gunfights. They're stepping it up back against SKADI, and they're leading with all of the engagements. Josh will continue to anchor down the spawn, but they just don't have enough numbers to send towards the objective. And the back spawn's coming through. Tokyo, Freezy, and Freezy gets a double for himself, and the players on the side of SKADI continue to hop on into the hill, although they do not have the favorable spawn.
They're pretty confident that they can win their gunfights here. Tokyo on a 6-free. He's just lighting it up. SKADI not having the spawn still inside the point. Cisco, Sacred teaming up, using the smokes to their advantage.
I mean, this is just crazy performance from SKADI now. Playing the disadvantageous side, but winning out each and every single gunfight to keep the hill on their side. Forsuits, just no flexibility in terms of how they attack. They just had the spawn from temples and they just pushed in towards treasure and trying to hop on into the hill. They can only get scraps now. No creativity earlier to pull the long flank around mid to go towards hop up all the ruins, and that cost them a lot. SKADI with a slight lead.
Up on the trenches here, Sacred eSports, SKADI, they got Cisco up top, providing the oversight. And they get 3 kills down here and dealt with. Forces eSports forced through a reset, gonna spawn all the way towards the ammunition. And seems like they're gonna be able to have a gifted spawn here, with Josh having an opportunity to go for a flank. And Josh expends that claw, finds some good information on where the initial players are. And that will help this team cut off the rotation and buy the team some time to get inside the hill.
A fantastic play with the claw, and SKADI is going to have one final player lingering around. Player number 5 pulls out the claw as well. Mid's barely able to make an impact with the operator. And in the meantime, Forsuits eSports making their way back into this hardpoint matchup. This seems to be a very different version of Forsuits. They've woken up and they are taking the fight to SKADI.
And the attention to detail is just all that you really have to highlight here for Forces eSports. They maintained the spawns here by letting Josh anchor in the ammunition, and now they've made the way to chain that segment into a P4 rotation. And you can see that Olmo will be there with that gravity vortex. They're ready to anticipate the rotations and in all of the angles that potentially Sacred SKADI could put themselves into right now. They're going to be able to open up the hill, and this Predator missile is going to give them that information on where the player is spawning at right now. And that's going to be on the ammunition.
Josh takes a single one, but Forsuits on the hill, decently in with a great hold off of the spawn, off of left as well. They've got the advantage to supply the numbers in here for a great set of defense. A 20-point lead, they hold on, but final player in the hill is going to be player number 5. And Chari, BOOKY both bite the dust. Cisco rages on with a gravity vortex as well. The operators giving SKADI the hill with 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, all of these skills have given SKADI an opportunity to really score the time. But if you take a look at more in depth of what they're doing here, they actually don't have most of the spawns all the time. And that's the reason why Forces eSports has managed to even have the lead off the start, right? So now we're going to be hopping into the reset. It's going to be at P1 once again. And Sacred SKADI, they're going to have the initial favorable spawns for P2. And they also have Chroma holding off the flank here to stop the push from happening here at the ammunition. And well, They're off to a great start, but once again, Forces eSports daring to challenge Sacred SKADI.
Yeah, it was beautiful. The pacing of operators invested by SKADI here, but 4Suits just putting themselves into position on this map of Apocalypse just to make sure the bleeding is stopped and they hang on with SKADI. The number of gunfights, I wouldn't say is dominating anymore from the side of 4Suits. SKADI is stepping up a little bit of the pacing in this matchup, but position-wise, 4Suits hasn't really dropped the ball. And now 27 more seconds to go towards P2. You can see 4Suits spotting off of the right-hand side as well. This will be the one final advantage they get before the hill moves.
Yeah, Ace Kido got taken down at the temple, and it was stock kill that gives his team the chance to flip the spawns. Although Forces eSports will have an opportunity to claim time here at this P1, they're gonna be starting on the back foot and play for that hardpoint rotation all the way to the temple. And this is gonna be a big moment for them. If they could get this break, it could spiral out of control, and they might be the ones holding up the point here for P2.
Two operators on the side of 4Suits to invest 55 more seconds to go. The last time they found the break on the favorable spawn at Temple, it granted them absolutely nothing. SKADI this time going to be anchoring it down alongside Cisco, and the backup from Chroma as well.
Damn.
Claw hops on in. Mids just rips through the players of 4Suits. 133 to 123, a 10-point lead. But look at 4Suits just slowly stacking their players up. They want to pull a time push in towards this hill, but they only have one good opportunity.
Yeah, Purifier is here to mount them up though, and it's just gonna be Ace creating all the play, breaking the point for Forces eSports.
Nice.
He takes down Frizzy, coming out for the hop, and they're gonna force SKADI to play for a reset, and this is just gonna be great gameplay for them if they could get at least some time here off the speed to scrap time while also setting up for next. This is gonna be a close game.
Big fight by Omo, winning out that final gunfight to make sure 4Suits is in position to catch up with SKADI once again. Looks like we've got a neck-and-neck battle here. The hill moves on. It's going to be P3 at the underpass. You can see two players from the side of SKADI stacking already, but 4Suits attacking from the right-hand side. They've got the numbers. One more player needs to win out the gunfight. Omo! Gravity Vortex soaks up two players as well. The hill is wide open. 4Suits take over.
Yeah, Baba Booey moment there for Cisco. He got sucked in by that Gravity Vortex gun, and that will open up Forces eSports to get inside the hill. More information coming in from that Predator missile from Omo, and they got this P3 locked down to the T. They did have one player go down into the trenches, but it's Omo that has the oversight there, and they can just spray them one by one.
Oh, and Team SKADI hopping right back in. Mids and Chroma really putting on the hurt on 4Suits eSports here. They stack two players into the objective, spawning far off the back left, and they do have a positional advantage here if they can flank around as well. But with 18 more seconds to go, SKADI needs to prioritize moving a little bit more quicker in towards this P4 as well to set it up. 4Suits looking to do exactly that. Spawning out of Temple, they move towards P3 first, trying to take control of mid first.
Yeah, this is very interesting stuff we're seeing from Forces eSports. I mean, this Apocalypse hardpoint that they've been having is pretty consistent, especially on that rotation, AJ.
Oh, beautiful, man. They take the spawns away from SKADI. This is going to give them the advantage for P4. Just 5 points between them, and 4Suits playing this map down to the T. Reposition spawns all managed perfectly by 4Suits eSports. SKADI should be shocked with the performance of 4Suits this way around, and the pincer maneuver gives them the kill. Claw investment from Josh as well. Gonna stop the push from coming on through. But SKADI has done exactly what 4Suits succeeded early on. They've sneaked away the spawn already, so it's gonna be a scrappy fight.
Oh no, this is almost last player alive here for Forces eSports. He gets dealt with by Cisco playing that objective right now. They're gonna be spawning Forces eSports on the temple, which is gonna be a one-angle push for them. But you can see that FSE looking to try to circle around and not really give some uncontested time here for the side of SKADI. They're looking to get this engagements every inches locked in.
And the effort is more than enough, but 4Suits eSports going to be running out of time here, and they hold back, not wanting to fully engage, not wanting to allow Team SKADI to continuously rake in all of those points as well as collect the stack towards those operators. They know their priorities here. 20 points, not a lot at all. 4Suits know they can catch right back up, and we move on towards the reset. Back to P1 we go, where 4Suits opens up to take the lead back once again.
Yeah, Cherry has been doing a hell of a job just keeping himself alive here at this P1, where we all know it's going to be scrappy, and every time you get there, you always would end up getting killed in like the first few seconds. But he's been there, sustaining more of the points for the squad of Forces Esports to keep them really close in this battle up against SKADI. Just a 4-point lead here that we have for SKADI. They might even have the potential to get this lead in their side once again. And this is just going to be big brain plays for them. They may not have lost control of this P1, but look at their rotation to P2 already. They got it in.
Massive fights here out of Forsuits Esports, but a super early rotation. They didn't really anchor down the spawn for Temple, but what they are doing is hopping right on into the objective. They want to play scrappy. They have got 2 operators to dominate, just like what we saw earlier on, and make that 3. This has to be Forsuits Hill, and if they can pull this off, they will be in a massive lead by the end of this one.
Yeah, this is a big investment for Cherry, but he does not get any kills whatsoever. Now you have to rely on ASK with that Purifier to stop the push on the Temple, and he gets it locked in. ASK finds a triple.
And Chroma gets taken out. Fantastic. Sorry, Chroma takes Shari out with a sticky before getting traded out. 224 to 218. ASK still working on the boys. Mids with a hop on in through the window. Puts the end to him. The Purifier is out, but Forsuits is still in. 3 players on the objective. The fight of their lives. 15 more seconds to go. Josh with the CBR4 fails. First 4 players on the side of SKADI. They find the break, but they get slain. This is all out Forsuits Esports. Baki with the Annihilator. They win that one fight as well. Finally, the players go down. Josh with a final run, but too many numbers will put the hill back in the hands of SKADI.
Yeah, SKADI now just fighting for their life here. Cherry on the flank on the hop up. He gets taken down. And you can see Skaker SKADI just trying to stay alive and put more rotation in. They survive. They get 1 point is being get there by Forces Esports, and they will force another rotation here. Now you have to play perfect to get this done and dealt with.
Oh, you have to get every single thing. Forsuits finds 1 break, and it's game over for SKADI. Cisco hops on right back in, sorted out by Baki. Chroma with a Purifier this time, but Forsuits Esports slowing things down. They want to time that Purifier out, and in the meantime, overextension. Player number 4, Fennec, attack from the back. What a backstab! And Forsuits Esports outmaneuvers SKADI.
They did not check the flank. Where we saw Omo and ASK team up at the barrels, and that was just attention to detail for Forsuits Esports. Their rotation has been pretty phenomenal, out-rotating the boys of Sacred SKADI all the time, and that just led into a snowball effect for them eventually getting the win. And hey, the last time these 2 met, they were swept by Sacred SKADI, but here this time, starting on the high note, taking this high-pressure battle, taking it over with a 250 win.
Sacred SKADI started this hardpoint match with a 91% win rate. They had only ever lost 1 hardpoint match. And guess what? That was against Powerhouse at Apocalypse. And once again, Apocalypse, the ball has been dropped here at this map. SKADI losing it to Forsuits Esports, but this one was a valiant effort. Great plays overall from Forsuits. We initially saw a weak side of them as they try to hold on to the P2 spawn, barely able to make any ingress for the play on that second hill at all. And in a moment like that, you would think, okay, this is where SKADI starts showing their old straights once again, and they should be able to quickly sort out Forsuits Esports, but the gunfights were just non-stop, and the team just did not give up at all.
Yeah, obviously for Forces Esports, we can really highlight that their gunfights were pretty up there in terms of playing up against SKADI. But one thing that really separated this win over the rest of their games at Hardpoint was their rotation at this Apocalypse, right? They have always managed to get at least that P2 as well as the P4, which are very essential money hills here at this Apocalypse Hardpoint. And we really have to highlight ASK here as well. Back-to-back Purifier operator skill investment that turned out to be the game changer for Forces Esports, especially at that P2, where they were obviously the better team in terms of the rotation.
No doubt whatsoever, both teams gave their all in this fight. I think the scoreline in itself is pretty indicative of exactly that. But it was that one final timed rotation by Forsuits Esports, pushing out of the temple spawn, running straight, using the decks, using the higher elevation, not dropping by the underpass. Yeah. And this is exactly where the Purifier was waiting for them. SKADI had it all set up. The players just trying to attack from the bottom. Very It's a cheese strat trying to be executed by SKADI, but the execution was found by Four Suits by that overextension. Like you said, played the barrels, that backstab 2 players, more than enough. Purifier went down, Hill was lost, 2 seconds, too easy to claim, and Four Suits eSports put an end to that hard point. What a cracker of a matchup, and I wasn't expecting this version of Four Suits eSports, and all of a sudden, I'm super excited to see the rest of the series play out. It's not going to be one-sided thanks to them.
Yeah, I mean, just a +2 difference on the kill department there for even favoring SKADI, right?
Yeah.
163 to 161 at that hard point. And now, here's the tricky part now. For Forsuits Esports, you may have taken away this hardpoint match, but you gotta have to stand your ground with this S&D, especially when we have Mark subbing in for the side of SKADI, where we all know has been a Terminator as well, and he can be really tricky with that sniper. If you let him loose, though, it is gonna be pretty much over for you, and this is where A-Skin needs to step up, right, to even out the playing field.
SKADI, Powerhouse, as well as, I believe, Savage Huntsman have met Four Suits Esports on firing range S&D and have managed to take that victory over them. And unfortunately, even against Huntsman, there was not much that Four Suits could do. And, you know, obviously against Powerhouse, let's not even pull the stats up. Against SKADI, that's the most perfect example because same team, same map. This is the rematch. Of course, a very different version of Four Suits Esports altogether in terms of hustle. But that scoreline was not convincing at all, right? 2-7, they could barely show up in that S&D. But if we can see the exact same type and level of commitment that we saw in Hardpoint, I think this will be a very different story altogether. But the pacing needs to be just like how they pulled away that final Hardpoint. It needs to be timed really well, and they need to have the numbers, or else SKADI is just like what they showed us the previous time they met up, right? The engagements are going to overwhelm Four Suits Esports.
It's the composure as well here that we need to highlight for Force Esports on those high impact moments at the end of that hardpoint apocalypse. We see them making a big brain play by going in the second floor of the P3, right? And that right there should be a big factor in here as well for them. They have to think outside the box on how to counter the plays that could be set up here by SKADI, who's going to be starting on the defensive side. If I am not mistaken, this is where we know Mark and Cisco will be able to shut you down in this long-range engage, right? So FSE has to rely on this collective effort as a bunch to get this one to a 2-0 lead here at the series.
Let's see how things starts off here. A 5-man push straight in, bomb down on the ground, but it is going to be very quickly sorted out here. Picked up back by Four Suits Esports. Tokyo traded out on the side of SKADI, but it's an all-out super rotation coming through from Freezy. This could be a game changer here for the side of SKADI.
Now they have number 3 in Freezy just waiting for the player to go in and plant that bomb so he can go for the flank, right? But he's gonna be helping his teammates just really even up the pressure, and a very fast end there at this round number 1. SKADI just putting so much pressure, playing aggressive at that A site, and this is where you start to worry a bit for Force Esports. If that happens once again, things might just spiral out of control.
1-0 for the time being, and a full 5-man push moving towards the B bomb site initially, but slowly they break up apart in the second round. Four Suits Esports, they've got their eye onto this A bomb site, and they've slowed that pace down to a comfortable level to allow those picks to happen first. This is going to be in the hands of Josh as well as Baki, and if you look at the position that Baki is holding on to, the top barracks looking straight down. The one that he's going to be able to engage with is Mark if Mark is not careful with his positioning.
Josh is just waiting for Mark to pop off here right now on this Americans. If he gets this opening, he can get that easy plant at the A site, because SKADI has just been aiming at a rotation, expecting the players of F Forces Esports to put that bomb down towards the B site. But now Nade going to line up here for Josh. That should put Mark to some sort of like relocation, but that's not going to happen. Mark keeping it very patient here.
Great lineup here by SKADI in terms of defense. Every single angle locked. Access in towards that A bomb site is the one that is a little bit more gracious. They can take SKADI, not prioritizing their players to push on in towards A, with Tokyo finding Baki out in the open just beyond that barracks. Numbers down now. Overextension by A-Ski to hunt down a player. should come across Cisco in a couple of seconds. The timing just not on his side. Chari sneaks away Freezy. Spots an open two. Takes one and traded out.
I think only could have waited one more second there. It could have been like 3 eliminations there for him, but we'll take that any day. Freezy giving the Sacred SKADI that opportunity to end this quickly as well as soon as they have that information. It's going to be a quick 2-0 here. Battles being won by Sacred SKADI here so far. And as expected, this is the map that Sacred SKADI was able to get a 7-2 victory up against Forces eSports back in the group stage. And it's looking like the exact same scenario being won all over again. It's always been Sacred SKADI who has been thinking bigger picture and finding these eliminations early.
Cisco finds Baki super early in round 3. And the bomb is just gonna be on pause. But this A bomb side wide open though. Josh has to send this information right back. But in the meantime, Omo takes himself out, dropping the bomb as well. Bomb acquired by Chari. The numbers not looking good. And Freezy Chroma making quick work of that. Putting a very unwinnable situation in the hands of Four Suits Esports to deal with, bringing them the 3rd round.
Yeah, as soon as they get an opportunity to strike, SKADI always pierces through, threading that riddle and ending it very quickly, just like what we saw for like the past 2 rounds, right? And it has to start with them getting that information. Here we go though for Forces Esports. They will have the first death, and now they're gonna try to put the bomb towards the A side, going in for a quick plant this time.
The bomb is gonna get planted. Grenade finds the hit mark. Aski, sneaky position. Chroma spots him out in the open, all thanks to a concuss. That gives that opener. Freezy circling on around Baki, the final player. Everybody is on the hunt, and Tokyo's the one to find him. But Cisco with the finisher as the defusal is available. SKADI 4-0 in a pretty one-sided S&D assault.
Yeah, a masterclass we're seeing from SKADI. Of course, those utilities played a bigger factor in how they're able to break and retake that A side earlier. Most of their utilities connected, and that was like information given to their favor. Freezy now this time playing a bit of aggressive play at the Woodhouse, trying to cut off some time for his teammates to, get some trades here, and it's gonna be an early 2-for-1. Still, Sacred SKADI having a 4v3 advantage.
Blind trade coming on through the smoke. Four Suits have lost 3 players thus far. You can thank Mark as well for that one beautiful scope. Omo and Chari left with the CBR4 in hand. Both players slowly trying to circle around towards this A-bomb side. Mark and the Locust, all about the timing, misses the opportunity to take Omo out of the equation. Spots his head though on the cross around. Omo with the advantage, but Mark just way too quick with the Locust, leaving one more player against 4.
Chari is going to be in a spot up against Cisco. Cisco needs more rise on that note. Chari was able to take him down that easy 1v3 situation. This is going to be very hard for him, knowing that the bomb has been dropped at the back trailers, and pretty much he has to deal with the Chroma here first at that Woodhouse before he even talks about getting that bomb to his hand, because right now they got every counters for this rotation from Chari.
See how he can save this. Mark the first one. The timing though. Tactical toss still not on his side. 5-0. SKADI just absolutely speed running through Four Suits Esports at firing range.
Well, like the performance right now we're seeing from Four Suits Esports is it's night and day. This has just been SKADI one-sidedly here, especially on the defense. They've been able to get a lot of reads in their hand, especially those first bloods as well. Cisco here once again gets that initial information, gets one before he gets taken down. And that should be SKADI now ready for the defense here at this B side.
Cisco tries to no-scope. That doesn't go his way, but Four Suits just don't have the numbers to sustain here. One disadvantage, slows turn around. Baki out of the equation. Josh finds the one tag, grenade in hand. Cannot go kamikaze as Tokyo finds him, drops him. Match point, SKADI.
Wow, what a fast performance here so far. And to think that like the first 4 rounds ended in like less than 45 seconds. This could be setting some records, right? For like the fastest S&D game in firing range perhaps, but now you can see as Sacred SKADI now attacking. This time they get stunned, so FSE opportunity for them to get the first blood, but look at the trades is going through. It's an even 2v2 trade, but you can see Sacred having more of the space in their hand as they have Freezy already at the scout tower.
3v3, bomb down on the ground. SKADI needs to work their way around Mark now. Well-angled grenade. It's going to miss Omo. Does anybody walk into it? Mark, come on! Moves towards the left. One overhead auto repair. Beautiful snipe. Wallbang gets the shot. Mark tagged up and shut down by Omo. Freezy trains Ace-Key out. It's a 1v2. Omo can buy more time, but can 4 Suits eventually win this game? It's a lot to ask.
Oh, 1v1 up against Cisco. Cisco has eaten so much rice recently, so let's see if he can clutch this one up. An opportunity for his team to go and take this 7-0. Now, bomb plant could initially be in favor for him here, especially if he could get that trailer control. He will not put an open plant, maybe expecting the player to be rotating over towards the barrels here this time, but yeah, seems like he's got the wrong read here, as almost already at the back trailer.
Great rotation, but Cisco has got the Locust, so good positioning for Cisco to play his best fight against this one as well, and a quick scope ends it for Omo. Easy, clean run in S&D for Sacred SKADI, untouched even a single time.
Wow, that was like very fast. And the confidence from Sacred SKADI, right? And the frustration at what happened at that map number 1 that was supposed to be their map to win, right? But they got a little bit too confident at winning their gunfights that they forgot the rotations. But here, they kept it to the book and they win 7-0. And it almost felt like FSE really did not have like any sort of winning ways if we start every round here.
Unfortunately, none of their plans checked out. None of it worked out. Cisco was not the highest fragger, but he was still a pain to deal with. His snipes were really hitting the mark. Tokyo and Chroma being the biggest engagers out there for the side of Secret SKADI made it difficult for 4 Suits eSports to find those rotations. And I have to say, well-disciplined defense from Sacred SKADI. Round after round, you saw them split off, holding a 2-2-1 split. Lesser priority given away towards that shooting range, piling up more players towards that B bomb side, because they are confident with their retake capability on A. And that's the kind of confidence you really want to see out of SKADI.
Yeah, I mean, they touch the detail as well. They know that they can win with their gunfights, but they always use their utilities to the team. Multiple stun grenades connecting up against FSE, which just gives them an opportunity to have like a millisecond advantage in terms of pouncing and getting those eliminations. And SKADI takes a very one-sided victory here at this S&D firing range, even doing a lot better since the last time they played this map up against 4 Suits eSports, where it was 7-2 here, it was 7-0. Now, you're going to be heading into control, and it's going to be, again, for SKADI, or I believe this will be 4 Suits eSports picking the map and Sacred SKADI taking that special forces space.
This is a heated battle for sure, with the initial one being won out by 4 Suits, but the second match in this S&D SKADI made that look so one-sided. So the hope for 4 Suits eSports is going to be lying mainly on how they deal, because the gunfights obviously was perfect for 4 Suits to deal with SKADI on that respawn matchup. On a non-respawn in that S&D, on the other hand, 4 Suits struggled. They just couldn't find the right angle to work around with. SKADI was too good on the defense. We might see a repeat of those same elements in the next control matchup as well, whenever SKADI does stake the defense. But 4 Suits needs to find some way or other, manage those operators, more importantly, to shut down SKADI. So the timing of those operators need to be well played.
Yeah, just like what we saw from them at Hardpoint Apocalypse, right? Where Ace-Key showed out big time with that purifier, and then we had like Omo having the gravity vortex sticking to like multiple corners at that P4, where they eventually scored a lot of time up against SKADI earlier at the Hardpoint Apocalypse. But same thing should be happening here once again, especially that operator gameplays. But we know for Sacred SKADI, after having that first win at that S&D, they will look to just end this quickly.
Let's see if SKADI is capable of doing that, or are we going to see yet another phenomenal close matchup between the two, forced by 4 Suits eSports. As we start things off at standoff, let us also, of course, mention that standoff control has not been very kind to SKADI thus far.
Yeah, it has been like a very fast-paced action. Most of the time, they were getting caught, like overextending, right? But here, you can see SKADI caught into a bit of a spawn trap here. They're looking to try to escape coming in for the yellow building. They're going to try to escape. Charios holding off the tag section here. 26-24 here so far, favoring Forces eSports.
Twice SKADI has played this control at standoff. Twice they have lost, both to the same team, being the Singaporean squad of Powerhouse. But up against Forsuits eSports, they seem to be managing the situation well on the attack. Lives all equal, finally pushing for both hills at the same time. Great big engagements. Freezy wins that out for the squad. Fantastic attack. Forsuits eSports need to double back to its beat.
Yeah, Cisco now holding that A point. They pretty much have grannies here locked down. Crazy, as well as Chroma will have that P2 warehouse locked in. They are in for a spawn trap initiation, and they've already done one segment at that A site, so they're doing pretty well in terms of playing the objective. But that kill department has still been pretty close, and you can see Forces eSports now making their way towards Grandmaster to try to get back up against Sacred SKADI and avoid that A point being captured.
Let's see which one they go in here for the attack on. Once again, they push in towards A. Fennec in the hands of Freezy will not be able to win out the gunfight just yet, and a beautiful defense at A opens up B instead, and the opportunity is going to be well taken by SKADI. Josh, prevention is perfect as he hops on back in. Clearance, but prioritization for SKADI switches over to A. They're keeping things fresh. They're keeping Forsuits eSports on their toes throughout this whole game, but unfortunately for Forsuits, SKADI always one step ahead.
And there's going to be a minute now added into the hands of SKADI here. 4 lives remaining for Forces eSports. This is going to be looking like a very great win at the attack side for SKADI. And this is a sort of a map where after you win your offensive side of round number 1, things might start to fall a little bit here, especially to the team that's starting on the defensive side, because once you head back into the switch of sides, SKADI will be now on the defense, and standoff being a defensive oriented map will make things easier for them to get these eliminations and get to 2-0 on the series here real quick.
Roma circling around will be able to find one for himself. That's a beautiful opener, and the main push is coming on to play this perfect defense over at A, and the overextension coming along here as well for Team SKADI. They just want to spawn trap Forsuits eSports, not allow them to move away from their home ground and play the perfect defense, and they are picking offense to execute exactly that.
Yeah, very great gameplay that we're seeing for Chroma here right now as he extends out with the Purifiers. He's got 6 in a row there, make that 7 before he gets taken down. And you can see the confidence that we're seeing from Sacred when they initiate this spawn trap, much more consistent compared to what we saw for Forces eSports earlier. They already have Grandma's control. Now we're seeing Forces eSports getting a bit of a escaping of the spawn situation as we have Aski trying to break free from the yellows, but the fight just goes non-stop here. They can't keep up with the pace that Sacred is throwing at them.
11-22, they can't keep up with the lives as well. The pacing is just super decent from SKADI, and Forsuits eSports struggling to keep up, and the overextension playing the huge pressure on Forsuits just forces them to back away, and all of those gunfights just moving towards the side of SKADI. A 10 life deficit for Forsuits eSports, and it just continues to go down and worse.
Yeah, time expiration is the worst way to go out, especially when you're on the attack side, right? That just means you can't escape the spawns and you can't win your gunfights, and Sacred SKADI punish them for that. And you can see that we are already on match point here. At first, it was a 7-0 start at a firing range S&D, and SKADI making speed run here once again at this control standoff where they're pretty much locking into the gas station already. That immediately gives them a grant to spawn trap the players that will be taken down here by their teammates at the grannies.
And that is a crucial fight that they won over on that A defense, because as SKADI overextends, at least they don't have to deal with a distraction whilst they lose A. So the overextension on the defense as well has really helped them recover a little bit of pacing. Forsuits eSports keeping up with SKADI, winning out gunfights decently on this round, but they need more than that. Forsuits need to find a way to keep SKADI off of B, because they keep swinging them back and forth again and again, and Forsuits is getting confused with the pacing.
Yeah, And you can see still, even though some players gets gunned down from SKADI, they still have pretty much more map control. If you take a look at the positioning here, number 5 in mids holding down that L wall, and you got Tokyo as well as Cisco holding down this B fort, which immediately grants them an opportunity to settle the flank here at this P2 warehouse where Forces eSports is currently spawning at. But the big kill here for Josh to stop the push at the B site, that's gonna hold back the push from Secret for now.
9 more lives left here to play with for Forsuits Esports. Make that 8 and double of that to take for the side of SKADI. Let's see if or not the attack is going to be sublime here. Player number 5, Mids, can wrap up this B control, but he is holding on for the push here. Beautiful hold though, gives him that one slay. One more against Baki should put him in a opportune position to sneak things away, but he calls for backup in terms of Cisco as well. Cisco dropping by, secures B, and A is gonna get taken away as quickly as that. 3-0, SKADI shut down Forsuits in control as well.
You asked for like dominance for SKADI on that map 1. They did not had it, but on map 2, map 3, it was just all one-sided gameplays, and we saw multiple chances of SKADI winning in this map, right? Win through time expiration, win through capture, win through eliminations. They had 3 in the bag, and just goes to show how much gunfights can this team do when they play games like S&D and Control. Now, they have one more game to do, and if they can win that hardpoint takeoff later on, they're pretty much set up for a matchup against Easy or BOOKY on the next round.
Takeoff hardpoint has been a easy journey for SKADI thus far. 3 times they've played that map on hardpoint. 3 times they've walked away with a victory. 100% win rate. Forsuits, on the other hand, have avoided takeoff like the plague. This is a constant ban that we have seen come through from Forsuits Esports. They just could not ban it this time round. They had to stick for Summit because they feared Summit a little bit more versus SKADI. But the match dragging us into the second hardpoint map and it being takeoff just puts Forsuits in a much more unfortunate position. But the same assumption was made earlier for Apocalypse. Perhaps Forsuits can wake up in this fight.
Yeah, hardpoint is probably one of their strongest maps, right? So if they could get this map number 4, that immediately will grant them to have a chance to play it at map number 5. But still, though, the S&Ds have proven to be a map for a game mode for SKADI, but if they really want to advance to the next stage, they really have to play their hearts out, play their minds out here. But it has to start here at this hardpoint takeoff, where we're going to be seeing them starting on the better side, having that P2 hardpoint rotation early as well. So now it's a matter of just converting and keeping up the composure here, because after losing 2 maps dominantly, you're going to have to start doubting yourself a little bit, right?
Freezy and Chroma. These 2 players are going to be pretty fundamental in terms of winning out this hardpoint match under the noses of Forsuits Esports. Sorry, under the noses of... yeah, correct. But unfortunately for them, they will have to fight against a team that is going to be lit, man. They know what happened early on at Apocalypse. Push came to shove. Forsuits brought out the performance within them. It was scrappy. You don't have a cleaner approach towards hardpoint like what we see on the side of SKADI. Like I said, Freezy, Chroma playing that hardpoint really well. On the other hand, if you look at Forsuits Esports, the scrappiness just means everybody's on the hill, everybody's playing for frags, everybody's trying to give Omo as much time as possible. And if Omo's not there though, that's exactly where Forsuits struggles a tad bit. So a little bit more prioritization, not just on the spawn, but protecting Omo can go a long way for Forsuits against SKADI here.
Yeah, obviously for Omo, he scored 2 minutes and 42 seconds into that hardpoint Apocalypse earlier, which was a big factor, right? Because this is a high-level competition here in the playoffs right now, and you have to ask for some teams to really outfrag and take you down, especially when you're on the hill, right? But for Omo, it was not the case. It just goes to show how much protection he had from the perimeter players that was playing off the point. So now that's going to be the exact same thing that we need to see from them as we play this hard point takeoff. P1, P2 always going to be scrappy, but at P3 to P4 is where you need to start worrying about those rotations. And for Forces Esports, they can rely on those, but they have to make sure that their gunfights are going to be pretty consistent here, because SKADI has won back-to-back dominant maps.
P1 and P2, although it is scrappy, the teams cannot give up on those hills and just continue to move on to P3 and P4, hoping to win out those money hills, because we've seen how things have turned for the worst for a lot of those teams. So they have to continue to play those scrappy hills and at the very least stop the bleeding before they do take advantage. But SKADI, on the other hand, they'll be focusing for sure on those gunfights, because we've seen them warm up in that Apocalypse matchup and really go to town on the players of Four Suits Esports on S&D as well as Control. I think Takeoff is just that prime moment where we're going to see them hit their full stride. Hopefully we see more of that beauty out of Four Suits like what we saw in Apocalypse.
And now here we are ready for some gunfights. Four Suits Esports starting on the better side here, as we do have them immediately having a top floor controlled. That's going to be at the launch center. That second floor is going to provide your team some backup to play that P1 objective, and you can see them holding off the point here early. And SKADI really focusing so much on getting top map control, and that would be very successful for them, and now they're going to be on the hill.
Yeah, back and forth we go. A little scrappy as anticipated, but it's nice to see Team SKADI really stacking the hill well here. Prioritization for Four Suits Esports, on the other hand, is going to go for that long wrap around, and the gods of RNG give them the spawns from the back. So they take a couple of fights, a little unexpected for SKADI to deal with, but those gunfights are still won. Phenomenal defense by SKADI.
Yeah, Baki here, those stops that point from being poked in by the side of SKADI here as he finds that double. He's got the top floor control with that LK24, which we all know has a good damage in terms of those long-range engage, right? But for FSE, they have to stop Sacred from getting so much map control here. They got to win their gunfights and, of course, contest the hill here. P1 about to expire. You can see SKADI already setting for the next hardpoint rotation. Forces Esports starting on the back foot.
Yep, and it looks like SKADI is going to have a little bit of an advantage here. Four Suits Esports can keep themselves alive, but just hopping on towards the right-hand side of this launch center and just stop the bleeding for themselves. But they do more than that. They slay out the players. They get the hill. And look at player number 1 in blue, Chari. Big fight, and he wins that spawn control over. And he's going to help the rest of his players just push on into P2 a little bit more concisely here. Now the numbers advantage to Four Suits Esports as they take the hill over.
Yeah, nice with the spawns here right now, but you're gonna have to worry a bit on the operator that will be invested in mints. That's gonna be the Claw here, just being operated right now. Hasn't been able to find any kills whatsoever, but they've been able to worry about the front and the back, and they get some points here. Pretty much very big here for the side of SKADI as they continue to grow that lead even more. But Forces Esports though claiming the scrap time, but they have to settle for that next hardpoint already.
Four Suits doing exactly what we were talking about at the start of the series. Although they cannot contest for those huge points, they are stopping the bleeding, and one good way to bring the advantage to their side is to get the advantages spawn. So great play earlier on that P2 crack, and now Four Suits Esports once again on the, I wanted to say back foot, but look at Josh already inside of the hill on the second floor now, waiting for a little bit of backup as well. They've got the numbers, and they take the hill away. They've got the generator spawns once again. Four Suits with a better control.
SK with that Purifier, I tell you, has been pretty significant, and the reason is why Forces Esports has been able to manage to break these hills quite easily. Sacred Esports once again starting in the better spawns at the early half of this hardpoint, but now this is where you start to worry a bit. You try to waste all your operator, and Forces Esports finding good value off of theirs, but the good play from Tokyo to flank and take away the second floor and eventually move into the staircase gets themselves inside of the point to break the hill and keep that lead to their side.
50 to 58, 8 points between them, but Cisco and Squad still on the hill. 3 players to manage this, and the backstab from Baki from up top does give them a little bit of ingress towards this hill, but final 3 seconds, hill going to come to an end. Early rotation from SKADI into P4 as well. Four Suits Esports have got a good spawn here, but player 3, Chari wins that out to make sure the spawn on the left-hand side of the map is still in the hands of Four Suits, so good opportunity to find a break here.
Now here we go. Sacred, they're trying to survive the onslaught for Forces Esports. Is gifted with a little bit of pinch here. And you can see Josh now making his way through by taking down the player at the PT spawns from Sacred, and they get a good solid setup inside of the doorways here. Sacred looking to try to break and flood the point. Cisco will be there as the point man. He's staying alive, but he gets dealt with. Aski once again stepping up with that Fennec. He has been the key player for Forces Esports on these hard points.
He has been key indeed. 63 to 78. SKADI scratching and clawing away at this, but the hardpoint improvement for Forsuits eSports is so phenomenal. Tokyo on a roll, finally sorted out by Omo, traded out by Cisco, back and forth, but in the end, it's in the hands of SKADI. 10 more seconds to go. Final scrap points picked up by them, and an early setup for Forsuit on this P1 reset. 2 of those power positions taken over already. They're trying to manage this, but it's a tad bit too early.
Yeah, and again, we're going back towards the reset. SKADI had the better point system and better rotation of the first set of hard point, but there's still a lot of ample time to reset and have that adjustments made through for Forces eSports, right? One thing that you're doing great so far is keeping that P2 spawns next, taking bigger picture, but you're gonna have to contest this P1 first before you even try to go for those rotations, right? And you can see that Sacred has been winning more of the gunfights on the kill feed. Forces eSports has to step up on their gunfight effort and maybe even take some better power positions, and you can see that from Terry, able to break the play and get some contests inside the hill.
I know Forsuits eSports are trying to play their positioning on the map to the T, but unfortunately they have to be a little scrappy on these hills. Just playing it careful doesn't cut it anymore. Perhaps positioning is going to be key, but they have to hop on in for the contest. Early rotation like earlier just meant nothing to them as SKADI just rotated around, used that 7 seconds of their the hard point moving on over and found those breaks on power positions to take advantage. This whole P1 has just been the SKADI show.
Yeah, and you expect this P1 to be scrappy, right? But it has just been SKADI making light work and thinking and making it look like a monohill. And the best thing for Sacred SKADI here right now, they may have been starting on the back foot, but they got 5 operating skills that they could invest to break inside of the point. Now they bring out the Purifier as well as the Gravity Vortex just to make some changes into the push being made by Forces eSports, and they're able to bullet them out of the hill. And now they're ready to claim some time and to grow that lead even further.
There is a potential comeback here for Forsuits eSports, but they really need to commit to it, just like what they did at Summit earlier on. Earlier at Apocalypse, every single gunfight is going to be crucial here, but they are just keeping a little bit of distance between themselves as well as SKADI, a little too scared to engage. The spawn is taken over once again, but it is lost as Cisco finds the break, and the operator is going to continue to torture the team of Forsuits eSports. 14 more seconds to go. Forsuits going to be forced to rotate. This early rotation, though, could be key, could be crucial. Money Hill P3 time.
Yeah, and you also have Ace Key contesting this P2's the scrap time, so that's gonna stop the points from being taken over by SKADI that easy, right? So now what you need is a great solid hold off of this P3. Just like what we said, it is going to be them holding up that early rotation, but we saw Josh actually taken down from the generators, and Miz is on his way to go for a pinch here. And Forces eSports, they may have taken the early rotation, but they all get gunned down. 5 of them getting eliminated, and they will be forced to for a reset. And Mids, as well as Sacred SKADI, just making light work off of them here at P3.
It's just the same old courtesy of SKADI and Forsuits eSports. Once again, those early rotations are not doing Forsuits any bit of advantage at all. Spawn management, on the other hand, has been giving them the advantage. They really need to know exactly where their weakness is at, because twice now they've lost out a very good hold on the hill. Purifier will give them a few seconds. They need to rotate around, but time is not going to be on their side. Final 15 seconds, they're going to have to commit each and every single player and hope to win out those gunfights. Breezy makes it a tad bit impossible. Break from the back, super scrappy. SKADI will find the remaining points.
Yeah, well, number 4 in Ace Key is the only player alive for Forces on the next hard point, while 4 of his teammates actually spawn out. So you're going to have to rely on him to play with his life, kind of in an island gameplay for him. He takes down Freezy, though, while his teammates is going to be on their way. He buys the team some time to go and settle for a pinch play, especially with Jared holding down the mid with that staircase.
Yeah, Tokyo Cisco really popping off now, finding great frags inside of this hill. P4 is going to be potentially the second last hill here. If SKADI continues playing this, they could be able to bring this to an end on the P1. Chroma on standby with the Purifier already. Concuss is going to be sent on in. Pauses the players on the side of SKADI, and a contest for the hill turns into a break as Forsuits eSports finally find a little bit of ingress to the hill.
Yeah, and they have to keep this up. You gotta contest, not give SKADI some time here. You can't let that lead grow further, right? Knowing that SKADI just needs at least 45 more points to reach this game point as well as the series point on this best of 5. And you can see that Forces are doing whatever it takes just to try to get inside, but whatever type of thing they try to throw, it has always been SKADI that was able to go for the deny, and Sacred, they're just trying to pull away with this here. Third set of rotations coming in, and they are ready for more.
No score streaks, no operators. Forsuits eSports have expanded each and every single advantage that they've had. Now all they can depend on is crazy gunfights, but SKADI has a huge potential of wrapping things up. The bleeding did get stopped quite a little bit in that P4 earlier on. That gives a lifeline here for Forsuits eSports, but a lack of firepower here out of those operators as well as score streaks is going to cost them quite a number of lives. P1 once again taken right back. That Sparrow can be whipped out inside of P2 a little bit later on, and it's nice to see SKADI saving everything for a rainy day over at the next hill.
Oh yeah, this is it, man. They're setting up, taking bigger picture that they could possibly end it at that P2, but they're also claiming time here at this P1 after that massive break. As they take down the two players playing the objective here for Forces eSports, they're just going to need a little bit more time off of that P2 rotation to finally end this and advance to the next stage, while Forces eSports are playing for, you know, survival here at this point. They can't do anything from their gunfight department. It has all been Sacred SKADI having all of the momentum to their favor. As the hard point opens up, it's just 15 more points to SKADI to take the win.
P2 anchored down already. Mitz was holding on to it just moments ago. Preddy's going to be brought on in, as well as the bleeding will be stopped on the hill. Forsuits finds their way in, but the points grab right back. SKADI just needs 5 more, and it's going to be all in the hands of Crowbar, but Gravity Vortex out of nowhere. Cisco drops Josh back onto the hill. SKADI goes, and the finisher of the series finally comes upon us. 250 to 134. Takeoff has been wrapped up. Valiant effort by Forsuits eSports, but just not enough to shut down SKADI.
And Sacred SKADI will be facing EZR Bookie on the next stage, and you can't miss that one out because that's going to be an important one for Sacred SKADI, who's trying to aim for that #1 spot here as well. But a good solid delivery after falling short at that map #1 at Hardpoint Apocalypse. They eventually win dominantly at S&D firing range and that control standoff, and ending it up with the winner at Hardpoint Takeoff. They pretty much showed that they're going to be undefeated at that map.
Whew, what a crazy series this was. Forsuits, fantastic start, but just could not keep that momentum up all the way down to the end. Sacred SKADI, gentleman sweep. They pulled 3 rounds back, 3 maps right back from under the noses of Forsuits eSports in a pretty dominant fashion. It was, I mean, I just wish we could have seen a game as close as the Apocalypse was earlier on, with some phenomenal last-second comeback. But I guess not every day is Sunday for Forsuits eSports, and SKADI very clearly wanted to shut this down. You saw the pace that they brought out in that S&D, 7-0, speed ran through that. Control was super dominant as well, and they just wanted to put the series to rest in this game.
Yeah, and although Cisco may have underperformed, his teammates were just pretty much locking it in on those close range and on those long range engage, right? Cisco only just had to do his job of just being the anchor, spawning his team on his back to eventually put this game to an end as they win 3-1 up against Forsuits eSports. And this may be the end of the line for the squad, but they get an invitation to play at stage 4, where they got an opportunity to fly to stage 5 if they perform greatly, AJ.
That's a great opportunity for Forsuits eSports to show up a little bit stronger, to pick some very good series, as well as an opportunity to perform and prove themselves later on at stage 4. But at stage 3, their run comes to an unfortunate end as Sacred SKADI beats them 3-1. This was the matchup at Apocalypse, which was so beautiful to watch. The rise of Forsuits eSports in terms of spirit, it was something SKADI did not expect for sure.
There was like so many things to really have to highlight here for Forces eSports, right? Knowing that they played it down to the T. They played it textbook. They obviously had so much of their rotations compared to Forces, compared to Sacred SKADI. And the key takeaway here was their operator investments. Aski having to manage that Purifier and always having that break to get that P2, which we know is a Monhill, paved the way for Forces eSports to hang in there up against Sacred SKADI to basically end up with a 250 to a 243 finish here at this map #1. But that right there wasn't really able to transition very well, especially at this S&D firing range, where it ended up with a sweep and a super dominant victory from SKADI.
Yeah, unfortunately, Forsuits just couldn't find any sort of counter on the S&D matchup, be it on the defense or the offense. Control was pretty much the exact same story. We saw a better performance as opposed to that S&D matchup, but still, strategy-wise, rotation-wise around the map, SKADI were a few steps ahead of Forsuits eSports, always trying to trail them and never ever catching up a single time.
Yeah, I mean, that defense, again, for SKADI was like more of the focal point here because they were able to pretty much dominate that one and just, mess up with the cycle of Forces Esports a bit, as they were not really able to find the map number, or the round number 3. And at this take-up, it was pretty back and forth on the first 2 sets of hard points, and then SKADI just decided, oh, let's just start to pull away real quick, and it snowballed, and we saw Forces Esports continuously drop their gunfights. There was like so many times where they had an opportunity to create a spark, but only to be turned down by SKADI every time, especially with their operators.
And I can't say that's the fault of Forsuits eSports, mainly because SKADI stepped up. They started managing the spawns so much better here at takeoff. They were anchoring down the spawns. You can thank Mitch for that, and it was phenomenal performance from him. He was keeping the number of frags up while still managing the spawn, allowing the rest of his team members to hop on into the objective. It was a brilliant play out of SKADI, and the operators were timed perfectly as well. Forsuits eSports, on the other hand, had a couple of moments where they did bring out the investments, but the timing of it just wasn't good enough for them to find the hill breaks nor keep it on their side.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Forces Esports, they have to go back to the drawing board, right? And well, for them though, I have heard some news that they would be acquiring some players, but I don't know who it is though. But it has been talked. There's been a rumor in the community, right? And now though, with this recent victory by Sacred SKADI, this will put them up against EZR Esports. This is gonna be very interesting.
SKADI has sent Cisco once again to be interviewed. Welcome, Cisco. How are you? Congratulations on your victory, sir. It was a phenomenal one. The last time at GARENA Masters Season 4 at the lower bracket quarterfinals, you guys got kicked out by Almighty. Phenomenal performance on that hard point. Of course, heartbreaking to see you guys go off. But the comeback this time in Masters Season 5 has been so different, and the quality of the team has changed. What has been the main factor of this change? Of course, you stepped up, but, did you guys get a new coach on board? How has the strategy kind of expanded to the way it is now?
We just made sure that our emotions didn't really, take us. We it's calling my phone. Anyway, so what we did was, there was like our morale after AMT was kind of down, but we kind of just said, let's just move on and focus on the next day. And there's still a lower bracket, so we can just look forward to things and just back up our game.
And clearly that strategy has checked out, Cali. The performance is so much more solid in Season 5.
Yeah, after this victory up against Forces Esports, right, you're ready to take on easier BOOKY. What do you think will be the team's strength up against that God squad?
Against who?
Easier BOOKY. What do you think would be the strength of SKADI up against that squad?
Really, I have nothing to expect from Easy or BOOKY aside, the talent that they have to offer, because they're definitely a team that we can't underestimate. They are a full stack of veterans. Seeing their game with Smart Omega, we will definitely bring that to the to the drawing board. But that's right about it. We're just gonna make sure we're prepared for it.
All right.
I think the team has been doing phenomenally well to prepare for a moment like this. And of course, asking you guys, what you expect out of the competition at this point is going to be not the smartest of questions from me, because nobody knows what to expect from this point, right? We know for a fact you guys are going to be giving it all. But do you have a shout out, Cisco, to all of your fans who have been by your side in low and high performance times?
Obviously, I gotta give a shout out to my mom. #1 fan. Yeah, Mendax, Ming, all them bunch, and my teammates. Come on, it's gotta be my teammates.
Thank you very much, Cisco. Once again, congratulations on your victory. Looking forward to the next few series, and good luck against EZR BOOKY.
Thank you.
Thank you. Whew, that's about it for series number 2. Unfortunate that we have to see yet another team exit the competition, but that's exactly how the knockout stages work, Cali.
Yeah, and now, we finished that interview. That means we're ready to get some redeem codes activated here for those who have been waiting for this moment. Here it is. We're going to be giving you guys, like a reward. So make sure you guys have to redeem it on our official redemption code inside of the GARENA Call of Duty Mobile. And, well, this may just be the first one. We got one more to go, AJ. And it's going to be Powerhouse and WPM Lookings. They're up to upper bracket. And we know that is going to be like a very big thing, right?
It's definitely going to be a huge match. I'm looking forward to it for sure. West Point Mamba Lokings versus Powerhouse. This is the kind of combination that we have been dying to see. Against Sacred SKADI, Powerhouse stepped it up. Against Smart Mega, they managed to step it up. But against Lowkings, who has maintained a clean sheet all the way through, let's see if Powerhouse can do that. But like you said, Cali, the redemption code for all of you guys, take a screenshot the moment it appears on the screen. You should be able to redeem it as long as you do it before the broadcast ends.
Yeah, there we go. You guys make sure you redeem that and let me know in the comment section what it is, because I want to redeem that later on. And yeah, you guys have a lot of good time to get that redeemed. And back to what we were talking about, right? Powerhouse International, they are the #1 team in Group A, and WPM Lookings on the flip side is the #1 team in Group B. But the bigger picture here is that Group B was a little bit harder to compete into, knowing that more of the talented teams were happening to be at the same group that WPM Lookings had. And just like what you said, this team was undefeated. They were untouched, and they were using that momentum to carry over here at this playoffs where we saw them just sweep Smart Omega, right? And now, after this one, we're going to be seeing Powerhouse International WPM Lookings at the upper bracket. Once again, this is GARENA Masters V. We'll be right back after this break.
We've taken the lead.
I got shot! I got shot!
Standing by. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted. Predator missile awaiting. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted.
What's so bright? It's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush.
GARENA Masters Season 4 Upper Bracket Semi-Finals Rematch, baby. West Point Mamba LOWKINGS sent Powerhouse down into the lower brackets. Smart Omega, unfortunately, kicked them out of the competition, out of the running back at Season 4. This time, though, Powerhouse seems to be a very different quality of themselves. But can they measure up to the clean sheet wrecking West Point Mamba LOWKINGS? My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with Cali Gaming. We're going to be rocking the final series of the day between these two titans.
And what a way to end it, Red. We're going to end the day with a big bang. We got two of the strongest teams of their own group competing here for the grand final spot. And Powerhouse and WPM LOWKINGS will look to play a high-octane, high-competitive, high-skill gameplay here in this Best of 5 series. But to recap of today's schedule, we just saw BOOKY earlier take down Smart Omega on the two-time GARENA Championship battle, right, with a 3-2 record. And we just recently saw Sacred SKADI take away a 3-1 victory up against Forces eSports. And EZR and Sacred SKADI will be playing tomorrow at the lower bracket round number 3 to fight for a spot at the lower bracket finals, where they will meet the loser of the Powerhouse versus WPM LOWKINGS matchup.
Stats will be ruined for sure. Thus far, Powerhouse has won every single SND match alongside Control. West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, on the other hand, like I said, has maintained a clean sheet all throughout their journey, which means they have had a 100% win rate on every single game mode. So one of the two is going to have their stats wrecked. None of the two is going to be very too happy about facing a situation like that, but it is inevitable. The saving grace here is, regardless whether or not you are able to maintain a perfect record in terms of numbers, even if you do falter, you do not get kicked out of the competition just yet.
Yeah, and for Powerhouse and WPM LOWKINGS, this will be a great test of what they could be in this high-pressure moment, right? Because what you want is a high octane and a team that can play in a way that they can handle the pressure up in those big moments, right? And now we start for Powerhouse, formerly known as Zhig Zhag, Incendio, Irfan J, FDX, Bingo, Shut Up, and Scared. And the main talk of this team is the recent acquisition for Powerhouse, but we also have to talk about the player roster changes with the retirement and with the exit of Heaven as well as Jeffro, FDX, and Scared, these two Filipino duos that came from Blacklist International Ultimate. Seems like the best fit so far for Powerhouse.
No doubt whatsoever, FDX as well as Scared, they bring a lot of quality and experience to the table, a lot of knowledge as well. Barely any time taken for them to find that synergy with the rest of the players. But they take on a team that has been working on said synergy for the past 4 seasons now, have failed to get the victory, but have never failed to improve season after season. Yopi, PJ, Chloe, Luffy, Susano, and the one and only Coach Olea, representing West Point Mamba LOWKINGS. They step on into the series with the clean sheet, and they're looking to absolutely dominate yet another team. They've managed to do it so far to titans like BOOKY and Smart Omega. They're going to try to do it to Powerhouse as well this time.
And the thing with WPM LOWKINGS, they have always had the record up against Almighty ever since the start of GARENA Masters 3, if I am not mistaken. In this squad, again, like you said, they have always improve, and I believe that CDSI performance from them gradually increased their experience as well as their confidence that, hey, actually we can dominate GARENA Masters 4. We are the only GARENA team that made it to the top 3, and knowing that China teams are absolutely devastating in terms of their accuracy and their strategy, WPM LOWKINGS with only one coach has managed to put in the work and outdid by having a player coach playing inside of that event, right? But here we have it on the head-to-head. Shut Up and PJ having the better stats in terms of the KD rating, but Shut Up in terms of kills doing a lot better, AJ.
Yeah, better average kills on the side of Shut Up's side, but also on the assists as well, right? He's not the one who's picking up the most. Of course, that KD could have been a little bit more equal to PJ if he had managed to engage and finish off those plays instead of just purely claiming that assist. But it's not going to really matter. A full-on team fight out there at Hacienda just means that Powerhouse has got a huge opportunity to shock West Point Mamba LOWKINGS. Although Hacienda has been not the best of maps for Powerhouse, we've not seen West Point play this map all that too many times before. And in fact, they do prefer to ban the map out from being played at hardpoint. This could just open things up for Powerhouse to exploit West Point Mamba Lokings.
This could potentially go into a game 5 as well, but I'm looking forward to that map number 4 in Arsenal. And this would just be, I believe, the second time we're going to see this map being played at GARENA Masters 5. And this will be a map pick by Powerhouse. And we knew how much dominance we saw from WPM LOWKINGS when they went up against Smart Omega, right? 100-point clubbing that team. But what we saw from Powerhouse back when they play Arsenal was shot up, just letting loose. But first, we have to talk about these first 3 maps, and more particularly this map number 1, where we're going to be heading into WPM LOWKINGS territory. Powerhouse, let's see what fight do they have here as they face a clean sheet WPM LOWKINGS.
Irfan J walking in with the equalizer this time round. No Purifier in sight, potentially banned out. West Point Mamba Lokings not wanting to deal with that operator, but also we will not be spotting a Gravity Vortex out there on for the play as well. So interesting setup coming through from both teams. I like the Purifier as well as Vortex out of the equation. Those 2 operators do manage to put on quite a bit of hurt if you do throw it into the hands of a player like Irfan J as well as Susano.
Yeah, and this is going to be very interesting knowing that the superstar duo in PG and Yopi are obviously the best submachine gun users out there in GARENA MSP region. And one thing that they could rival up against them is Irfan J and shut up more particularly here for the side of Powerhouse International, right? So this could be a dual matchup here for this top-heavy Slayers. And I'm looking forward to this at map number 1. Shendao, obviously a very open map. P1 still going to be very scrappy, but P2 to P4, that's where you need to rely on your rotations to have a better chance of getting a good hold off of the hardpoint.
Well-timed attack to get the control of the spawn needs to be there as well for whichever team that seems to be struggling on that hardpoint. So well-timed executions will be needed. And that's not something that I think I'm going to be complaining in the series, because both Powerhouse as well as West Point Mamba Lokings have been pros at doing exactly that. And that's how they've been able to punish so many teams. But recently, Powerhouse has been showing us a little bit of a down performance in their hardpoint matchups. Against SKADI, Smart Omega, SKADI twice, by the way, they have lost those hardpoint matchups, which have been a little shocking.
Yeah. And, well, we're going to be finding out if they could potentially, adjust that here today. And this very top-heavy matchup where you got an opportunity to play at the grand finals, let's see if these teams will, change the narrative of their teams. I mean, both of these squads obviously hasn't won any GARENA Masters title, and yet here they are at the upper bracket trying to inch one more win to finally get that crown over on the top of their heads.
Let's see if LOWKINGS can hop right on into the grand finals. Powerhouse might just meet them again later on if we see a shocking performance from them as well. They have been confident in recent times. They have been very confident with their play as well as potential at conquering stage 3, 4, as well as 5. So, a lot of confidence needs to be backed up by pure quality out there on the battlefield as well. West Point Mamba LOWKINGS has not been doing a lot of talking. They've been doing a lot of walking and showing up match after match, and you are right, putting in the work. Powerhouse is putting the work as well. It's just that we've seen some chinks in the armor that can be exploited by LOWKINGS. It's going to be going down to decision making, and I think the one thing that acts against Powerhouse is the fact that LOWKINGS has got Olea.
Yeah, Olea being like one of the better coach, if not the best coach right now in the GARENA region itself entirely, because of how much effort he adds into the mix of his teams. He really highlights the conditioning of the team as well as, elevating their potential. And I like that from them. Ever since they have Olea at GARENA Masters 1, they have just improved over the course of the season. And here they are at their most peak form, ending the Group B as the number 1 team and most likely going to end up as one of the finalists here at GARENA Masters 5.
I think one of the winning recipes for Olea thus far has been the fact that he has never been a copycat. You don't see him watching other teams and taking their strats and copy-pasting it onto the team of West Point Mamba LOWKINGS. He's always just focusing on what they do best, what they do terribly, and just working little by little to push them in towards the right direction, coming up with so many of these strategies that are just so foreign to the rest of the teams within SMP as a whole, which has led to West Point Mamba LOWKINGS just being that one dominant team. But gunfights are going to be super super key in this matchup as well. And Powerhouse has got what it takes to match up against LOWKINGS. So let's see how they manage that advantage.
Yeah, early rotation coming in for Powerhouse. Gonna be dominant, especially here at the second floor. Scared, just lighting them up with the ground 4-piece for him. He's staying alive to build up some streaks here, and finally will be able to dealt with there by Kalo. Hardpoint number 1 still continuously being claimed by Powerhouse as they claim 20 compared to Mamba LOWKINGS, who's just trying to grow that lead to maybe at least 10 points. 20 seconds left here at this P1. Still plenty of time to contest, but you can see Powerhouse already having the next rotation to their favor.
Beautiful plays from Powerhouse, and enough has been taken off of that P1. They maintain a little bit of their gunfights as they slowly inch back towards this P2 on the early rotation. You can see it's being anchored down by Incendio already and his LK24, and they want to take the favorable spawns off of the driveway. They do manage to obtain that for themselves, but PJ finding Irfan J on the rotation towards the open stairs here. This is going to give them a little bit of an ingress for a two-sided attack.
Yeah, grenade just hitting there. WPM PJ able to get the pounce with the double kill. Luffy now helps onto the Lampo, gets more kills there, forcing Powerhouse to go for a reset. And they take away the guy looking to get that pinch. And that's going to be Irfan J finally dealt with Luffy just going on a tear. 5 in a row. And Money Hill looking like it for WPM LOWKINGS.
Yeah, Powerhouse, they were there first, but LOWKINGS once again made wonderful work of that two-sided attack, attacking from lobby as well as the observation deck, and the pincer maneuver gives them the hill and the lead with 20 more seconds on toe. Powerhouse getting the gods of RNG, helping them spawn from the back, but that's not enough numbers to squeeze themselves into the hill just yet. A majority of the gunfights on the side of LOWKINGS. Powerhouse struggling, and the rotation for P3 is going to be a struggle as well, as Luffy's already anchoring down backyard.
Yeah, he's already got the operator fully ready for use, right? He was also fully strict up as well. Incendio finding some exit kills. This exit fill's gonna be coming in handy as he spawns that team into his position. That well spawn's gonna be now in the hands of WPM, but you can see Powerhouse trying to stack their way on the fences. But Luffy has been the playmaker so far for WPM here.
Overextension by Shut Up, and that is the right ideation here. They need to strike at backyard first, find the pincer, and push the players of West Point Mamba LOWKINGS in just so that the operators can be used as well. Shut Up and PJ going in for the exact same investment. The Sparrows will come out, but both sides, they find the trades, and the Sparrow doesn't really do all that too much of damage, but the gunfight's just being won so confidently here by West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, giving them a massive number of points to collect on this hill. And the bash of heads still going on here, but the numbers advantage to Powerhouse just for the next few seconds, because the pincer comes through once again. One final gunfight to win. Kalo drops the ball, but secures it in the final 6 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, very interesting take here for WPM, right? Their gun selections have been pretty interesting over the course of this knockout stage. 2 of their players having a growl. This AR is looking like they're going to be prime and ready for when State 4 comes in and the roles will be more defined, right? But Powerhouse early on rotation. Kalo just barging his way in, but scared on this long-range engage. Will be able to find one, but not enough to fully bully out WPM at that instance. He has to ask for some backup in Incendio, and now it's going to be them opening up this P4. Let's see how well they hold up.
Scrappy but effective, but unfortunately Susano just can't do much there. Irfan J shut down as well as he was starting to go on a spree. Here comes the Claw operator on investment as well, but unfortunately doesn't last long as Powerhouse does manage to find those engagements. The players on the side of LOWKINGS find the hill instead. In terms of a 50-50 gunfight, it's not going the way of Powerhouse, as the team of West Point Mamba LOWKINGS just know how to play the objective down to the T. 11 more seconds to go, forcing Powerhouse once again on an early rotation that's probably going to be ripped away later on.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not PJ creating this play, it has to be like Luffy or at least Susano to get that break for the squad, right? And Powerhouse has to do a little bit better in terms of making their defense a little bit tighter, especially at those P2 and those P3 hard points. And as we open up back here to the middle of the map we go, Powerhouse, they're gonna have the initial hard point control, but only to be taken away there by PJ. They got the better positioning in the second floors here so far out in the open. And Scared doing a hell of a job locking it down to decrease the lead by WPM here at P1.
Almost double the points of Powerhouse. West Point Mamba LOWKINGS with the lead, but Powerhouse can fight their way back in here. if they can somehow string this P1 into P2. But we saw the disaster at P2 earlier where it was just a one-sided attack and LOWKINGS managing to absorb a majority of those points. Scrappy plays will give Powerhouse at least a few before the bleeding is stopped by LOWKINGS, and the break comes on through as well. They stack the players on the second floor of Manor. They circle around. They slay out Powerhouse, and they still absorb the remaining points. Play number 4 in blue. Susano on the slow trail around towards observation, but he's got to play the timing right here.
Yeah, I mean, well, there he does find that kill on to Irfan J. Now they're going to be starting on the back foot here at this P2, right? But you can see that they're looking to try to create a break in multiple angles. They're trying to use that War Machine just to try to remove the players on the corners, and they will be successful with it. And now Yopi, it's time for him to shine. He breaks the hill single-handedly and looking to buy the team some time to get some reinforcements here as well.
Yopi single-handedly sorted that out. The backup arrives in time, and once again, P2 about to be the home of the Snakes. West Point Mamba LOWKINGS slithering around, absolutely stinging Powerhouse to a point where they are stunned. They can barely get to this hard point now. Flushing in from the lobby. Play number 4 in blue. The backstab by Susano provides absolutely nothing, but the distraction slows them down a tad bit. LOWKINGS winning out their gunfights. 2 more players surviving. The backup is here. It's just the bleeding stop, and LOWKINGS still winning out the gunfights. Come on, Powerhouse, not catching a breath at all.
Yeah, there's so much flood moments here for WPM LOWKINGS. Even if it's gonna be them on these late rotations, right? Even in the scrap time, they always had the numbers up against Powerhouse International. Now they gotta do a little bit better by stacking that hard point a bit, knowing that WPM LOWKINGS have to 3-stack their way into those hard points to get those breaks. 174 to 89, opening up this P3. It seems like we're gonna be seeing another 50-50 battle here, but for now, Powerhouse will win their gunfights. But WPM PJ sticks on by on the flank that will cut off the rotation, and Powerhouse will be broken by WPM up front.
Oh, the distraction by PJ gives the ingress to the hill for the rest of his players on the side of LOWKINGS. Very smart play. That's something that Shut Up and Powerhouse could not achieve for themselves on the earlier rotation towards this hill. Let's see how LOWKINGS works their way around K-Low, just trying to win out a couple of gunfights. Sends out the Hunter-Killer drone as well, finds absolutely nothing, but the hill still solid in their hands. The bleeding gets stopped for a tad bit here. Overextension on the side of PJ, finding Incendio, and he goes down. The trade is there. Powerhouse takes the hill just a mere second before LOWKINGS finds the break yet again, keeping the distance between themselves to be at around the 100-point mark.
Yeah, it's almost doubled here, right? If you're Powerhouse, you gotta do a lot better in winning your gunfight, especially on those close-range engagements. I know you have been settling for those early rotations, but you gotta come out and sustain more lives out there. Use more tactical utilities and connect them to the point where WPM LOWKINGS will be delayed in some sort of ways from their push in all these angles that we're seeing so far. You can see that WPM, despite having the late rotation, still ends up with them inside the hill. Powerhouse has to do better here.
Yeah, Yopi's just way too annoying with that SMG, and he's just continuously slaying. No overextension coming through from Powerhouse. LOWKINGS gonna try exactly that, and from Mana, you can see player number 2, PJ, with the CBR4, continues to beam those players down, giving the advantage over to LOWKINGS, reaching the 200-point mark already. Powerhouse has got the numbers, but they just can't hop onto the hill. They're losing out on a majority of these gunfights, and that's just not faring well for them.
Yeah, WPM spacing is just too fast. Powerhouse cannot keep up with this momentum, right? Now you have to find a way to maybe switch up the guns here so far, because you're being outbeaten in these rotations, in these gunfights. Everything has just been all favoring Smart, I believe, WPM LOWKINGS at this gameplay. And there's just 7 seconds before we open up this P1, and it's looking like a one-sided game here. WPM LOWKINGS, Luffy has been able to lock it down as the primary scorer for this squad, but when you have your OBJ player in Kalo scoring 37 kills as well, that's just signifies how much dominance WPM LOWKINGS has here.
Cool, calm, and composed. Just look at those cams, man. Every single player from the side of LOWKINGS just not breaking a sweat. The focus in their eyes. They just want to dominate and eliminate the players of Powerhouse here. Powerhouse finds a quick ingress into this P1. This is the 3rd time you're visiting this hill before we potentially bring the game to an end. It's not going to end at this hill, though. Not enough time for LOWKINGS to find the finisher. As they do find the break, Powerhouse just needs to stop the bleeding for a couple of seconds, and it will force them in towards P2 instead. Powerhouse spawning from way too far back gives them the pincer maneuver. 12 more seconds to go. The points are to be absorbed by Powerhouse, but an overextension to P2 gives the LOWKINGS instead all of the scraps.
Oh man, this is looking so bad right now for Powerhouse. If they lose this P2 once again, it's over. WPM LOWKINGS is gonna take away this P1. You'd need a solid hold to cut that lead back and stop WPM LOWKINGS from winning this game, but that will come to an end as Yopi finds a way to get inside with the claw. It's just 7 more points to win this game. He fights 6 kills with the operator, plus the Predator missile to end it here. They take map number 1, 250 to 132.
What a play. What a setup. What dominance out of West Point Mamba LOWKINGS. Once again, cool, calm, composed. They set a goal and they just went running straight towards it, knocking down every single obstacle. In fact, the way they played that, Powerhouse did not look like an obstacle at all.
It looked like another group stage game for them by looking at how well they out-rotated and played that hardpoint game. It was just like very textbook for them. But more surprisingly, it was not OP and PG that was able to steal that show. Aurora, Kalo, as well as Luffy, were the primary top fraggers for the squad, interestingly. And this just goes to show how much work does this other players have done to improve their game, right? Everybody can outfrag, and this is where you talk about the overall threat WPM LOWKINGS pack as a team. Everybody's a threat.
Everybody's most definitely a threat. I think what Kalo brought out there on the battlefield, we clearly saw what Luffy was doing. You know, the crazy amount of wins, the timing of the Preddy, the timing of the operators that were invested. Chloe with the 2 minutes 23 seconds on the hill, just forcing Powerhouse to struggle. Not a single player on the side of Powerhouse, on the other hand, has got a minute completed on the hill. That's how dominant the run of LOWKINGS was all throughout that matchup, forcing the players on the side of Powerhouse to be super scrappy, hill after hill. Overextensions by Shutup never went their way. But every single time we saw either PJ or Yopi overextend, especially on that P3 on rotation, LOWKINGS managed to every single time find the distraction, find the ingress to the hill. Everything devised by LOWKINGS always checked out. It always worked like a miracle.
Yeah, and now you're giving them an opportunity to play in a map that they love playing retakes. Firing range may have been a map pick here for Powerhouse. We know Shut Up as well as FTX and Incendio being one of the better snipers here in the game, but WPM LOWKINGS has their own sniper duo, and that's gonna be the Terminator in Luffy and the Suno lookalike in Susano, right? So this two will be a great matchup on the dual sniper setup that Powerhouse can bring to the table here at Firing Range.
No doubt at all, it's going to be one fantastic matchup. OG map on top of everything else in Firing Range. Like you said, the double snipe setup. Susano and Luffy taking on the team of Powerhouse. You know for a fact Incendio is going to be picking up those snipes again. Shutup's going to be backing him up. But if that is going to be enough to win out the match, we can stop talking right there, right? It's just not going to be that. You've got, multiple other players to focus on as well. You've got FDX, you've got Irfan J and Skird that can make a world of difference over for the side of Powerhouse. Although not a lot of noise was made in that hardpoint game.
Yeah, and I think for me, honestly, with the way Powerhouse is starting to take into consideration this game, right? They may have lost at map number 1, but you cannot count this team out, right? Because of how much talent they have on the roster as well. We're not just talking about any player here. We're talking about highly experienced teams. We're talking about 3 of their players able to play at the world stage last year and having 2 players coming in from Blacklist International before. This picks a lot of what his talents is in, but again, comparing to WPM LOWKINGS, just like what you said earlier, it's looking like another ordinary day for them. That thing has to change here as we see Powerhouse starts this map at the defensive side, AJ.
I think that in itself is enough to break the confidence of some teams here. West Point Mamba LOWKINGS just treating you like you are just another team. Sano.
Here we go.
Finds a good one to shut up. 3 positions to find a couple of wall banks as well. None found just yet, but overextension by Kalo. Switchblade in hand. Potential engagement against Incendio. Calls for backup as well.
Looks like they're going to try to flood this one in. B side is where they want to go. And this could potentially be the better spot, knowing that there's only one player holding it right now.
Overextension by Incendio might just prove to be a mistake here. But players on the side of West Point slowly pulling away. Bringing the bomb over towards A. And it's all going to be in the hands of Irfan J. to play the prevention. Finds the first one. Overextension will find him punished. FDX trades out K-Low. Back and forth we go. FDX, it's a double stack. And they take command of A once again.
Loving the setup here for Powerhouse right now. They got 2 players at the 10. They can rotate anywhere they want. Incendio takes the kill onto PJ. 2v3 situation now. Numbers are in their favor. They also have the information that B side is where WPMs will go. And Incendio just finding these kills one by one.
Oh, this guy is insane, man. Misses that one shot. Susano trying to outdo him. Knows exactly where to find him. Oh, clips the shoulder. And the finisher by Incendio picks a triple in the opening round against West Point Mamba LOWKINGS. Looks like Captain is pissed.
That's how you want to start here after the disappointing loss to the Hacienda Hardpoint, a map pick that you lost. Right now, Incendio, this may not be talked about a lot, but he's got the timing of a sniper. He's not just like doing it pretty frequently, but he has the talent to do it. And we saw that at round number 1.
Oh yeah, no doubts at all. I think the moment they kind of had an inkling that Heaven was not going to be super serious on the snipers anymore, we saw the rise of Incendio, and it has been the perfect replacement, I have to say. And Shutup's always been that integral sniper for the side of Powerhouse, so that has not changed much. Susano, opportunity though. Against auto repair, Incendio will not find that angle against him. PJ, on the other hand, finds an easy one onto FDX. And this is going to open up the B-bomb side.
Yeah, they can plant that bomb. Scared only has a CBR4 to play with. That's not deadly. That doesn't have like any one-shot capability. But what you're trying to watch out for is Incendio was on that tunnel earlier. But now you're going to try to swing that bomb over once again, hitting Powerhouse with the go B and fake rotate and go towards the A site. Now they're going to put that bomb towards this A site and see how much Powerhouse could do with this retake.
Shutup tries to find the rain of shots, does not connect, but the grenade does find the connection. Susano punished. K-Low trade scared out for overextending. Shutup can commit his life, but Yopi finds Irfan J out on the full rotation. Open mid lanes conquered, and West Point Mamba LOWKINGS pull a decent round back.
Wow, nice adjustments we saw there for WPM LOWKINGS. And it's actually great for them to, you know, like rotate going to A, knowing that Incendio had just like 3 kills on that round number 1 all by himself. Now, this time looking to play pretty default here at the offensive side. They got Luffy holding down the green core, maybe spotting out some information at that trailer, but you can see Powerhouse now already pushing deep behind enemy lines.
Slower pace here. The bomb is going to be hanging back for a bit. Shutup misses the shots. Wild sprays coming on through. PJ recovers. Well-timed attack could put Shutup down on the ground, but he has positioned himself well enough to pull a quick strike. The moment he hears those footsteps, PJ's not going to spot him out just yet. The bomb hangs back. Yopi, 1 man down. West Point Mamba LOWKINGS needs to find that refrag and then push on through.
This is a very dangerous spot for Shutup to be in. He's putting himself way behind enemy lines, but the big thing for that is that flank from K-Low. He takes down Irfan J. Automatic control here at the mid-map. And Powerhouse, they have to wait for this bomb plant to happen before they go and play for retake.
Well, it looks like Yopi's not waiting at all. Luffy will get punished for that skirt. Spots 1 more. Goes for the double.
No.
Finds nothing. But Yopi really low on that HP. 1v3. Incendio hops on out. Luffy tries to find him, but a quick disengage by Incendio. Shutup wraps around. They can pull this pincer. Yopi with the bomb. 36 seconds to go. Lots of time to work around with in the current situation. But the positions held by Powerhouse is going to be putting him at a disadvantage.
Yeah, number 3 in the Incendio could initially go for the flank here as soon as this bomb gets planted.
Nice plant. Backs away. Warehouse hold. Can overextend.
Ooh.
Nobody holding on to mid at all. It's going to be about the timing here. They know exactly where to anticipate him from. Yopi. Head glitch. And that. Oh my goodness. Beautifully played. Concuss will find him. And Powerhouse pulls that round.
You saw Yopi was like waiting for another second before they pushed.
Yeah.
But it wasn't there. Counter tempo. Powerhouse just played there. And WPM LOWKINGS will fail to put that bomb down and take that win, as Powerhouse was able to get that defusal. Now, seems like off the start here, this defensive side, that you know, like FDX and Incendio was able to keep the snipers of WPM at bay. So Sino once again taken down here early.
Incendio will find the quick scope, and actually a little hard there, but the flick was on point. The bomb's going to be slowed down a tad bit here in the hands of Yopi, waiting for this A bomb site to be wide open. Powerhouse, on the other hand, is going to be having a very aggressive hold on defense. Player 1 in blue, Skirt, CBR4, pushed up high towards mid, as well as Incendio holding on to corner house. He will be able to prevent a rotation towards B, but this is a very aggressive position to be holding on to. If 2 players push on fourth, Incendio is going to be in trouble.
Yeah, Kalo now making his way towards this long B. Incendio, pick over towards the left side.
Oi. Oh, nah, doesn't happen. Kalo sneaks away. He's going to think, hey, beam's wide open. This misinformation could play against West Point Mamba Low Kings. Incendio now overextending towards the spawn of West Point Mamba Low Kings. All about the timing. And BJ up top, not going to be caught out just yet. Backstab by Incendio. Both players dropping the ball, but Yopi manages to recover the situation. Skirt finds one before that happens, though. Bomb slowly tracks back down towards A.
Just flank after flanks here. First, it was Incendio. Now with the Scalo, who's going to have the Americans in control. They're looking to try to set up a play here inside of the warehouse, and they will not take down Shut-Up, and he will find that double. Powerhouse goes and takes the lead here, extends that lead to 2 rounds, and I love what they're trying to do here. Shot down the early sniper, not give Luffy and Susano any time to get themselves set up pretty nicely here at this early round. So you can see Luffy only having 0 kills and Susano with 1.
Straightforward S&D setup, shut down the opposing sniper first, but easier said than done. So well played by FDX, as well as Incendio thus far. And Irfan J finding Luffy. FDX puts Susano down for the double. Shut Up taken out of the equation. It's going to be up to FDX now as Yopi finds the double trade. Irfan J taking him out of the equation. Klo alone. Switchblade in hand. Bomb as well, but Irfan J finds the clutch. 4-1. Powerhouse. Surprising in this S&D.
Yeah, I love how they're taking the initiative, especially being the team on the defensive side. They have always cut down the rotation of the snipers, and not to mention, they've always been able to predict where that bomb will go. And I think that plays a significant role in finding the positioning that you want to counter the push that's being made by WPM Low-Kings. But here off the start, PJ finds a kill on to shut up with that nade, making this a 4v5 for WPM. But that soon would be efficiently traded by Yopi and PJ.
Yeah, great tags by Irfan, finding one, but traded out by Yopi. Good play so far, and Klo finding Incendio makes the numbers to one side, but FDX finds the recovery, makes this into a 2v2 once he shuts down the double. Susano shutting down Skirt, FDX all alone. Powerhouse, what can they do out of their latest addition? Bomb on the ground, easy pickup for the players of West Point Mamba Low-Kings as they rotate over towards A, but an overextension by FDX could catch them off guard.
FTX one of the smartest snipers that we have for VH, but that will not be enough. If that were a sniper, if that could have been connected, that could have been an easy kill for him. But he had an LCAR 9 to play with, which was extremely underpowered if you compare that to a Switchblade, right? So that's gonna be WPM Low-Kings taking that last round on the first half. Now we switch the sides. This time WPM Low-Kings on the defense, and we know what they can do. They love to play for retakes. Let's see if they will have that one effective here up against Powerhouse in the second half.
6 rounds in, Luffy has not had a single kill out there at all. The recovery might just be sound here for this round. Luffy, 2 opportunities missed out already, and the timing's just not on his side as Powerhouse pushes forth for a quick plan, and Luffy finds the first one of the game.
Yeah, big kill there for WPM Low-Kings to get those first bloods dealt with. Now they're pushing all the way towards this long A.
Let's see if they can find it. POP, PJ, Kalo, everybody stepping it up, but FDX as the final player can't do much. PJ with the double as the defusal is there. Powerhouse, they drop the ball on that round.
Yeah, that's where you start to realize that, hey, I think we should try to play a little bit more slow. Maybe take away 2 players from WPM Low-Kings first before we put that bomb down, because that retake looking so solid off of that second half switch. Right now we can see Powerhouse doing the exact same push here, still at the A side.
Irfan J and team pushing up strong. PJ though, gonna meet them from the warehouse. Shut up, great slide shell, but Luffy trades him out instant. Beautiful quick scope. FDX shuts down Yopi. Luffy still alive and kicking. Finally, the rise of Luffy is gonna give West Point Mamba Low-Kings a little bit of an ingress here. Skirt, grenade, well positioned, and Skirt. Susano, what a setup for the snipe.
And I mean, at Kalo, they're getting the kill onto FDX. A 1v3 situation for Irfan J. Can he clutch it up? He finds one.
Finds one, needs to pull a long rotation around. Powerhouse on the attack. The advantage to them And Kalo's going to stick the plant here. Irfan J needs to find a quick one. Heady played perfectly as Luffy finds the slay and the defusal.
Now we're talking even ground here for WPM LOWKINGS and Powerhouse. One thing more than likely that we can talk about here is WPM LOWKINGS night and day performance at the offense and this defensive side. It seemed more like they really are more comfortable in finding their ground in playing this S&D at the defensive side, as we've seen them so far get those early first bloods as well as this playful retakes successfully done through.
4-4 here on the scoreline. Engagement between PJ as well as Irfan J does not happen. PJ finds Shut Up instead. Irfan J put down by Yopi. Numbers all to the side of LOWKINGS. Attacking side still has got the bomb. Skirt and Incendio surviving in a 2v5.
It's going to be a tall order for Powerhouse to do, but if you want to leave your last two players, it has to be Incendio and Scared, right? Both being great playmakers. Incendio has to be that primary player, though, to have that sniper engage in those long range and take down a couple of players here to even up the ground. So far, you do have that bomb. You can put that bomb down towards the A, which is going to be left open by WPM LOWKINGS as they're looking to play for a retake.
A slow push this time around. Incendio's Skirt. They have to play this slow. Numbers just not on their side. Regardless of where they rotate, they will find players. But Incendio and his opener here could give them a little bit of an advantage. Flow's going to be hanging back. Incendio, the timing will be on his side to back away. PJ steps on up, finds the tags. Quick scope by Incendio, finds Glow though. Great smoke. And he doesn't run into the smoke. Calls for backup. Skirt is there in time. Yopi, all tagged up. Slowly backs away. A good push, but only one found.
Yeah, now you have to rely on Skirt on this close range to get you this frags, but he's gonna have to meet PJ here at this cubby. He finds him and he gets deleted quite fast. All down to Incendio, a 1v4. PJ swings on by. He's got the information. The captain standing his ground. Can we see him hold up? No. Yopi there for the trade. WPM LOWKINGS has won 3 consecutive rounds ever since the rounds and the side switched.
Are we gonna see a 3-0 here? By the way, West Point Mamba LOWKINGS are playing this matchup. They look well on their way to find the comeback in this S&D and also to rip this one away. Overextending player 1 and 2, Susano. Oh, PJ goes down alongside Yopi. Susano flashed and he does not push on fourth. Misses the shot onto Irfan J. Forced to reposition as well. In a 3v3 all equal fight, Powerhouse has a chance to equalize.
And Shut Up is just now putting that bomb down towards the A side. And you have FDX holding the jungles. And this is going to be a big 1v1 battle at the off lane. FDX gets that kill now, making this a 3v2 situation. Powerhouse should be able to get this plant a lot easier and end this with a win.
It's all about the angles here. Double snipe. Retake for the defending team of West Point Mamba LOWKINGS. It's not going to be a very quick one. It's all about their positioning, but they want a double stack. Luffy and Susano. A little dangerous in a position like this. And we're going to pick up the Fennec for themselves. Access, Shut Up. Quick scope Wolf, not find it at all. Fennec trades Luffy out. Susano sticking the defusal, but Shut Up finds the prevention. 5-5. Good equalizer from Powerhouse.
Yeah, and a nice try there for the diffuser for WPM LOWKINGS, but Powerhouse seems like they have managed to found the adjustments that they would have to do consistently to try to stop that retake from happening, and it's just incapacitating WPM LOWKINGS here off the start, which is easy to say but very hard to do, but they've been doing that consistently here for the past 2 rounds. FDX takes down PJ. They can open up that A site and plant that bomb there as well, while also holding down its mid-map.
Great man advantage opener. FDX spots one. Quick scope. What a shot. Kalo's head fell off there. Fantastically played. Powerhouse now with the advantage. Attacking team of Powerhouse. Bomb in hand. Wants to push it towards A. A great decision made towards rotating into B instead. In a 3v3 with B wide open, Luffy could just make that game-changing play as he points his scopes towards that bomb site.
Now this is going to be a very tall order for WPM LOWKINGS because right now they've been guessing where will these players from Powerhouse will be located at right now. They thinking that they are already at B. That's why they send out Luffy there. And then they send out Yopi at that A site and say, hey, they're not here. So most likely they're going to be ending up with the play sticking through the wood house. And that performance, and that patience from Powerhouse just gives you an opportunity to isolate these players for WPM Loki's one at a time.
Brilliant play by Powerhouse, just baiting out the defending players of West Point Mamba LowKings now inside of the warehouse, shoving 3 players in all at the same time. Player number 1, Yopi with the Fennec. He's going to be holding on to the mid segment of this shooting range. That gives them the opportunity for the slay from afar, and Yopi takes advantage. Well set up, great positioning, and now FDX with the clutch with an LCAR-9 in hand.
As well as the scope. Let's see what he has fighting him left. Yopi spots him, and he gets taken down. Yopi got like the most impactful kill here at this round to go up into a match point, right? 3 kills was all in his hands. The timing and the positioning was prime to put them at match point.
I can't believe LowKings are forcing Powerhouse to double stack each other to play for lives. That's not the kind of Powerhouse we've ever seen. I mean, Powerhouse usually flanks around, wide out on the map, just gaining control over segments of map. By the time they flush you into a small little corner, you are obliterated. But they are double stacking, trying to play for lives here. That is shocking, but that's exactly what West Point Mamba LowKings do to people. They threaten you to a point where you just don't have your usual confidence.
Yeah. And this Ravenous makes, as soon as they get you one time, I mean, the lingering effect of your doubt is gonna prolong, right? And for Powerhouse, that has been the case after that loss in the map number 1. You can see that they have opened up the A site here. You can see Incendio having that mid-map control, got the trailer. He spats the barrels of the 2 players holding down the sandbags. It is going to bring his team to his back and put that bomb down at the A site. But this is just step 1 for WPM LowKings, because this is actually a play for retake that they have successfully initiated.
Incendio, good point in terms of where he's spotting out. But K-Low, very aggressive. The timing not on his side. Irfan J, his foot sticking out. Scared. Great engagement by K-Low, but just the execution a tad bit slow there. A quick in and out access. Luffy finds one traded out, but Incendio getting it. The double keeps West Point Mamba LowKings at that match point. They find the equalizer, activating overtime.
Yeah, I love that play there for Powerhouse. Just keeping at bay that trailer. They put 2 players there just in case there's gonna be some, like multi-angle push that has to happen. And having that mid-map here at this firing range at the Ace bomb site, more particularly, is such a big boost in having more power position at this game. Right now, though, here at this overtime, WPM on the at the attack here once again, looking to try to aim at an A-side attack.
The bomb's going to be stacking towards A, with Irfan J just anchoring down the spot here inside of the warehouse. 3 players on defense, and Luffy makes quick work of Incendio. That's going to open up the A bomb site. Shut up. His foot not spotted out just yet. Let's move a little bit. Luffy has got the right angle to play around with that. Beautiful shot. Takes Shut Up off of that spot, and I don't even know how he hit it.
It was just a pixel that he tried to aim at, and that was more than enough to take down Shut Up. A 4v2 retake for Powerhouse, looking too impossible as WPM's got every quarter locked down. You got Kalo inching closer towards Jeepneys. FDX gets wallbanged, and just like that, it's all down to Skurd. A 1v4 situation with 20 seconds left. Not much time you can do, and Luffy spots him, and he takes him out to go up to match point once again.
Ooh, the snipers on this match. My goodness. They're stopping my breath in multiple spots, but FDX, Incendio, 12 each. Really carrying the squad of Powerhouse. It's very rare to see Skurd and Irfan J not really stepping up in terms of the fragging department, but let's see. Match is not over just yet, and it seems like we have a couple of more rounds on the setup here as Powerhouse sets up this B on push, sending Incendio to get that information first. Potential engagement between him and Kalo as Kalo brings out the concuss. It's going to be about the timing, and if he gets this check, he can push Luffy up to meet Incendio.
Oh man, utility-wise, WPM LowKings have always found that one to be effective. Always finding information, if not one, maybe twice or even more better. Like chain that into a kill. So far, this is going to be a very slow round, but you can see Powerhouse slowly trying to debate whether to put this bomb down towards the B or the A side. Seems like with Shut Up just clearing out the A lane so far, he has not yet spotted any snipers here yet. He throws up a stun, and that means there's gonna be players here.
Yopi goes down. Great aim by Shut Up and SKADI will force the plant, PJ. Buying a little bit of time as the rest of his players rotate around from the side of command center. Access in. Kalo's gonna lead the charge, finding the first one. Incendio. SKADI goes down. PJ backs him up. What a attack by the defending team of West Point Mamba LOWKINGS. Shut Up has got no position to play for anymore, but overextension by FDX. Can it slay one? Yes, it does. Luffy goes down. FDX finds that recovery as PJ finds Shut Up. The numbers are not going to be on the side of Powerhouse. What a shot. And West Point Mamba LOWKINGS make a phenomenal comeback in the S&D.
Yeah, 8-6. That's all you could ask for here. First, very aggressive attack side, and their play for a retake, especially Yopi at the end as well as PJ, truly was the significant player that forces Powerhouse out of their comfort spots. And that right there puts them up to 2-0, AJ. One more, and it's going to be a sweep.
One more, and they still maintain their clean sheet run. That's ridiculous. That's unbelievable. This level of play against these many Titans, all of these teams, the names, all of the accolades of the past mean absolutely nothing in front of West Point Mamba LOWKINGS at this point of time. The team has truly grown. They are ready for stage 5.
Yeah, I mean, again, this team really wants to take the championship after failing at GARENA Masters 4. They did some work and CDS, and back in CDSI 2023, they were able to be the better GARENA team. And adding to the fact that they had Olea playing at that squad emphasizes how much this team could bring more to the table if they have their main roster in. And you can see that WPM LOWKINGS are chaining that momentum over here at this matchup and at this season as well. Everybody can be a big threat. It has always been Yopi and PJ, as I've said, but Kalo has risen to the occasion as well here at the series.
And I have to once again acknowledge Olea for being that one factor that has made the world of difference for West Point Mamba LOWKINGS. And I've always been trying to think, you know, what about this Olea guy that makes him such a difference in terms of a coach for a team out there? And it just hit me, right? The fact of the matter is he has never focused on being the best coach because he wants to be the best coach. He just wants his boys to have the best of times out there and to win each and every single match for themselves. And he has always prioritized their victory over his own victory. Each and every single thing that he has focused on thus far has managed to check out, and it has been right in terms of decision made by Coach Olea. Everything has gone right for West Point Mamba LOWKINGS. And what a comeback. Once again, this S&D match, you know, they were in a position where they were about to drop the ball. They make that comeback multiple rounds. They run that streak. They push it into overtime. And wow, just wow, Cali.
Yeah, I mean, although they need to work more on their attacking side, but that defense is more than enough to even that playing field, right? Although it was 4-2 at the start, it became 6-6 at the end of the second half, and then overtime they're able to win one defense and one attack side to finally finish this one 8-6. Now we're hopping into this control, and just by looking at the last time we played a respawn, it was just WPM LOWKINGS that had the upper hand.
Well, LOWKINGS has managed to break the record of Powerhouse. They had not dropped a single S&D match prior to this series, and now that has been the first L that they have taken on an S&D. The following one could be the first L in control for Powerhouse as well in the current season of GARENA Masters. And LOWKINGS will be more than happy to deliver that. But are we going to have Powerhouse taking this lying down, or will they stand up? Will they fight? Will they push this into a reverse sweep situation, just like what we saw in the first series of the day? I am looking forward to so much more from this match, but looking at how dominant LOWKINGS has been to take the control back, it's putting me in a position where I'm thinking a 3-0 might be possible, Cali.
Yeah, it is. It's looking like it's gonna be happening here after suffering 2 massive losses here at this best of 5 series so far. You're gonna have to think the Powerhouse's mentality is gonna be quite a bit low, and you take a look at the other side, they are steaming with so much momentum after those 2 amazing wins. But now, after you guys have reached another milestone, we're gonna give you guys another redeem code. This one is gonna be a bit better compared to what we just gave you at the last break.
How do you know? You don't know what either one was.
Well,
It's just a yellow plate.
Of course, once you like reach more progress and milestone, right, it gets better over time.
Fair enough, man. Standoff is going to be the next map. West Point Mamba Lokings meeting Powerhouse for a potential shocker of a series. Of course, the worst case scenario here is not one that Powerhouse is going to be crying over. All that happens is they get kicked into the lower brackets, where there's a potential they'll have to deal with EZR, Bookie, and both of these teams have made quick work of the team of Powerhouse in Season 4, and it might just be the exact same case. Are we looking for a repeat on the Grand Finals from Garena Masters Season 4? By the way, Lokings are currently playing it. That's probably going to happen.
Yeah. Oh my God. I mean, if you're just talking about like the drastic improvement of WPM Lokings from Garena Masters 4 and Garena Masters 5, we're not just talking about marginal. We're talking about the big changes that we see from this team, because if we take a look at their past performance at CM4, they can be slayed by Omega. They can be slayed by AMT as well as EZR as far as we know, right? But here, they have been so untouchable to the point where they swept everyone, just like he said, and they're just out here just putting so much dominance. If they could serve another win here and another 3-0, we just might as well crown our champions, right?
I've been hyping the West Point Mamba Lokings team from Garena Masters Season 1 all the way until Season 5. And it's just phenomenal to watch the growth and the constant improvement. And they have finally reached a point where one can confidently say, this might just be your next champion for Garena Masters. The one team that will for sure stand in their way will be EZR Bookie, but we'll need to see if or not they can dispose of them yet again later on, because Lokings had already met them and 3-0'd them the past time. So, oh my goodness, this is going to be one crazy finisher for the competition.
Yeah, we're going to be starting this WPM Lokings with Powerhouse control match with WPM on the defending side. So for now, seems like they're going to be having some troubles trying to keep their spawns at bay, knowing that Powerhouse has put in some pressure at this warehouse. Irfan J and FD, shut up, teaming up.
Yep, great plays from Powerhouse this time around. 2-life deficit for the players of West Point Mamba Lokings has been sorted out already. Perfect defense thus far for the Lokings, as they are now overextending as well to see if they can spawn trap the players of Powerhouse.
Oh, this is going to be like very impressive stuff here for WPM Lokings. 1916 live count. You can see the clock is down to 25 seconds. So if we can see WPM just bully out some of the players that's going in for the attack here at this A site, that should go down a bit more. But Science of Life were being sorted by Powerhouse.
Yep, little by little, it's being chipped away though. A control has been sneaked away, at least the first segment. Second segment on the completion, PJ finds Incendio before the Hunter-Killer drone can even get in place. Backstab by Kalo, and it's gonna be a successful one. Skirt is found. The second segment at A is not completed just yet. They did find that prevention, but the clearance will not be a successful one. Back onto A, the players go. One more engagement to win out, but they falter. 5 lives left in the balance.
What the? Just like that, we just saw WPM Lokings come in with a sudden explosion in the kill department. And they wasted time. They could also come in and just finish that round with elimination. But they have so much winning ways lined up at that matchup. And that gives to like some way that you're going to have to worry about Powerhouse. Because right now, they've been outgunned in every respawn that they have played so far up against WPM Lokings.
Powerhouse.
Powerhouse girls.
No, I wouldn't have gone with girls, bro.
Oh,
PJ
Powerhouse boys. Yeah, let's go.
Powerhouse boys, yeah. Skirt, shut up. Let's see if they can make a difference this time around. Powerhouse on the defense. They have the great advantage. West Point Mamba Lokings, on the other hand, every single approach towards the control point has been successfully stopped by Powerhouse. Overextension by Irfan J and squad. Shut up pushing alongside him. They want to spawn trap the players of West Point Mamba Lokings. Is this going to backfire though? The overpush from the team of Powerhouse has left this corner house wide open towards the gas station as West Point Mamba Lokings now look to overextend.
Ooh. That's a big moment there for Kalo to escape the spawn trap that was potentially being initiated by Powerhouse at the tractors. Now he's going to be able to put some pressure in all towards his boxes. He will win the gunfight. That will stop the time here at this B side. But he wants more. He wants to get some kills and initiate this spawn trap to happen up against Powerhouse.
Lives all equal, and the operators on standby for both teams. 4 on the side of LOWKINGS, 3 on the side of Powerhouse. Neither side is going to go in for a heavy investment on this round. Lives pretty decently equal. Both of those segments caught 1 each on the control points, and now Luffy finally with the War Machine is going to overextend all the way in towards the back lines of Powerhouse.
Ooh, Powerhouse, that just saved them.
Oh,
The play from Shut Up just eventually shift the tides over to their favor, as they now have the 5 and 10 life count now. But you're still gonna have to end this on a high note. You can't afford to give WPM LOWKINGS an inch of life. Now that you have dealt that, this should be a round with per Powerhouse, Susano and Kalo. Nothing much to do here on this 2v8. They're trying to put some pressure on that hard point. I meant that capture at the point, but that's not gonna be enough, as Powerhouse gets to immediately the trade.
well played by Powerhouse. The defensive advantage worked really well, and offense was the perfect defense for Powerhouse on that round. Overextension from the very start of the round kind of pressured West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, and they turned into attack mode, trying to spawn trap Powerhouse themselves. But things just didn't go as planned. Great round pulled right back, but here comes LOWKINGS once again with the defensive advantage on the outside.
They really love to play their defensive, right? And you can see that their amount of confidence that they could go for a spawn trap here is just on a different note. You can see that number 2 in PJ as well as Susano are opening it up here at the tanks, and you can see that they have managed to get some ingress in and stop the push here at the A side.
4 lives in deficit. Powerhouse, oh my goodness, what a concuss. Irfan shuts down Luffy at the same time as well. The timing couldn't be any better. But is this gonna give them a lot of attacking prowess here over at A? 4 players on the objective, hopping on in at the very same time. Finally, the markers starting to tick away at A. My goodness, Yopi makes quick work of Powerhouse, and that attack comes to an end.
Woo. That's just that's how you want to do it if you're WPM LOWKINGS, right? We're 33 seconds that's continuously degrading down as you're stopping the push coming in from Powerhouse. Now, a big kill coming in for the side of Shut Up there to open up the boxes, but WPM LOWKINGS, they've been able to lock in the spawns once again, and you don't want Kalo to be there, right? Knowing he has infinite time to kill is just a lot to deal with, and you are just getting gunned down one at a time.
Ah, this is rare. Seeing Powerhouse on an attacking round with barely anything to show for on those control points. B has barely been touched. In fact, the first segment not even completed. It will be cleared. 5 more seconds to go. What a clean defense from West Point Mamba LOWKINGS. Unbelievable.
So that in a point where they went in at their defenses with back-to-back time expiration. It takes a big pulse to do that up against a Powerhouse, who is the #1 team in Group A. And not to mention, this our experienced squad that we're talking about, the WPM LOWKINGS is just trying to highlight, but God nade for FDX gives it that early 2 kills.
A double nade towards that exact same spot. The first one takes out the trophy. Second one finds 2 players. Great teamwork by Powerhouse. Early advantage here. But on the attack, look at this. LOWKINGS still sneaks away the first segment successfully. Skad's gonna find 1 claw. Kalo goes down. Yopi push from the back. Can he sneak away another one in cheeky fashion once again from up top? Irfan J is going to be trying to control the perimeter, and Skird now steps on in with the claw this time round. What a crazy defense for the side of Powerhouse, but LOWKINGS not giving them room to breathe.
Yeah. And I believe that play from Skird and Irfan J has to be more, right? You need to get these operators to get more kills. And Kalo, he's got the equalizer to shut down Incendio at the grannies. That will open up the A site. He's gonna get that elbow kill as well to maybe get some more kills at the spots. This guy is just playing 300 steps ahead of Powerhouse right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Close just on another level at this point of time. Equalizer still in hand. Has got the Preddy as well as Hunter Killer Drone. Incendio trades him out. Thankfully, Kalo is not going to be able to rage on, and Powerhouse has a good opportunity to push on for the defense once again. But the second marker being sneaked away on both hills at the same time. PJ is going to be able to pull this off. Finally, the double defense comes on through, but the damage has been done. The priority is going to be switched on towards A. As you know, West Point Mamba like LOWKINGS love to keep things a little hot here, Cali.
Yeah, and now you can see WPM trying to finally end this one on a high note. Powerhouse down to their last 5 lives. WPM has to get a capture though, or maybe stop that clock from reducing down, but it seems like they're looking to play for eliminations at this point.
And one more round. This round gives the series victory over to West Point Mamba Lowkings, which also means they 3-0 Powerhouse. 5 more seconds to go. Powerhouse desperately clinging on with their lives, trying to play for trades here. A 2-5. Numbers not on their side.
no.
Clutch King Irfan
What?
J finds the first one, but Susano's claw puts an end to it. A 3-0 delivered yet again as
Oh my
Lowkings maintain their clean sheet.
They are undefeated. The Kings of Sweeps, as we say it here for WPM Lowkings, undefeated at the group stage. They took down the best teams out of the best teams in Group B. And, well, I guess we have the best version of WPM Lowkings as per se, looking to be a big threat to all of the juggernauts that we have for GARENA Masters 5. They have proven to be the best, and they earn the spot at the grand finals.
My goodness me. Each and every single series that they have stepped on into, they have won. Everybody knows that. But another point on top of that victory is the fact that they have not dropped a single map. Unbelievable run by the Lowkings. And you have got so many Titans. You had so many Titans within their own grouping itself that could not touch them. Powerhouse, first time engagement up against Lowkings. One expected Powerhouse to show up stronger. They showed up strong enough to pull a single round of control back, but nothing more than that in this third match. We expected this to be the place where things get turned around a little bit, but nothing of that sort. West Point Mamba Lowkings stayed dominant all throughout, and the number of slays from both sides, you know, you don't really see a huge difference there. It all came down to the strategic advancement of Lowkings that kept Powerhouse at bay.
Oh man, I am still out of words on what just happened here, because basically WPM Lowkings has steamrolled all of the best teams in MSP. And
Yeah.
to say that MSP has the best teams out of all the Garena regions that we have, except for Indonesia, where they have Gagendra, WPM Lowkings are looking prime and mighty. I just hope that this one continues until the grand finals, where we will have it at the Championship Sunday.
And I have to say, it's a blessing in disguise that D-Morse had to be let go of the roster
Yeah.
of West Point Mamba Lowkings, because, you know, that's where we saw a fundamental change happen within the squad. Lowkings was good, Lowkings was fantastic, but Lowkings is now unstoppable. Susano has filled in the shoes of D-Morse for sure and has overtaken him in terms of performance, and everybody else working like a better oil machine ever since his departure and the full-time entrance of Susano. Olea looks a little bit more deadlier. None of the Titans could do anything against them. And even the ones who bring the best IQ plays to the battlefield, Powerhouse has once again fallen to the Mambas.
Yeah, and the thing with what you said, right? After the removal of D-Wars, it just changes the pace of WPM Lowkings by a big margin. I mean, when they had D-Wars, they were playing a bit too fast, and that kind of plays with their IQ for a bit. And with him actually gone during CDSI, they added in their 6-man in Susano, who plays a pretty much more passive role to the squad. So what happens is that this team actually plays with more calculative defense and offense, right? So I guess that was really a blessing in disguise, AJ.
No doubt at all. I absolutely resonate with your thoughts there. Powerhouse, you know, they did try to make a little bit of changes over in this S&D matchup. We saw FDX and Incendio really steamroll the boys of West Point. But that, of course, was totally outdone by Yopi, PJ. They stepped up their gameplay. Those SMGs were conquering battles, and they made that comeback. Round after round after round, they picked it up. Powerhouse made it look like they were able to step it up towards the very end. They found the equalizer. Overtime got activated, only for Lowkings to show that they were going to be the ones to reign triumphant throughout that whole matchup. And then, of course, that brought us into control. And like you said, that clock ran out one too many times.
And then, well, This is just very shocking for me, man. WPM LOWKINGS, again, they've taken down the best team in Group A in Powerhouse. And what's left is who's going to be challenging them at this point, right? They've almost taken down everybody. And I really love what I saw here. And man, if they're going to be set out as one of the teams for Stage 5, I have high hopes for Garena to placing a lot better compared to what happened last year, AJ.
I have no doubts whatsoever. I'm looking forward to a phenomenal fight over at Stage 5 later on. But I am also curious as to how the engagements are going to be between teams like LOWKINGS and Kagendra later on. Whether or not this is the best Garena can offer will only be truly known at the end of Stage 4. But I have to say, I'm already loving what I'm seeing. I mean, Powerhouse itself is a very decent team. But LOWKINGS are playing it on a level where no other teams from SMP have managed to achieve in the past.
Yeah, now I think there has to be like an international team, like another team from another region that will challenge WPM LOWKINGS and see what weakness do they have, because this other squads, this big juggernauts, ain't it for them right now. They're just too hot to handle right now, as we can see here at what just happened at this upper bracket finals, where we now see WPM LOWKINGS advancing to the grand finals, and we see Powerhouse dropping at the lower bracket, looking to find out who will win up against EZR Bookie as well as SKADI.
We've got an interview segment with LOWKINGS as well. Let's welcome whoever that is. And we've got the whole team. PJ, Yopi, Susano in the background as well. Once again, you guys have managed to pull away a clean sheet. How? How are you doing it?
We only got lucky. I wouldn't say it's that much of an achievement, but it's a small win for us since we still haven't won a title. So
you want the championship?
Yeah, period.
Ooh. Period. There we go. That's one word. That's how you try to end it, right, AJ? Salute to these teams. Right now, you have basically defeated every juggernaut here at Garena MSP region. Now, I'm gonna have to ask you this one, PJ, and the entire LOWKINGS squad. What do you think your weakness is at right now?
Can't tell it. Sorry.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair answer.
Okay.
No. That's secret.
I think even they haven't figured out what their weakness is at this point of time. These guys have got too many strengths. But you guys are not, clearly from the way you play, clearly from the way you guys have dominated, you have not been preparing for Stage 3. I know that for a fact. You guys have been preparing to become the world champs with the way you have been able to deliver out there on the battlefield, which also means you've been doing a lot of homework. You've been watching the other regions. They've completed their Stage 4. As usual, Garena, we're the chill one. They keep the best for last. That's what we want to show the world, right? But based on what you've seen thus far from the other regions, which region are you guys anticipating the most pressure from?
NA.
Oh,
any specific teams?
LG, like those teams.
Tribe and
Fair enough, man. I mean, if LG's name does not come out, I am going to be shocked, right? These guys have been phenomenal. The roster has been getting out of control just because of how good they are in the world of Call of Duty Mobile. It would be fantastic to watch the matchup between LG as well as LOWKINGS very soon, Cali.
Yeah. And one more question for you guys. One more question for me, if you don't guys mind. How do you feel about advancing to the grand finals, and what's the confidence at, like, out of a scale of out of 10, how much do you think is the probability of you guys winning Garena Masters 5?
Nine out of 10.
9 out of 10.
Okay.
A
90%
90% confidence rate. And I would be surprised to hear anything lower than that. I thought they were going to go humble once again with the answer and tell me 50% or something. The mouse would have really gone towards the camera, right? But thank you so much once again, guys, for your time. Congratulations on your victory and your phenomenal performance thus far in Garena Masters Season 5. I don't know if you guys remember all the words that have come out of the casters' mouths from Season 1 into Season 2, 3, 4, and 5. It just blows my mind how you guys have been able to consistently grow so well to be able to dominate the dominators of 1 point. Good luck to the rest of your series. You have got one more big fight over at the grand finals. Fingers crossed this time LowKings are able to achieve that. Thank you very much for your time, guys.
Thank you guys.
Hard work beats talent.
Amen, brother.
Amen.
Amen. Hard work definitely beats out talent. And clearly, each and every single one of those boys from the side of LowKings, their coach and the players have been putting in that investment. I actually wanted to ask them another question. Totally slipped my mind. So many things I want to talk to these guys about, but I think we've got more time when they become champions, Cali.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna see them and on Sunday when we finally get to determine who's going to be playing against them. But we take a look at our playoffs bracket here. Once again, it's WPM LOWKINGS advancing to the upper bracket, which is going to be at the finals now, where they have a best of 7 advantage, where they have a 1 point to their favor. Now, Powerhouse will be sent down to the semifinals, and tomorrow we will be seeing easier Bookie and Sacred SKADI play for that 4th place, as well as the special 7th place match between Savage Huntsman as well as Broke Boys Club, AJ.
Absolutely. And of course, the final day where the grand finals will take place. We'll see the team play for 3rd place first. The winner between EZR Bookie as well as Sacred SKADI. It is quite difficult to think that Bookie's going to drop the ball on that one, but Sacred SKADI might just be able to shock the world. Hopefully, that's going to be a nail-biting fixture. And then Powerhouse has another opportunity to book a rematch against West Point Mamba LowKings. Whether or not that's going to happen, we will have to wait and see. But it has been a great journey thus far in the knockout stages for GARENA Masters Season 5. As we opened up the day, it was a blockbuster matchup, but with a little heartbreak tag to it because one of 2 teams, EZR Bookie or Smart Omega, had to go home. Unfortunately, we had to wave goodbye to Omega.
Yeah, 5th and 6th placement for them. That's the worst placement that they've had ever since the start of GARENA Masters Season 1. Their second lowest was 4th place, which was in GM1. And well, for them, there is still second chance. They can still play great at stage 4 to have a chance to play great and be one of the 2 teams that will be sent out by GARENA on towards stage 5.
And that has brought us to the end of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you guys have been phenomenal in the chat as well as your support within the live streams in itself. Don't forget to hit that like if you haven't just yet. Share the broadcast as well. Thank you very much for all of your love. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with Cali Gaming. We're signing off for the day. We'll catch you tomorrow.